Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? I know it's been a minute. Plug ain't been live in a minute, man. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. Y'all miss me or what, man? Did y'all miss Plug Melissa? What it do? Puzzles, what it do? What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, man? Did y'all miss Plug or what, man? Huh? I got an echo. Is the echo fixed? Oh, man, where's the echo? Oh, that's from my YouTube. Y'all know it's been a minute since I've been in here, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. Y'all know it's been a minute since Plug been live, man. Can I get a sub, man? Can Plug get a sub since I ain't been here in a minute, man? What is we doing? Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what's going on. I'm back. I'm running my mouth. So call your auntie, your uncle, and your cousin and tell them Plug live and he running his mouth, man. Y'all know what we doing tonight. Jason, you know how I've been, man. You know they couldn't keep me from the streets. They had me on restriction. They said, Plug, you running your mouth too much. You need to shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down for 2 weeks, man. Order war, what it do, baby? What we doing tonight, man? We got United Healthcare Assassin, man. I want to know, was he a hero or was he not? We got Biden pardoning his damn son. Y'all remember when he had that 21 hard on that damn scale? We got the video, man. We got the TikTok band coming, man. They saying that you can't even download the big old out. Plug is yelling and he running his damn mouth. I got some tequila over here, bro. I might get the sweating in this bitch tonight, chat. I ain't been live in so long. Y'all don't know how good this feels, man. Just to be able to get on here and run my damn mouth, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, tell them folks that Plug live and he running his mouth. I know y'all missed the intro. When the last time y'all heard that baby goat, man? When the last time y'all heard that baby goat, man? Huh? Press 1. JB.
Go. I told that bitch don't get in my car if it don't come with no neck. I told my niggas I don't like the beef cause that don't come with no check. I told my niggas to mark my word, I guarantee that I'm next. I got the arms of a bodybuilder from the way that I flex. Might just hit the strip just to go blow me a check. Yeah. They know what the fuck I'm on. They say that they got some of the best gas, they call it Southern Georgia. Chain on chain and ice on ice like Adam Sandler, I'm water boy. I know I'm all in the head. That bitch laying in my bed. Wait till I give her a spread. I'm a master with the head. Don't let these social fool you, these niggas broke. I know that they ain't bought it. Ain't got no car but talking shit. Okay, then little walkie talkie. I told that bitch to come home. I ain't got time for no bitch that's healing. Puff the blood, she called me daddy. And I'm screaming out no dick. I'ma make sure that she come. I'ma fuck her good with my tongue. I know the night is still young. So baby, let's get it in. I know just how she like it tonight. She spicy, she added a friend. They ain't identical, but they fuck alike. So in the bed, I call them twin. I call them twin. Bitch, shoot a shoot. 1 + 1 = 2. What you trying to do? Go back for back, check a swoop. Either way it go, I'm on. Either way it go, I'm gone. Brody them just got like 100 on 'em and they trying to get them gone. What you call it, Jet Wet? What's the name? And he put it in his song. Brody them got the purest product, it's pink. You know this shit is strong. No Diddy. I'm the type of nigga that turn my bitch up in each city. Brother cut out, we celebrating, we hit the gritty. I'm feeling like a baby, I'm trying to get that milk up out them titties. It's no question who young and the latest. If you want your bitch, then when she talking, hear her. If I want the bitch, I'm going Pittsburgh. Still her. I keep some on the side, I don't have trust in just the main bitch. Suck me up while I'm driving like damn, I'll die by this lane switch. Shit, different type of freak, so we ain't never got a tussle. Throw it back like Miss London, and sum me up like be hustle.
Oh, yeah, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. Cypher, what it do? Kush Boo X, what it do, man? Y'all see the other one in here? Y'all see Debate Nation in here? Y'all know what's going on, man. Who else we got here? Art of War, what it do? Melissa, what it do? Puzzles, what it do? Kenzie, what it do? Steven, what it do, man? I want to know, man. Was the United Healthcare Assassin a hero? We got Biden pardoning his son. We got the crack video resurfacing and the TikTok ban. What y'all want to talk about first tonight, chat? Y'all let me know what y'all want to talk about first. I want to talk about that United Healthcare shit, but we can hold on if y'all want us to hold on. Jason, let me know if you need a damn link, man. Jason, let me know if you need the link, Jason, and I'll get it straight to you, Jason. I know you've been waiting to get on here and run your damn mouth too, man. Let me see if I can find Jason in the email, man. Oh, Jason already got the email. Jason already got it, so he good. He good. Puzzle sent me these pictures right here too, y'all. I'm finna pull up the pictures that Puzzle sent me, man. Crime Stoppers got a lot of shit going on right now, man. I need everybody to double tap the screen and shut a motherfucking live out, man. We got Puzzles right here, man. I'm finna bring Puzzles straight to the stage, man. What it do, Puzzles?
What it do, man? Free plug free. We
Oh,
back at it.
man. Come on, man. Big Niche, what it do? Jason, you got the link in your email, Jason. It's already in your email, Jason. Man, Puzzle, happy birthday, my boy. How was it?
Man, my birthday was awesome. Appreciate you, bro. Spent the whole day with my kids, my brother, my man that just came home from jail. I just baked the cake, put a little allegedly in it. Had everybody a little goofy, made some cupcakes for the kids, man. I enjoyed myself, just doing nothing. Just spending time talking. Honestly, bro, we had a little plug nation on my birthday. We just all sat around talking about topics and stuff, and it was real relaxing and enjoyable, man.
Hey, that's a blessing, man. Where is my background at, y'all? They done took my background away. Where's the plug shit, bro? Y'all notice I got an all-black background in this motherfucker?
Yeah,
What
that's
the
crazy.
hell is going on? Whoa. Whoa. Am I on the free version, bro? Hold on,
Yeah, the logo ain't in the corner either. You might be on a free version, plugs.
nah, there go my logo right there. Where the hell is my? Y'all see, I ain't been live in 2 weeks. They stripped everything from me, bro. I ain't got nothing. There we go. Now my shit looking right. Is that how? Is it looking right, chat? Press one. Press one if that's how y'all remember shit. I knew some shit was different. I just couldn't put my damn finger on it. Press one if that's how y'all remember this Plug Nation shit, man. Cypher said I almost didn't make it. I just got through Moneyway last live. I'm telling you, man. Moneyway, man. What it do, man? Shout out Money. He might come in here, man. Yeah, that now my shit looking right. Now, Puzzles, you sent me this picture right here. I want you to
Yeah.
let me know, what do you think of this picture?
I don't think that's the same person. I think that's two different people took in a photo in the same exact spot. Like the jacket is darker, and then the other jacket that is similar, but it don't got no pockets. On the other jacket is another one with somebody by themselves. Supposed to be the same person, but it's no pockets like the other ones.
Oh, I got the
Then
damn jacket. I know exactly what kind of jacket it is. You know why?
what's
Because
that?
that jacket sale is surged up 700%.
Mm.
I believe whoever made that jacket ever since it came out, whoever made, the company that made that jacket, the sales have increased. Let me see if I can find the article right here.
You you peep the book bag on the one on the left. I mean, on the one on the right is black, but on the news the book bag was gray. So there's a lot of funny things with these pictures that they putting out.
Let's see if I can find it right here, man. It says, according to reports, internet sleuths believe the gunman who killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson wore a Levi's Sherpa line trucker jacket. The $225 jacket is now surging in sales. Nearly 700 sold in 48 hours. Just because they figured out this is the jacket that this man wore, the sales have increased. They sold 700 of these jackets in 48 hours just because they found out that this is the jacket the guy wore. And nobody has even released this. It's just now getting confirmed that this is probably the jacket that he wore. Just because people was like, oh, what kind of jacket was that? They found it out and it went crazy throughout Reddit and everybody went out and bought it. 700 of them sold for $225 in the last 48 hours. Kush Boo, welcome to the stage. How you doing this evening, girl?
I'm a little hoarse. I just came up here because I ain't gonna my voice out. But remember, I told y'all that Texas man who sliced up his baby mama. They thought it was a black man, and it was really a white man. The sleeves, man, the sleeves, and that's what I want to say, y'all.
Straight up. Now, Puzzles, you said you think this is two different people?
Yeah, I think it's two different people. I think the person, even if you say these are the same two people, it was another person on the news that they put up with a gray book bag with a different jacket. That's not the same as the person in this picture right now. And even with this picture, I mean, you can say one smile and one not, but they to me, they nose look a little slightly different. One picture is like kind of distorted because of the photo, it look a little grainy. But if you look at his facial features, one look like they got a baby face. The other one look like they got a 5 o'clock shadow. It's just too many questions.
This one on the left look like a fucking sleeve, bro. That shit almost look
The
like an
nose
anonymous.
looks funny. The nose
Almost
looks
look like
funny
an
on
anonymous mask.
Yeah, one look like a sleeve, one look like he had a nose job. Kushbo, I peeped the nose too. It look a little funny, man. But y'all remember the Butler shooting when it first came out? It was a totally different person that they was putting out to us. Then we end up getting all the footage. So I think this is similar.
You okay? So you think that this might be the real person in the sleeve, and because they want to close the case, they had somebody else go take a picture right there?
Exactly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. I think that's exactly what happened. I think they made somebody else take a picture with the sleeve in the same exact spot because they got this guy everywhere. They got everywhere he been from the time he came to New York on the 24th. They got everywhere he been that was with photos posted already, but he never took off his mask except for this one picture when he was talking to somebody at the come into a hotel. He talked to a girl. A girl said, "Oh, let me see your smile." And he put his mask down. That's the only time you can see this person with their mask off. Oh, the whole other time that any picture you see him with, he got his mask up and he looked different.
And what kind of mask was it? I haven't
Ski.
seen no.
It's like one of them ski masks that you like wear where you could pull it over your mouth and you could put it over your head. He just got it, the mask, the mouth part down.
Okay.
It's like a shiesty mask, like a poo shiesty mask. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like honestly, to keep it a being, I feel like for them to have so much information, to have step by step where he's been, and for him to be nowhere in sight, I feel like he no longer with us, and I don't feel like he's gonna be found. Period.
Hold on, my son calling. Hold it down, Puzzle.
They put a lot into this task force to find him. And they found everything he did, everywhere he been. They found his book pack and backpack in less than 24 hours. It was a different color, but they saying it's his. It's like they finding almost everything but him.
That's you remember it's this movie that Alicia Keys and Taraji P. Henson.
Smoking Aces.
Remember how that dude they didn't know his name? That they was telling that they was like, you gotta watch out for this. Don't nobody know his name. Don't nobody know who he is. He
And
had them
he
baby
ain't had no
on
fingerprints,
sleeve.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one. He ain't had no fingerprints. He burnt his fingerprints off, and
No,
he was wearing the
that was
sleeve.
the other one.
Oh, the other one. I know
Yeah,
one of them wore a
the one.
sleeve, and I know one of them they cut their fingers
Yeah,
off or whatever.
they bit them out. But the one with the sleep, like the bodyguard went down there to look for to look for the butler because they had been calling them to clean up the suite after they baby or a freak fest in that room. And then what he do? Recorded his voice and then made a cast sleeve of his face.
Straight up. Jason, you got the link, Jason. Puzzles dropped down. I don't know if that was on purpose or accident. But Jason,
And
you got
then
the link in your email. You got the link, Jason. We finna get into it, man. We finna get right
I just
into
want
it.
to say, I just want to say about the sleeve. And he also was in a wheelchair dressed up as a black dude with dreads in that movie. I'm just saying, the sleeves, man, the sleeves.
The one on the right almost looks like an anonymous mask. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. So this right here, this picture, a lot of people are calling this guy a hero, man. So that's the topic tonight. Is this guy a hero? Is he a villain? How do y'all feel? I'm gonna tell y'all what the United Healthcare CEO, what they were saying about that company. I got the research. Y'all know I ain't been live in a week. I got the research. I did the damn due diligence. I got the damn article right here. And it says, murdered insurance CEO had deployed an AI to automatically deny benefits for sick people. The algorithm had a 90% error rate, allegedly. The shocking unaliving of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan has sparked widespread attention, not only for the crime itself, but for its potential connection to the controversial practices of the company he led. Just a year before his death, a lawsuit revealed United Healthcare used an AI algorithm, NH-Predict, to automatically deny claims for elderly patients, even overriding doctors' approvals. The algorithm reportedly had a 90% error rate, and families of deceased patients accused the insurer of knowingly using it to deny critical coverage. Speculation about the shooter's motive intensified after reports emerged that shell casings used in the attack were inscribed with the words deny, defend, and depose. Hold on. I'm going to stop right there, Puzzles. You take it over. My kid's wild.
Yeah. Also, I know United Healthcare. They reject 32% of their patients. As far as providing health for them, and that's the most of any other healthcare network. So I ain't gonna say the guy was a hero. I don't feel like nobody that unalives anybody should be considered a hero. But at the same time, I'm gonna say he definitely had reasons for why he chose to use that fire.
Okay. Back to the article, man. Back to the article. Appreciate that. Hold me down, Puzzles. It
Hmm.
says, I'm going to start it over. I'm going to start it over for the people that just came in. Jason, you on stage, man. You on stage. Let me start this right here. It says, the shocking murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan. This is in Midtown Manhattan, bro. Manhattan has sparked widespread attention, not only for the crime itself, but for its potential connection to the controversial practices of the company he led. Just a year before his death, a lawsuit revealed that United Healthcare used an AI algorithm, NH-Predict, to automatically deny claims for elderly patients, even overriding doctors' approvals. The algorithm reportedly had a 90% error rate, and families of the deceased patients accused the insurer of knowingly using it to deny critical coverage. Speculation about the shooter's motives intensified after reports emerged that the shell casings used in the attack were inscribed with the words deny, defend, and depose. While the assailant's identity and reasons remain unclear, the case highlights growing public outrage over the U.S. healthcare system, particularly insurers' aggressive denial of claims. Online reactions to Thompson's murder reflect the depth of his anger, with some seeing as a grim symbol of frustrations over healthcare injustice. As United Healthcare remains silent on whether it still employs the disputed AI, the case serves as a stark reminder of the human toll of profit-driven healthcare policies. And that's just a motherfucking beginning, y'all. That's just the beginning, y'all. That's the damn beginning. This shit gets so deep, bro. I'm telling you, posers, this shit get deep, bro.
Yeah, I heard that another healthcare provider, they was trying to pass a law for something, and then after he got shot, they said, you know what, we ain't even gonna try to switch it no more. So this shit is affecting not only this United Healthcare, the patients, but their competition is being affected by this shooting.
What's up, Diego from Texas? Jason, inside job, definitely. They said the man arrived minutes before this guy came up out the hotel. It wasn't like this guy was just hanging out, waiting around, looking in his car, tapping his fucking foot, drinking his Starbucks coffee with the damn glizzy with the silencer on it. He wasn't. He pulled up on time, boy. They say this man was on point. He pulled up right before he got the letting off.
Wait a minute. I had heard he had been in the area for a while. That's how they got all the videos.
He got off. They said he got off the bus here on November 24th. So he been here since November 24th.
But he had a meeting. The CEO was on the way to a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Was it in public? I don't know.
Yeah, the meeting that the CEO was going to, other people knew about it. I'm not going to say it was a public meeting, but other people definitely knew about it. They had advertisements for it that it was going to be a convention for healthcare providers on that day.
Okay.
Right.
So
and I think
think about the money. Think about the money. Now this is denying people coverage, but it's also talking about claims. Guess what? If you make a claim, what does that mean? You already have what?
Some type of illness.
Coverage.
Or a lawyer, yeah.
Coverage. You can't make a claim without coverage.
Facts.
These people are already insured. And when they file their claim to get their insurance money, the AI is like, we ain't gonna give you shit.
All right, this is something that I heard. We gotta do some background research on this. But allegedly, the person that got unalive was supposed to testify against Nancy Pelosi in the upcoming month. I don't know for what. I don't know what the case is about, but I definitely heard he was supposed to testify against Nancy Pelosi this upcoming month.
I haven't heard anything about Nancy Pelosi being charged with anything, or being, even the smaller thing, like even an internal investigation. I haven't heard about that. I'm gonna have to do my back end research. Jason, how you doing this evening, man? We'd like to hear from
you. Day by day, man.
Oh, I know why couldn't nobody hear you, Jason. That first night you came on, your mic was loud as hell. Let me turn you up. Say something now, Jason.
What it do?
Is that better, chat? Press 1 if Jason mic better. Press 1 if Jason mic is better. Say something else, Jason.
Something else, Jason.
All right, yeah. Go ahead.
Didn't they say that AI was counting people out at a 90%?
90%. It says right here. No, it says it had a 90% error rate.
No, so that means
people that were supposed to get claims wasn't getting claims, and it said 90% error rate. So they blaming it on an error in the system, allegedly, but they wasn't in no rush to fix that motherfucker. Is what I'm getting.
So that's exactly what they wanted. Wait, if they weren't being, if they weren't able to get their claim, then they didn't have to pay that money out, or the money was diverted somewhere else.
No, they didn't have to pay the money out. If there was denying coverage is one thing. Like, hey, we just not gonna cover you. It's like, fuck, bro, damn, I need some coverage. But when you already covered and they deny your claim, Now all of that
That's
money
fraud.
you've been paying in for that coverage is nothing. Yeah, it's nothing. So not only did you not get your claim and get what the fuck you needed, they also extracted resources from you, from millions of
Exactly.
people.
So now that's fraud. That would be insurance fraud.
Correct. Everybody double tap the screen right now. I need everybody in here to double tap the screen or I'm going to stop the damn show. It's 101 people in here. I promise y'all, I haven't been live in 2 weeks and I will stop this motherfucker, bro. I will stop this motherfucker. Ivan, what it do? You better tell him, Ivan. You better tell him, Ivan, I will stop this motherfucking show if we don't get some likes, man. Let's let the likes match the viewers. The likes got to match the viewers, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live out.
So they say that you got 3 bullets, 3 different words, which happen to be part of a motto or creed. And they say they know who shot him. He used to work for the company. Yeah, sounds like a lot of smoke and
I didn't
mirrors.
hear about he used to work for the company. I didn't hear about this. Don't just gloss over this shit, Jason. What do you mean he used to work for the company?
There was something out there that he was a disgruntled intern. That's why he had the words inscribed on the bullets, because those words mean something to the company.
I thought they said the words were from a book of exposing the healthcare industry, from a book from the early 2010s.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I heard it was a book from the
So he,
early 2010s exposing the illnesses or whatever, the fucked up shit from the healthcare industry, and that was what it
right.
was. More like some martyr shit.
So
I don't
it's
think
like,
hold on, Jason. I don't think he thought he was gonna leave that scene.
well, you got the ones who go out there to prove a point to take themselves out, and then you got the ones who want to play Machiavelli. This is looking more like a Machiavelli situation.
What, faking dead?
Hmm. If you got on the sleeve, they're looking for a white dude, and it ain't that white dude, or it's like you looking for a black dude and it's a white dude. How you gonna find a dude?
I'm just gonna say this, y'all. If we know that this guy was on fucking time, he arrived minutes before he let off shots. We know this guy had a silencer. We know this guy had an electric bicycle to get away. We know that this guy, they said that the guy was moving like he was trained, like he knew how to use that motherfucking weapon. Y'all don't think he had $1,000 to get a damn sleeve? I think they selling sleeves for $2,000.
Look, man, you go to the right adult costume store, you'll find something that can get you through in a pinch. You know what I'm talking
Let
about?
me talk to the chat right quick,
You ain't
Jason.
got to
Hey,
spend that
Tiffany,
much.
how you doing, Tiffany? Jason, this is Ashley B. I'm gonna let Jason. You right back. I'm gonna let you take this comment, Jason. It says Ashley B says they aren't actually looking for the guy. This is not the shooter. Wrong jacket, wrong backpack. Jason, how do you feel about that?
Hold on. Didn't they say he had? At first, they said he had on a light jacket. Then they showed somebody on the bike on a black jacket. So neither one of those pictures that y'all got posted is a like a cream or a black jacket. So, like I said, how you gonna find a man if you can't find a man?
Right. Tiffany Davis says, Puzzles, I'll let you take this one. I heard they have this guy's name, but they're not releasing it.
That's I feel the same way. They got his name, but they're not releasing it. But the reason why they're not releasing it because they don't got the right person. They got a video of someone doing it,
If
but
this guy has ever worked, in government or anything like that, or this guy has ever committed a crime, they know who the fuck he is. Because they said that they got a Starbucks cup. They took saliva off a Starbucks cup from where he stopped and got some coffee or some shit before he did it.
Right. That's how I was saying they had been saying he had been around the area for a few days. What you say? He had been there since the 24th, right?
Right.
So he walking around, intermingling, moving around, drinking coffee, leaving a paper trail. Cause if he on a divvy bike, you know he got to pay for it.
I'm
Look,
gonna ask y'all this, chat. I want everybody in the chat in here because I will stop this damn show if we don't get the likes up. I promise to God I will. I'm on some tequila tonight. But I want to know before I stop this show, I want a question from y'all. I need everybody in the chat to tell me how much do y'all think a job like this costs? Broad daylight, Manhattan, outside of the hotel, on point, on time. How much y'all think a job like that costs? YOLO Swag said, who cares about this? I do. Hold my nuts. How much do y'all think this costs?
Priceless.
it depends on the shooter. If you got somebody that's coming over here seeking asylum and they think this is the way of life, they might do it for little to nothing.
Are you talking about a Manchurian candidate or just a ghost?
I'm
This
talking about
sounds like
as far as the price of a body don't cost that much, and from the hood to politics, it don't cost that much. It depends on what the shooter. It depends on if you can manipulate the shooter. If the shooter feel like this is just due in they book, they might do it for free. You know what I mean? I don't feel like it's a price on it. I just feel like it depends on the person that's performing the duty.
Okay, so you
like
feel
you
like
said,
even if the shot was called, he would have done it for free.
Facts.
but like you just said, the caliber of the execution of this shit was not just we picked you, you got chose, you do this or you don't get that. Nah, this was too smooth. You understand what I'm talking about?
I mean, you can say that. You can say it was too smooth, but I don't believe that this was a professional job. Ain't no professional going to a Starbucks, a McDonald's, a hotel, being caught on camera in several different spots. So maybe the job was done professionally, but as far as the person that we think did the job, I don't think he's a professional.
Puzzles. What if it was
Yo,
on purpose for him to be on camera?
what happened to Lee Ozzy
What if
Oswald?
he had that sleeve? What if he was in that sleeve the whole time wanting to leave that trail?
True. Could be. I mean, you could look at it from that perspective too. It could be professional if he did it on purpose, for sure.
I mean, like I said, the guy who supposedly took out Kennedy with security around him didn't make it to the courthouse.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna
I
tell
look
you.
What makes you think that he won't
I'm
just
gonna tell you.
disappear?
because we live in different times now. Nowadays, we got cell phones and cameras everywhere. During Kennedy time, it wasn't like that. So
I'm gonna
I
tell
just
you.
look at it
Well,
different.
I understand what you're saying.
I wouldn't be
Say what,
surprised
Plug?
if this heat came from management, man. Because y'all gotta understand, the lawsuit came out.
Exactly.
The lawsuit came out. The lawsuit was gonna be public knowledge. But did y'all not hear what I read in that article? It said
About Nancy
this
Pelosi?
company has not admitted to whether they have stopped using this same AI or not. They have failed to respond. They have not came
Right.
out and said, hey, the AI was fucked up. We no longer, they shutting the fuck up.
It's like,
Maybe they had to silence him, the
okay,
CEO.
you got
Everything was going to
three
fall on his
main
shoulders.
issues. You got three main things going around. You got the inside job of the disgruntled person, right? Trying to be a whistleblower. This dude doing dirt or being the head of the company that's involved with AI that's committing fraud. And then you threw Pelosi's name out there. You really don't think that they got somebody doing wet work?
I threw Pelosi name out there, but I said I don't
He
know if
was
it's
at
true or
Holiday
not.
Inn Express. He was at a Holiday Inn
We
Express.
just saying allegedly.
That's where he was staying
But
at. The United Healthcare CEO was staying at a Holiday Inn Express. I don't think so, bro.
No, he was staying at
no,
the
man,
Hyatt.
not in. Yeah, that was Midtown Manhattan, not Queens. No disrespect to Queens, but you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, they say
That's like saying I'm gonna go to the Best Western on Halsted when I could go to the Hyatt down in the Loop.
let's see what his salary was.
Over $200,000 a year. Just throwing that out there.
Nigga, it's over $1 million.
Exactly.
It gotta be
So
over
they
$1
can
million.
get rid of it. Them people
They go from
making money like
200,000
Oh,
to
here we
it
go.
exactly.
Let's see.
he said over $1 million. I just was
Yeah,
saying
here you
over
go.
200,000.
Yeah, 10 million a year. 10 million a year.
See,
His company, he led the company since 2021 and oversaw the health coverage for 49 million. So 49 million people. So let's just say 1% of those filed a claim per year. That's 490,000 claims per year. And guess what? 90% of them bitches was getting denied.
and where did that money go to?
90% of them bitches getting denied. What do you mean? What the money went to the fucking bottom line of the company? It went to the shareholders'
Exactly.
pockets, man. It boosted the damn
Exactly.
stock. We ain't pulling out, but we taking in.
Sounds
Yeah, he
like the
getting paid
politics
10.
in Chicago.
I ain't gonna lie. If I'm not
I
mistaken,
don't know what
United.
you talking about, like a manifesto? I don't think there was a manifesto. I don't think the shooter left a manifesto, Nettie. Have y'all heard anything about that?
No.
No, but I know United Healthcare serve a lot of people that's on welfare and on Medicaid and stuff. A lot of people is under that for United Healthcare
Right.
I didn't
What?
know
They
that.
like the second or third largest conglomerate. It's
because
also words of
they run
monopoly.
Aetna, and Aetna is like for people that's on like disability or that got welfare. So a lot of that money is like through insurance, and if they denying all the people and they based off a base income, that's like basically people that don't have it, that got this certain stipulation with the county where that's where they get their insurance from. If they being denied, then it's basically like a revolving door. Like you deny them, the money go back in the escrow. The insurance that the company's supposed to be paying, or the co-pay that they're supposed to be paying, they're not using it because most patients can't afford it. You know what I mean? If they deny them, they got to go out of pocket or something like that. So it sounds like a Ponzi.
Still out there.
Johnny Truth, what's your email, Johnny Truth? Anybody that wants to come to the stage, y'all can email me right here, and I'll drop the I'll send you the link.
He say face diapers.
I want to hear from Johnny Truth. It sounds like Johnny Truth might know what the fuck he talking about. Anarchy Television. You can hit that link right here and call in. It look like you are doing content creation too, man. We sharing the wealth. I've been banned for 2 weeks. I'm right back. Tonight is the night. If y'all want to come to the stage, come on to the stage and run y'all mouth. I'm off this tequila, man. I think that's a damn sleeve too, Johnny Truth. I think
Everything
it's
from
a sleeve.
television is
Anarchy
a
TV. I
scam.
see them eyes. Tiffany, I see them eyes. I know what's going on out here, man. I'm not stupid to this shit. I ain't no way in hell this man Ronda Greyhound got on all them damn cameras, did all this shit, got a silencer downtown Manhattan, and y'all think he didn't spend $2,000 for a sleeve? When we see you can buy them motherfucker, it's niggas in the hood. It's niggas in the hood sliding with sleeves, bro. It ain't no way he ain't.
Excuse me. Remember how easy it was that white dude to get the sleeve? One his girlfriend turned him in, running around the bank.
I couldn't even hear you, bro. I ain't hear nothing you said.
I said, remember that story about the white boy who wore the sleeve that robbed the bank?
Do y'all want to see the sleeves? What we talking about when we say sleeves?
Did you hear me, Pug?
I'm finna pull up the sleeve. I'm finna pull up the sleeve, bro. This what we saying this nigga wearing, bro. Y'all just wait. I'm finna pull up the damn sleeve, bro. Y'all think this man, bro. Everybody on YouTube got him, but y'all think he couldn't?
It's got these ears. Eye holes are usually pretty tight, which they need to be to make the mask realistic. Now you put it on, you put your hands in the side. Now let's see. Sometimes it's hard to get over your head. When I put it on, it should look like I'm a totally different person. All right, let's see.
Woo!
Put shit out here like that so you can
Crazy. The skin looks so real.
And then tuck it in here. Ollie, can you help me tuck it in?
There we go.
So it's made that. Hey,
Assistance from the lovely Oliver.
Is it all centered?
Hello?
Yep, looks
All centered and everything? All right.
Oh man.
Is it looking good?
Oh yeah.
Looks pretty good,
The way
right?
the lips move.
So creepy. Got this new mask. Now I'm gonna try.
Go ahead, Jason.
You grown. You ever been to an adult store?
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know what the toy's made out of, right?
Silicone.
That's that same shit.
Look right here.
Yep. Hair stitched in, not sewn, actually stitched, strand by strand. Take it, slide it on, hit it with a blow dryer. You know what I'm talking about? Don't tell me shit. A few years ago, they had a bunch of white guys running around in black outfits like this.
That's a
when they
sleeve,
started
y'all.
talking.
That's
I
what
was
we
asking
talking
you,
about.
do you
Say
remember
sleeve.
I was asking you, do you remember the story of the guy who had robbed the bank and his girlfriend turned him in, who had wore one of those?
I think so. I do believe that. I do
I
believe
think
I
he was
remember.
in Ohio.
Here you go.
It was like 2 or 3 years ago.
Police in New York City continued their search for evidence in the fatal shooting of United Healthcare's CEO. The shooting happened just before 4 our time Wednesday morning outside the Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. At that time, the victim.
Shit, he was at the Hilton. He was at the Hilton.
In the heart of Manhattan. And he done got away.
Yeah.
50-year-old Brian Thompson was on his way to an investors conference. Today, police officers were seen on video searching the area around the Bethesda Fountain in Central Park. This comes after investigators found what they believe to be the suspect's backpack in Central Park. Meanwhile, the nationwide manhunt is now entering its 4th day. NYPD says they believe he left New York City. Police say the suspect traveled to New York City on a Greyhound bus from Atlanta last week. Then he checked into a New York City hostel with a fake ID and paid in cash. Recently released video shows the suspect riding an e-bike near Central Park just after the shooting. Sources say investigators are now running any DNA evidence that was left behind, including saliva on a drink the gunman threw away at a local Starbucks right before the shooting. Sources say detectives also had the gunman's burner phone that he left behind and possible fingerprints.
A burner phone. What? Gone.
So he left a burner phone
Really?
behind. Crazy.
You really think that man, that's somebody who's been doing wet work for a while.
That made me feel like he left all them clues on purpose, and he had a sleeve on.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a being. I don't recall a time where the law had this much evidence left behind for basically a unaliving nation. But they yet have found this person, yet to post their name. I don't think even with the evidence they got, they believe that they got the right person.
No, I don't think they
No,
do
yeah.
either. I think because you got to understand, this will make it a hit for sure. This will make it
Right.
hit. Why does he have a burner phone?
I mean, to keep it a being, if all these signs, like just look at the five that had something to do with Julio. They still didn't catch one of them.
Wait. You talk about that case where the girl telling on everybody?
Yeah, it was five people, but they only rushed it four. One person, I think Murphy was their last name. They still haven't caught him. And what's said about him is he's no longer with us. So normally when you got these type of cases and you don't catch the person, you got this much evidence, they not here. They ain't being caught because there's nobody to catch.
Hmm. Did they ever catch Young Dolph's killers?
Yes, they court young Dolph killers.
They were dumb as fuck.
Right. I
I
mean,
think I remember.
but on the camera, it looked the same as Young Dolph. I mean, on this case, they got more evidence than they had with the Young Dolph case. The Young Golf case, all they had was the pro bass hat, and they had the video, but they was fully masked. They didn't have them stopping nowhere before. They didn't have like a tracker of these people. They literally just had the car, and they had the fact that the video. This showing they got evidence after the fact, evidence before the fact, evidence surrounding it, evidence on the bullets, DNA, saliva. They got ample of evidence, and they don't have a body. That just make me believe that the person not here.
Either he not here or what you saw was not what was there. He was a white guy, but it's not that white guy.
Facts. Let me ask you
Yep.
this. Let's just turn it. Let's turn it on the race tip. If this was a black person, do you think they would have been court?
No.
So
Not if
then we agree.
I'll tell
Then
you why.
is not
Because that Murphy boy ain't been called yet. They saying he might be dead.
right. I think it don't matter with the race. That's why I flipped it to the race. I don't think it matters the race. It matters the chain of custody that they have and the evidence that they allowing us to see. Normally, when they letting us see all the evidence to a case before they actually had a person, it's because they need help finding the person.
right. They're hoping for somebody to go, hey, you say 100,000? Yeah, I know
Right.
something.
I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. It's not as crazy as I first thought. When I heard that he left the backpack in Central Park, it's not as crazy as I first thought. Because
It
shit,
is.
it's Central Park,
It is the Mito plug. They said that backpack was gray,
right?
but on the picture he got a black backpack on.
Okay.
So which
I'm talking
backpack
about-
did he leave?
I'm talking about him leaving the backpack. It's
I
not
mean,
that crazy because it's a park. A lot of people there think about how who people leaving backpacks. He probably thought that bitch would get stolen. Motherfucker, damn, seen a gun in that motherfucker. Little trap phone. Hell, that's a little lick to come up for a fiend.
dude, that's why I'm saying it's crazy to me, bro, because they announced and they found a backpack. Like, how do they know that that's
What he do?
his backpack?
Anarchy says, "What's up with these crappy cameras that they're showing? Almost every camera nowadays has a minimum of 4K. I think they're doing it on purpose. They're low on the quality." Nettie says he's not from the U.S. What do you think about that theory, Puzzles?
I mean, I think half the people allegedly hired hitters is not from the UFC nowadays.
All right, Jason, what about you?
I had to laugh at that. That is right. The minute you said that someone said he might not be from here, I thought of GTA 5. Nico Billy. Yes. Yep. It would work.
Yeah. I mean,
It would work.
I'm pretty sure just as bad as there's a lot of people mad that Kamala lost. I'm pretty sure if I traveled from another country and I was told I vote blue, and you know what I mean, everything will be okay, and now I'm being threatened to be taken back. It's a lot of mad people out here with money and guns, more than the actual civilians that actually native of the country. So you can promise them something because they already know that technically they're supposed to be going back. So I feel like it's a lot of that being, and I feel like that's by choice and design. Because you know what I mean, normally it's black on black crime, it's white on white crime, it's white on black crime. When you got a tan crime, you widen the base. You widen the base because you can't say, oh, they gonna go downtown, or they gonna go here. They're gonna go back to their country. They out.
Exactly. What? He rode the bike straight to the goddamn port, the dock, and got on a little boat, and he
On this
gone.
drip, come to the stage, drip. The link in the Discord.
What? They say he showed up on a Greyhound from where?
See, that's another thing. You're right. You're right, Jason. They putting out there that he showed up from a gray pound. I think they said he came from Washington, but they also said he came from somewhere else too. So y'all got that's all the history they have of this person. It's not like they can say, oh, he grew up in Queens, he grew up in California. They don't have nothing.
I'll do the best I can with that.
You see what Lord
Love you
Drip
back.
says? Y'all act like we don't have some of the best hard hitters in the game.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. We do have some of the best higher hitters in the game, but we all can say that. But how many people from your town or any one of our towns that's a higher hitter that we known for knocking off healthcare providers?
How much you
I mean,
paying?
a higher hitter is a higher hitter, but I'm just saying we hire hitters to a different caliber. We might be hired to hit a celebrity. We might be hired to hit some competition of some sort, if you will. This is
Hold
a
on.
this is a dirty game.
Look at the level of where this dude is.
Right.
Fuck fame.
Midtown.
He had money. He was in control of people's lives. So yeah, you got your what high percentile targets, but this was one of the undercover mover and shakers. Think about it. 90% of the claims plugged through an amount of money out there that was can't even be imagined.
A year.
How much? How much do you bet somebody? All they had to do. And again, you brought up her name, but that's a dangerous name to say, allegedly.
Nancy, allegedly.
So then that goes back to government. That goes, wait, so he's connected with Big Pharma, pushing meds, keeping money, and the government. Yeah, it's real easy to say, allegedly, oh, he fucked up and made somebody mad.
Puzzle sent me this, y'all. I need everybody to get the likes up before we break down this chart, man. I will stop this motherfucking show, man. I need the likes to match the viewers, man. I just came
Check your
back. I've been gone
volumes.
for 2 weeks, man. Show plug some love. Double tap the screen, shut it live. I can plug, get a sub, man. Look, it says at 6:44 a.m. The victim is walking
Someone say
alone.
bus from
Yo,
Atlanta.
mute up, Jason.
Damn, he stopped my whole little flow, my rhythm. Brian Thompson, at 6:44 a.m., the victim is walking alone towards the New York Hilton Midtown. Why the hell is he walking alone at 6:44 in the morning? He's a CEO worth $10 million, man. He getting $10 million a year. $10 million a year, yo ass walking alone in New York. Not only is he just worth $10 million, it's not like he's worth $10 million on real estate. You know what the fuck you got going on. You know you got this AI over here that 90% of these motherfucking claims, y'all probably didn't even pay out. But you getting $10 million salary a year. And you walking alone towards the New York Hilton Midtown, 1335 6th Avenue, after exiting his hotel across the street. So he popped out his hotel and he walking towards the New York Hilton. Right, y'all with me? Y'all with me?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
I need everybody to double tap the screen, man. Come on, double tap the screen. I'm finna break down the rest of this, man. What we doing? Hey. Damn, push the damn button. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. We back. We back. But like I was saying, man, going to the second part of it, it says the shooter was lying in wait alongside the building, fires at him. So the shooter was already on side the building, waiting on him to pop out. But they said the shooter did not get on side the building until minutes before he walked out. So probably around 6:40 a.m.
Yo, Jason, mute up, bro.
What up?
Go ahead. You was
No,
echoing. Go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
you got to mute your mic when Plug try and break stuff down because you got them echoing like when you move around and stuff.
But yeah,
All
go
right,
ahead.
I'll check that.
What you got to say, Jason? We at step 2. 6:44 a.m. The man is walking out of his hotel across the street. The shooter is laying on side the building, waiting for him to come out, and he get the dumping. So minutes before this man walked out of his hotel, the shooter was already on side of him. So the shooter at least knew that he was gonna have to be there.
Bluetooth mode.
Oh yeah, this nigga Jason is tripping. No cap. 3. The shooter runs to an alleyway between 54th Street and 55th Street. So this is where it's going on, right here. Right down here is where the dude is walking towards the Hilton. He walking from here to over here. 2. The shooter was already waiting and got the dumping at him. After that, the shooter pushes from right here, he pushes down this street, down 54th Street, all the way to over here. To this dot right, to the dot right there by the 54th Street. Now scrolling up, it says the shooter runs into an alleyway between 54th and 55th. Once on 55th Street, the shooter continues to walk onto 6th Avenue where he gets onto an electric bike. So he already had his bike parked. The shooter rides on 6th Avenue towards Central Park. So he done shot up 6th Avenue on the e-bike all the way to Central Park at 6:48. This is between 6:44 and 6:48. So at 6:44, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I done muted you 2 or 3 times and you unmute yourself, unwrapping rappers and shit while I'm trying to break this shit down. I don't know, Jason. I'm glad to have you back, Jason, but chill out, bro. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. So in 4 minutes, at 6:44 is when this man popped out. By 6:48, this nigga already in Central Park on the e-bike. So is it starting to sound more professional to y'all? Press 1 in the chat if it's starting to sound like a little more professional hit. In 4 minutes, this nigga dropped Buddy, Brian Thompson, outside walking towards the Hilton. And in 4 minutes, he was already in Central Park on the e-bike. Sound like Buddy had his shit together.
Yeah, he sound like he walked it down.
They say we got 47 likes, man. Hey, we need some more likes in here. The likes need to match the viewers, or we gonna stop the damn show. I'm tired of telling y'all that, man. Y'all gonna come in here anyway because you've been in here watching for this damn long. The algorithm gonna bring you back anyway. Just hit the like button, subscribe, man. I'm back. Appreciate that. Angela says 1. Cypher says 1. Nettie says 1. Sherry, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Sherry. This time that I have not been on YouTube, Sherry, when I was like, man, I got a 2-week ban, I was like, you know what? Sherry, rock out with me on the overnight, man. Sherry, rock out with me. Sherry, we talked about you in the Discord, Sherry. We was like, man, y'all know Sherry rock out with us. That's why I gave Sherry a mod. I'm glad to see you back, Sherry. Y'all saying my volume low? Press 1 if my volume is good, chat. Press 2 if it's low. You said being on camera seems unprofessional. All right, we right back into it, man. This was a 4-minute job. You said being on camera sounds unprofessional, but what if it was a sleeve? What if the whole doodad, the job was to be on camera? It says that's why I wanted to know if there was a letter. Because you know how these detectives are. The detectives are ready to close the case because guess what? If they close the case, they move forward in their career, man. So maybe dude left all of them clues and shit with the sleeve on and all of that shit so the detective can feel like, hey, I can go and get this out of there. They saying they believe the dude already has left New York. They say he's already out of the city, man. They believe he done got out of the city, so he probably in the fucking wind, man. You said what are the ones for? Oh, the ones we're pressing 1 if what the hell did I say? Press 1 if what? What did I say, Jason? Oh, press 1 if my mic was good.
Volume. Yeah, you checking your volume. Your mic good though, bro. You just they ain't used to hearing you on that tequila, man. Plug on that tequila tonight.
Yeah, man. I've been drinking, man. I've been drinking. Ain't that what the song say?
Hey, man.
I've been drinking. Come on, man. Double tap the screen, shut the live. And if you having a good time in here, press 1. Press 1 if you having a good time in here, man. Press 1 if you a first timer in here, man. Corey Jefferson, you said no. You not having a good time? You not having a good time, Corey Jefferson? Well, exit stage left, my boy. This ain't the damn show for you, man. Get the hell out, man, if you ain't having fun, man. Oh, you said 9? You are having fun? Welcome back, Corey Jefferson. You welcome back to the damn stage, man. I'm just having fun trolling y'all. I'm really happy to be back. I haven't been here in 2 weeks, man. I missed y'all. I missed everybody. I missed the trolls. I missed the family. I missed the people just coming in, fucking around. I missed me getting the run my mouth. I missed being able to go by this pint of Lunazol and get twisted with y'all. I missed all of that, Tiffany. The numbers are for my volume is low. If my volume is low, y'all supposed to be pressing 2. If my volume is decent, y'all supposed to be pressing 1. I see Eric say that he's a new subscriber. Is that Eric that I said is it seen to say is a new Eric Summit? Welcome to the family. This Plug Nation, man. We kicking shit over here, man. It's a party in this bitch, Art. It's a party. That's what we do over here, man. Let's get back to the content, though. All things serious, man. What to do, all things serious? Let's get back to the content. Jason, that might just be your ears, man. You might need to go get a Q-tip. You might need to check your headphones because everybody else saying I'm sounding good. Mars, this your first time, Mars? Double tap the screen, shut the live out, Mars. I appreciate you for coming in, man. I hope you're a new subscriber. Sherry says, I think the United Healthcare dude was being investigated for insider trading, wasn't he? I just figured he probably had a lot of dirt on some high-ranking people and was going to try to cut a deal. Now, Moneyway Puzzles, is that what you was alluding to earlier?
Yeah, I heard he had some type of lawsuit. Either he was a witness or he was being sued, but I know it involves a bunch of people. You know what I mean? So I'm not 100% sure of the case. That's why I said I wish that case came out. But now when you type his name in, only thing that's popping up is the unaliving. I like, you know what I mean? Can't find it. I'm still in the back end looking though.
Okay, they said he was being investigated for insider trading. So that's motive. We got motive right there. That's one motive. We got two factual motives. We got one motive being pressed, which is the motive of the healthcare and the AI algorithm with the 90% error rate denying claims. And we have the defend, the whatever. We got the wording that leads into the healthcare. But what are we missing? What are we overlooking? The insider trading. Jason, come back. The insider trading is what we're overlooking. What they say when they trying to get you to look right where you need to look. Come on, man.
Facts. I ain't gonna lie. Regardless of where they trying to look, we're trying to get us to look. When you look at that footage, that joint don't look too much like a mistake. That joint look too planned out. And then at the same time, to have it on the bullet or have something on the bullets, it was intentional. He can't say it was like nothing but the intention was to do it because you wrote it on the bullets. You know what I mean? But
Lovely says there was something about her. Lovely, you supposed to be on the stage. We already talked about this, Lovely. I'm not gonna call you out, Lovely. I'm not gonna call you out because I'm really on Lovely bad side right now, y'all. So I'm gonna let her slide tonight because I'm on her bad side right now. But Lovely said they were saying something about him possibly hiring his own hitman. Did you talk about that already? I just got here. No, I did not talk about that, Lovely. I've heard nothing about that. But we can run that scenario through. If he was to hire his own hitman, I feel like it would be for religious purposes, quote unquote, allegedly. Why else would he hire his own hitman? Because he didn't want to do it himself.
Like murder by cop.
Yup. Same thing as suicide by cop.
I know in the last couple of weeks we witnessed a lot of people stepping down.
And he is a what? What is he the CEO of?
Healthcare.
So insurance does not like to pay out on what?
Unaliving yourself.
Ooh, suicide.
Allegedly. Jason, watch that.
Unaliving yourself. My bad. Unaliving yourself.
Let's take that walk. Now let's just say he's a CEO. What was his annual salary check?
10 M's.
So what do you think his insurance policy like? What do you think his insurance policy will pay out?
Here we go.
Here we go.
What's going on?
All things serious. Welcome to the stage.
So I'm doing some research right now, and he's not the only one being looked at for insider trading. There's 3 of them.
Let's hear it, man. Let's hear your research.
Right here on Yahoo News, it says United Healthcare CEO Brian Thomas was facing a lawsuit against him and other executives of insider trading related to an ongoing Justice Department investigation before he was fatally shot outside New York City hotel on Wednesday. It says Thomas, 50, was one of the 3 United Healthcare Group executives named in the class action lawsuit filed in May.
Do they give the other names or no?
So
nope, I'm not seeing any other names yet. I'm still looking.
Now let's just say that you know the United Healthcare CEO got some change on his brain. He ain't gonna be here too much longer. You already inside the trade. When you put out a short, everybody's long on healthcare. But we got to look at it like this. Elon came in and said that he's going to cut our spending budget by a third. What is majority of our spending budget? Medicaid, Medicare, all of that shit. Puzzles. Who did you say covers that?
United Healthcare cover a percentage of it through a bunch of companies. This shit crazy.
United
It
Healthcare
says
is like
right here.
PR.
It says right here, October of 2023, instead of disclosing this material investigation to investors or the public, United Health insiders sold more than $120 million of their personally held United Health shares.
I think we should find out who had big ass shorts out on United Healthcare. Somebody had a big short out on their ass. And y'all remember, as the market reacted when the news first dropped that this CEO had been on the live, the price actually rose, and then it dropped. It dropped, but then it kind of stayed stable, and then it dropped some more. I ain't gonna say it rose. It dropped, but then it came up a little bit, stayed stable, and then it dropped again over the weekend. I want to know
You guys see what Jerry just wrote?
because who will go short on healthcare? Let's be real. Isn't that what most 401ks put you in?
I ain't gonna lie though. Right now, it's hard to say, plug, because you know Trump coming in. So it is a lot of people who is going to start. I mean, looking at it and removing and changing their portfolio because
Correct.
they know what's going on. But
What about the 401k? Aren't the 401ks heavily invested into that type shit most of the time?
correct, but at the same time, you gotta look at it like as far as the 401ks go, you got a lot of people that's feeling inflation right now, and they've been taking from their 401ks a lot. So those numbers is subjective right now because of the economy and because of the fact that millions of people can't really work these second or third jobs, or they already working these second or third jobs. People are taking from their 401k. So those numbers is hard to tell. So it's a good opportunity to do something to it because you know people is really using it.
Okay. All things serious. What do you got to say to that?
When you cash out on it, you got to pay the taxes on it.
Okay. Right. You talking about capital gain?
Not necessarily. You talking about 401k, you got when you cash out, you gotta pay the taxes on it. Now, it's some people who in North Carolina, if they was working and they had a 401k and they had that national disaster, they allows you to take from your 401k and you don't have to pay taxes on it for that type of event. And also it's other things like if you can't afford your rent or if you're about to get evicted, you can also cash out on your 401k and it will not tax you.
Okay. This is something I've just learned just now. I've been told my whole life, even when I was in college,
I borrow from my 401k personally 3 times this year.
Hold on. Did you take a penalty? Was it a 10% penalty?
No, it was no penalty taken because of the reasons. I took from my 401k one time for a medical emergency for a surgery. I took from my 401k another time when I was actually buying my house, and I didn't take a penalty for that either. And recently, I took a 401k. And I only took $1,000 out, but when I took it out, it was for school supplies for my kids.
Okay.
And there's no penalty with none of those. But at the same time, it's different 401ks. I have a 401k through my job, but I also had money in my 401k before I got my job where I'm at now. So
hey, look, hold on. Everybody mute up. Man.
Smart. So you were investing. Yeah, smart.
Serious. Everybody mute up, man. They saying we got 53 likes in here, man. We finna mute up. We need the likes to match the viewers, man. We need the likes to match. And just like the video, man. We have 53 likes, man. Everybody mute up. man. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
You do that plug.
That was awesome, bro.
No, yeah, it's just for me the way I'm looking at it when it comes to the 401k is actually right now is the best time to actually borrow from your 401k and not receive the penalties because what 401k is, who's not going to say that they wasn't hurt by inflation and what's going on now, or who's not going to say that their house was just messed up from a hurricane or whatever? Those are the premises you borrow from your 401k on. Now, if you decide to use that money to better your circumstances or to actually use it for said whatever you plan to do, that's on that person. But at the same time, they see that millions and thousands of people are taking money from their 401k because that devalues the stock. And especially if you're not going to, if it's for reasons that's like applicable and it's no penalty on the person, then the other people that's invested into those stock loses, not the actual consumer who has that 401k. You don't lose because you're not taking the penalty. But at the same time, that company loses. So if that company decides like, all right, well, we're gonna switch it up, and they like, all right, well, we're gonna sell a bunch of our stocks off. We're gonna set up allegedly set up a AI and denying people of actually using our product. Then they winning from both ways. They winning because they're not using the actual money for what it's for to actually help people and assist people, and they shorten on the stock side of things. So at the end of the day, they're profiting off not allowing people to get surgeries and stuff like that. They're profiting off of removing whatever stocks they have personally. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? For me, if that's what happened, allegedly they guilty as all hell.
I have a theory about the guy that was taken out by the hitman. I have a theory. You know, in certain situations when you have a wife and kids and you're looking at that much of a financial loss and you're going to put your kids and your wife on the streets, he probably hired somebody to take him out so his wife and kids wouldn't be broke. That's my theory.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, but I don't think he was going to be broke. At a $10 million annual salary, they say he was worth about 40-some million, I believe. He's been getting $10 million a year since 2021. No telling what he was getting before then, so I don't think they was hurting for no money. I heard a female CEO healthcare executive is making $300 million a year. I believe that, Tiffany. I believe that big pharma, insurance is crazy. Lovely says a lot of corruption and secrets going on. Lovely, we're talking about billion-dollar industries here. We're talking about insider trading here. We're talking about politicians here. So when you get the mixing of politics with the private sector, with the public sector, it gets real messy because it's a lot of money going on. And then you got personal preferences. You got to understand. Think about this, Lovely. United Healthcare. Think about this, man. One of your loved ones go in the hospital, man, and they get rushed to the hospital, and the doctor asks them what's their damn insurance. They give them their United Healthcare card, and the algorithm deny their ass. Now what they do? They wasn't double covered. They wasn't triple covered. See, a lot of people double and triple covered out here, man. But everybody's not double and triple covered. So when they get denied, guess what? It's over with. The article in the Discord, how long?
Shit, my mom was denied for 2 surgeries, back to back, and she ended up getting this other John named Penny, and that ended up paying for helping paying for one of her surgeries, and then she had to enroll in healthcare in another one of her jobs, and that paid for the other one. So it is a lot of people getting denied out here. You know what I mean? I didn't got denied. I didn't got denied for extractions, like teeth extractions.
Now tell us what denied. How did
I'm supposed to have both my knees operated on, and my insurance company's telling me you got to wait until you're 50. And then my doctor's telling me.
Lovely, drop the Discord for Cypher and whoever else want to join the Discord. Go ahead, all things serious. My bad. You know we promote.
Yeah, you good, brother. It's your channel. When I hear your voice, I'll quiet.
He said, Mars said he gave away the bonuses to poor people and they smoked them. Tiffany said, now all the CEOs are demanding security detail on top of the salary they're already getting. We're going to eat that cost too. I heard that all the healthcare companies took away their the pages on their websites and shit like that showing who works for them. So now you can't find out who is the CEO of a company on their website. You can't find out who's the top administration of their company because everybody damn scared. There go to Discord right there, Cypher. Lovely said, pull up this article she got. Hold on, I got to take this down first. Go ahead, though. Jason, you got anything?
I'm sitting in the cut.
All right, Puzzles, you got anything? Here you go, right here. I got the video, y'all.
No, keep rocking. You good, bro?
Excuse me, Tiffany. It's a spot where we all can hook up and talk without getting in trouble.
Yeah, Phil and Brianna. So we are only showing a few seconds of this video that CNN obtained, obviously, because it is very alarming to watch. Essentially, what we see in that video is the CEO, United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, walking toward the hotel here behind me, and behind him comes the suspected gunman that police are still searching for. So you could see how he approaches Thompson from the back. Before then, where we freeze the video, he fires those shots at Thompson. What you do not see from these 5 seconds, and I can tell you, is that we also see someone sort of running the opposite direction. So that is something, of course, that police are going to be looking into in this video, breaking it down frame by frame by frame to kind of figure out who might have witnessed this. They, of course, are going to want to talk to anyone who might have witnessed this. Again, it happened at the really front step of this entrance of this hotel, so there's possible some security there as well. And then, of course, follow the path of that gunman. As we already have learned, he flees from the scene, going down a back alley behind a theater that's across the street from the hotel where we are, and then hops on a bike where they basically lose his trail in Central Park.
CNN has obtained new surveillance video from the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO. And we do want to.
That's what's going on, man.
Yo, is that? I really can't. I can't tell that video, but is that like from a camera or somebody recording it? Because I seen it turn with him.
Nah, that's like a surveillance camera.
Oh, all right, all right.
Lovely sent the article, man, but I'm trying to pull up this video first. The OG Pal sent.
Yeah, I had your notification on plug in. It didn't send me a notification, and I got your email for the link, and I'm like, why I ain't getting a notification?
What up, full name money?
You said what?
I didn't get the notification.
Full name money, what it do? I know, man. I'm shadow banned right now. I just got off a 2-week restriction. This is the first day I can't go live. So I'm going to need everybody to untap the notification bell and then tap it again. Also, if you swipe up on this live, it should take you to another live that's the exact same thing. That's the channel. Subscribe to that motherfucker. Allegedly. This what OG Pal said.
We're looking for. This guy's going to be the patsy. This guy is going to go down for it, or he's at least going to get hemmed up. Exactly. And what is this? This was the first picture we got, right? Notice those backpack straps? Notice that? Notice that? This is the first picture we got. And this was the updated one with his face. And he changed backpack colors and changed his jacket that's got pockets on the front. This is the guy that we're looking for. This guy's going to be the patsy. This guy is going to go down for it, or he's at least going to get hemmed up.
OG Pal sent that in, man. Cushboo said, who is Sherry? Sherry is Sherry Dalton, man. Sherry rock out with me on the late nights, man. Once I started going live, Sherry was over here with me, man. Sherry rocked out with me till 7 in the morning one day in the morning, man. I ain't gonna lie. I fuck with Sherry. That's why she got a mind, because she was the only one up on the late nights, man. Sherry, you'll just have to download the app Discord. It's the same thing we do here. Some conversations will be for everybody, some won't. But if you want to join the conversation, join it. Man, we wake up in the morning. A few of us wake up every morning at about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. We jump in the Discord and we just shoot the shit. You know, it is what it is. If shit gets too real for the YouTube or people want to, you know, talk it out or whatever, we take it to the Discord. We share funny videos in the Discord. We share what we cooking in the Discord. We just have fun. It's a family. Discord is just, you know, a different community. It's the same community, but it's a tighter knit community, if that makes sense.
You know what this video reminds me of, Plug?
What is it?
It reminds me of the JFK assassination.
Explain.
Okay, so Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't the person who shot him, but he was set up as the person who did it.
I thought he shot him.
No,
so take me through that.
There's actually, they released video footage of the actual situation.
How did they have video foot? Oh, you talking about? I'm tripping. I'm thinking you talking about Lincoln. Okay, you talking about
JFK.
Hey, that shit fucked me up. I ain't gonna lie. The way they had
somebody had some allegedly back away from the tequila bottle.
Why they had video footage of what was dude's name? What was dude's name that killed Lincoln?
John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah,
John
Booth.
Wilkes Booth. And his name rhymed with Dylan Ruth. Wilkes Booth and Dylan Ruth. Y'all remember Dylan Ruth, who made $2 million for shooting all them black people in that church?
Yeah, that really.
His GoFundMe made $2 million. I wonder if he's still rich. You know, that gave him some rank in the Klan too. Like he came in with some rank. As soon as he got to the pen,
They should do him what he did to those people in that church. They should put him in the firing squad.
Full name Money said, I'm from Charleston. That's where that happened. That happened in Charleston?
Yep.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy because they was like, bro, I remember when it happened, and like 2 days later, somebody put up a GoFundMe for him, and like that same week, that bitch was already at $2 million. That's crazy.
What was his name?
Y'all know what $2 million mean? Do y'all know what $2 million mean to a nigga in the pen for life? Bro, he and that bitch living. I ain't gonna lie, bro. $2 million.
$2 million in the jail for life. You ain't in jail.
Real talk.
You
having your way.
Where Cushboo? Everybody said together. Baby oil.
Man, Baby or Dylan Ruth in there, bro. Dylan Ruth probably fucking real hoes. Why you talking
Yeah,
about
he
Baby?
got the guards. He got the guards in baby oil. That's what I'm talking about. He got babies out here. He done had kids since he been in jail.
Oh yeah, Rittenhouse. Did they put him behind bars or he's still out here getting money?
All right, Lovely sent the article. I'm finna read this article Lovely sent. It says, this is the article talking about how he may have hired his own killer. It says, United Healthcare CEO may have hired his own killer from a former police commander. This from Newsweek.
Oh, that article in Discord.
A former Maryland State Police commander suggested United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson may have orchestrated his own assassination. While talking with CNN, Major Neil Franklin told Dana Bush that it's a possibility that Thompson may have hired a gunman to kill him Wednesday morning. Thompson, 50, was fatally shot Wednesday around 6:45 a.m. on the street near the Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. Franklin believes the gunman knew too many details about Thompson's moves. There are times where people have orchestrated their own demise for certain reasons, Franklin said. Bash asked Franklin if it was a possibility that he hired someone to unalive him. It says, in the pre-dawn attack, Thompson was outside the Hilton Hotel where the United Healthcare was holding its investor conference. Thompson was walking toward the Hilton, dressed in a suit and tie, when he was fired upon by a gunman who appeared to be lying in wait, the police said. The suspect fled on foot to a back alley, then hopped on a bicycle in the direction of Central Park. Emergency medical services responded and transported Thompson to Mount Sinai Hospital. He was in critical condition and was then declared dead at the hospital just after 7 a.m. At midday, press conference from Newark NYPD headquarters, police said they believe the shooting was premeditated and pre-planned targeted attack, and the suspect appeared to be proficient in firearms based on surveillance video that captured the attack. As of Friday, no arrests have been made.
It could have been our cop.
Franklin said that while he's not saying definitively that the case is with Thompson, people have orchestrated their own death for insurance purposes. Maybe they fear some type of investigation down the road. Maybe they want to leave their family in a good light. In April, Bloomberg reported that Thompson was among a handful of senior executives at the company that sold over $100 million in stock before a federal antitrust investigation into United Healthcare was made public. The stock sales happened between October 2023 and February of this year. United Healthcare reportedly received notice in October that the Department of Justice was investigating whether the company's acquisitions violated federal antitrust laws. The probe was first reported in February, causing United Health shares to drop on the news. Thompson's wife, Paulette, told NBC there have been some threats against her husband. Basically, I don't know. A lack of coverage, she told the outlet in the news brief. Thompson specifically sold shares in February 16th, netting him $15.1 million. So the nigga got a $10 million salary. He cashed out on 15 M's in February. Franklin said he knows criminal investigators are looking into this theory as a motive. Police haven't revealed the motive for the shooting, but said it appears to have been a targeted and premeditated attack. The words deny, defend, and depose were reportedly found on shell casings recovered at the scene, echoing a phrase in a popular insurance industry. The guy knew too much about where he was going to be at a specific time, Franklin said. When you look at the timeline of him coming to the area outside of the Hilton, where he was outside of the Hilton, it's a very small window. Very small. It's not like he was roaming around. Bash said in response, he knew. He was there, Franklin said. He was lying in wait. Who would have that specific type of information? And that's the end of the article.
Man, I'm gonna say two things. I'm gonna say two things. One, I don't know if y'all remember any time, but I don't really remember too many times where someone passed away and they were saying that he basically paid someone to do it too many times. I just don't recall hearing that. Normally it comes out through court. Normally it comes out through some type of transaction. We going off of video and it's already tabloids out that he probably did this to that part right there don't make sense to me at all. And the other thing I was going to say is, like, when we look at all this stuff that's going on, yeah, it could appear that he did that, or it could be somebody knew his route. Like somebody, it's like we talking about millions of dollars. I'm pretty sure he had somebody over top of him that's overseeing him. It just give me Drake vibes, like Drake and UMG vibes. Like, yeah, he's making a large salary, but you know what I mean, for that 400 million Drake was getting, UMG was getting a much higher cut of that, and it was other people over top of Drake that's like a part of that company. So I'm not really falling for the whole he paid somebody to do it over somebody else having the opportunity to pay somebody to do it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Appreciate that, puzzles. Hey yo, welcome to the stage. Hey yo, I sent Ayo the direct link directly. I sent it to about maybe 8-9 people. She pulled up, man. Hey yo, how you doing this evening? Hey yo, welcome back.
Doing all right. Having to deal with these kids. Yeah, they rowdy, but yeah, we're doing all right over here.
Solo, what it do? Welcome back, Solo. You can come up here, man. Solo, you should have a link. I might not have sent it to you. I can send it to you, but yeah, I was banned for 2 weeks, y'all. I'm glad that y'all back. If y'all swipe up on the screen, you might just find this live somewhere else. Subscribe to the motherfucker. Allegedly. But
I like that. Subscribe.
Allegedly. But yeah, hey yo, man, welcome back. How do you feel about this United Healthcare CEO being unalive?
Well, I've heard a few people talk about it, and I've heard a little bit about it, and some people are on the edge of, he got what he got. The people you spurn the people long enough, and eventually it's gonna come back to snap and pop you in the face. But personally, how do I feel about it? I'd have to say I'm kind of leaning that way myself a little bit, because I mean, how long have we sit here and been told, oh, the justice system will handle it. The justice system will handle it. God's gonna take care of it. God's gonna take care of it, and then nothing ever happens. So I mean, eventually people are gonna break. So I mean,
straight up, Solo says I'm at work. I'll join later. Hope you was doing good, plug. Hope your Thanksgiving was good. Yes, Solo. I got to see my brother. I ain't seen my brother in about a year. We hung out for a whole damn week down there, man. I was live on Bigo. If y'all been wondering what plug was at, I've been over there on Bigo, learning that platform, going crazy actually. But I'm gonna get more personal on that app, but we're gonna talk about that later, because we're gonna talk about TikTok and all of this shit too. I don't want to switch subjects too quick, but that's where I've been. Sherry, I was not on vacation. Plug don't take no vacations. So like I just told y'all, I was on another app trying to run that motherfucker up while I was restricted over here, because I don't take no vacations. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't see Plug, come looking for me. Hit that email up. Find me somewhere, because I'm somewhere working. It ain't no Plug just looking around twiddling his damn toes, man. Plug out here working. So if y'all don't see me, come looking for me. Straight up. But yeah, hey yo, we was talking about the reasoning. A lot of people say this guy was being investigated for insider trading. A lot of people said that this guy implemented an AI algorithm that denied 90% of people's claims. So we're trying to figure out what was the actual motive. Was it the insider trading and he unalived himself so he could get insurance purposes, but he couldn't unalive himself by his own hand, or the insurance wouldn't pay out? Could it have been the insider trading and somebody got him out of here? Or could it have been just the healthcare shit? Somebody was upset that their loved one did not receive healthcare.
I didn't hear about all the insider trading stuff. That's a whole new story to me. I just heard about, it was possibly somebody that wanted, revenge for their loved one. So if that's the case, then I mean, it's entirely possible. It ain't unheard of,
Straight up, straight up. Big niece say working. You know it, girl. You know Plug somewhere running this motherfucking mouth, because that's what we do over here, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. What the likes like, man? What the likes like? What your life like? What your likes like? Deny, defend, oppose, the protocol for insurance companies. Stephanie, I understand that the bullet said that. So was that martyrdom and the man didn't think he might make it away? Or was that some damn breadcrumbs to get us off the right trail and onto the wrong trail? Was those breadcrumbs? Was a real hit out there twiddling his toes, getting Starbucks, drinking coffee, taking a bus up there a week before? That sounds like somebody who might have acted alone, don't it? Somebody who just, was upset. But let's think a little deeper, because we know they got them sleeves out there, Sherry. You know how we talk over here. They got them sleeves out there. Fuck the clones. We talking about the sleeves. We talking about the $2,000 you can spend to get a silicone or whatever little damn sleeve that look real. You pull it over your head and you tuck your shirt around it and you go get the damn job done. Niggas in the hood is sliding with sleeves now. It's niggas in the hood right now buying sleeves because they plan on going to do harm to people. And y'all saying that this was a paid killer. Paid. He ain't had no sleeve on. We see the two pictures. One picture look like a fucking anonymous mask. The picture where he got the light gray on, that don't even look like a real human. That look like a fucking sleeve. Then the picture on the right, I'm talking about both the unmasked pictures. Y'all see the one in the middle? That look like a fucking sleeve. The one on the right look like a real person. They different hoodies, different backpacks and shit.
They look like different people too.
They're trying to close this fucking case, bro. They don't know who the fuck did it, or if they did, it's the nigga in the sleeve and they don't care. That's the damn sleeve, bro. We know about them sleeves. The world don't know about them sleeves. But Plug Nation and Moneyway fam, we know about them sleeves, man. We've been talking about them damn sleeves.
Yeah, that joint definitely like a sleeve, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna take it a step further. We all know someone. We all got some family members that passed away because cancer or other health concerns. They might not have coverage. I mean, we hear slide for Vine, slide for this person. But how many of us in this chat on this live right now slid for one of our loved ones against a healthcare company or a healthcare CEO? So
If my mother passed away because some healthcare company would not cover her bills,
we all seen John Q. This John Q rated R though.
oh yeah, I'd be walking in. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
think you're 100% correct on that. Like, my brother's biological father passed away of cancer. My biological father passed away of cancer. My nephew got cancer when he was 1 and beat it when he was 2. Like, my aunt died of lung cancer. So like, it's been taking out my kin left and right, man.
Yeah, my grandmother, my grandfather, my other grandfather, they all passed away from cancer.
So I don't believe that this individual is somebody that slid for somebody in his family due to stipulation or something. I personally don't believe it.
He could have been an investor. Also,
That's a possibility too.
hypothetically, allegedly. Because,
Allegedly.
some people that play around in the stock market and they get screwed financially, they exact revenge in some cases, allegedly.
Allegedly.
But I'm gonna allegedly stick to my opinion. I think the CEO paid somebody off to take him out, in my opinion. I agree with that article you read earlier.
So my question would be, is that like a faking of death or an actual take out, let my family collect the insurance?
Take me out, let my family collect on the insurance, allegedly.
Gotcha. It's a possibility, allegedly.
Straight up, Jason said pre-existing. Full name money, man. Tell them double tap that screen. Stop looking around, man. I will stop this motherfucking show, man. We at 97 viewers, man. We need the likes to match the viewers. If you a hating ass motherfucker, just get out. Straight up, get out. I don't care. Because I'm telling y'all, I'm on this tequila and I'm going to keep it real tonight, man. Double tap the screen or get out.
Is it Jose Cuervo?
No, it's Luna Zul.
Oh, man, you got to get that Jose Cuervo.
Hold it down, man. We finna get it. We finna talk about this one more go round. Then we finna get into that, pardon, man. We getting into that pardon, man, and see how y'all feel.
Who the hell is that whispering? Y'all play too much. I have to say, why it's so quiet?
Damn, motherfuckers remain quiet while I was gone. Tequila, yes, sir, plug. You know it's the tequila. Y'all didn't say shit the whole time I was gone. Don't worry about it.
We thought you didn't want us to say anything.
I heard somebody start to whisper something. I couldn't understand what the hell they were saying. I was waiting for him to finish.
I was saying that we finna get to talking about that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden getting pardoned, man. We finna talk about Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden after he told us he wasn't gonna do it, man. He told us he wasn't gonna do it. Didn't he say he wasn't gonna pardon that man?
Right in our faces.
And didn't
Yeah, he did.
pardon that man?
And he made that lady lie. Yeah, he did. And he made who is that? The press secretary? Every day she was lying for him, wasn't she?
Yep.
What did he have on that? He had a 21 on the scale. Talking about where my other 7. He was shocked.
I remember that video.
That man, you seen all that blowed up dope he had on that scale? That shit was some fucking blow up in the damn hotel with that damn prostitute, man. He wanted his full woo-wop. Not sure that man is 7. Y'all had Hunter fucked up. Y'all thought Hunter didn't have a scale in that bitch? Y'all had Hunter fucked up.
Have you seen the pictures of Hunter Biden and them underages floating around Twitter or X?
I ain't seen that.
I heard that story was out there allegedly. He's done a lot.
Water whipping in the kitchen. Hold on. Let me pull up this damn picture. Go ahead. Y'all can keep talking. I'm finna pull
I got one. The biggest question is, he gave him a pardon for 10 years, right?
11.
Who was in office in 2014?
Obama.
Who?
Obama.
So he gave him pardon from when Obama was in office until now.
Facts.
Where the hell is that laptop?
Wow. When was the laptop discovered?
I say where they never found it. They say it's around, but the information ain't never came out.
The FBI has the laptop.
Yeah, the laptop came out.
Go ahead, Puzz.
The FBI got the laptop. They already said that they had that joint, but I'm gonna say it like this: Hunter Biden is the young thug of politics, man. If they didn't catch him and he got pardoned for the 10 years, I don't believe that he gonna start turning around now after getting pardoned and start being a goody two shoes. So if they ain't catch him about it, like they ain't catch him this time, they'll catch him later. I'm not really worrying about Hunter Biden. I was never concerned. Like even when it was election time, I felt like that was a political thing. But if he guilty, he guilty.
Hold on. I heard something. I think it was from Joe Brown. That's why I was listening to it.
Here go the video, y'all. Y'all ready for the
Because-
video, man? Y'all remember the Hunter Biden video, man, where he had that 21 on the scale?
Roll it.
At that pipe, the party.
No, I ain't never see this. Oh man. Oh no, man, that nigga guilty, man. Block his ass up. Fuck a pardon.
What is that? That's the 21, bro. Look at that blow up. That ain't even no good dope.
No, he gotta go, bro.
So you guys remember the '94 crime bill, right?
Go
Yeah,
tell us.
where his dad said lock them up.
Yep.
Regardless of how they got addicted, no matter what caused them to become addicted, lock their ass up.
Yep.
Take
And
my
he let
wife, my kids, your wife, your husband. Yeah, they've been running this shit for about a week.
Man, that's a 21. Listen, that's why he cut the camera on. Picture, he bought a zip. Nigga gave him 21, so he trying to show his plug like, look, bro, you shorted me a whole motherfucking 7. Or somebody got my motherfucking 7, nigga. That's why he cut the camera on. 7 grams a lot of dope, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Real shit. 21.
7 grams a lot of dope, bro.
That's some wild shit. That's
You
wild
talking about
balance.
$300. Hunter Biden wasn't going by his $300 7, bro. $300 got. Think about this, bro. How
He
much?
pulled his scale out, yo.
Think about how much damage this $300 done caused his family, bro. A $300 short on the 7, and he want to cut his fuck. Let me show y'all how the video first cut on, bro. You can see the nigga head, bro.
Hunter Biden is smoking.
Hold on, bro.
He was on one. Eyes big as hell.
Who is that right there, bro? Who is that right there, bro?
Your president's son. In my Willie D voice.
That nigga look like he gonna be like, Dad, someone took my dope.
I'm calling the people.
Who is that? Look how the video cut on, bro. Look how the video cut on, bro.
Man, he's
dead.
That nigga mad as a motherfucker, ain't he, bro?
And
He like,
he fried, yo.
bro. I know
He
this
got a
bitch
punchable
ass
face. He got a punchable face. Allegedly.
Y'all think Hunter Biden plug was black?
For sure his plug was black. Didn't they find something in the White House one time that said Hunter stash or some shit like that?
He tried to, but he never got blamed for it. But yeah, they found the bag.
Eric says, I did 5 years in the feds for less than a zipper skate. I'm going to keep it real, Eric. We talking about crack right now, man. That skate, hey, man. That's a different beat. Hey, we talking about crack right now, Eric. Boom. I'm serving all the babies. Hey, I'm going to tell you, whoever had Hunter Biden as clientele, it was real good until this shit happened.
Until it wasn't.
When this shit right here happened, whoever shorted Hunter Biden on that zip was scared than the motherfucker. Think about it, if you was the nigga that shorted Hunter Biden on this zip that just went viral. How scared would you be, Puzzles?
I ain't gonna lie, I probably wouldn't be scared, bro. I was in a situation where sometimes people wanna get somebody that fuck with that type of shit upset. You know what I mean? Like not saying that he gonna turn the camera on, but sometimes people do it to bait him into something else.
Listen, you just served the vice president's son. At the time, wasn't Joe Biden the vice president?
Facts.
You
Yeah.
just served the vice president's son. You just shorted this nigga on the zip, and the video of him putting your dope on the scale go viral. You ain't scared.
Nah, I'm not scared, bro.
I'm scared of
I'm not scared. I'm not scared, bro.
I'm scared as a motherfucker, bro.
Listen, plug. Hear me out, plug.
My
We both
drawers be full. My drawers
no,
would be full.
wait, plug. You gotta stop looking at it from that perspective. Plug, listen to me. You are plug. You ain't giving Joe Biden's son less than what he asked for, not unless it's another reason behind it, bro. You're not gonna fuck up that clientele whatsoever.
Bro, the reason behind it is I didn't think he had a fucking scale. I've been shorting his ass, but this time he wanna buy a Shit.
See, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Now, if that's the case, I'm scared as hell. Nigga, it's over. It's over.
Bro, you don't think they been shorting this nigga Hunter, bro? He
No,
was shorted off the rip. That's why he
no,
on the scale. Listen,
no, bro. I don't think.
first zip, bro. This
Plug.
is the first zip.
I don't think they ever was in there shortening him, bro. I don't think they was doing that, bro. If I was his plug, I would not short him at all.
He not telling them he Joe Biden's son, bro. You think his plug really knew he was Joe Biden's son?
Oh no, hell no.
No, bro. He's Hunter. He's a dope fiend, bro. I'm finna short his ass. And now I see my fiend on fucking TV.
So
on my scale.
All right, so I got a legitimate statement. If you the plug and you live in the States and you watch the news, you're gonna see your person on the TV because he's been seen with his dad on TV.
But you gotta think of this, all things. Niggas that selling a 21 of crack and shorting a nigga on it, they not watching CNN. They probably don't know who the fuck Buddy is. They just know Buddy has the money. They just know Buddy has the money. And he coming at the time, bro. That's all they care about. They don't give a fuck. You tell me one crack dealer you know, straight up, one crack dealer you know, selling zips. Just watch CNN, bro. Niggas like, man, them niggas booming, bro. If they selling zips, bro, they probably piecing out about a four and a baby every other day, bro. Them niggas phone rocking. They not watching CNN looking for their clientele, bro.
You got a point there.
When they did see that shit, they fucking heart fell in their stomach.
I used to drive taxi in DeLand, Florida, right? And I be picking up these dudes and bringing them to other houses, and you hear them say, "You got any work?" And I didn't know what that was at first. I thought they were looking for a real job. Nope. They weren't looking for a job. They were looking for something else.
Straight up. Look. Full Pay Money said, I used to short motherfuckers like hell during COVID. I'm going to tell y'all, bro, if I picture Hunter Biden first time copping, bro, from this plug. He probably went bought a little something. He probably bought 100. You know this Joe Biden son. He ain't buying less than 100. He go, let me get 100. He gonna get 100. Come back in about 2-3 hours, get another 100. Come back in about 2-3 more hours, try 200. Oh man, you got that shit over here, man. About 2-3 months down the line, now Hunter, you know what I'm saying? He feeling playing a little bit, bro. He like, damn, I keep buying these hundreds after hundreds. Shit, I might well buy me a good old ounce. Hey man, how much can I get an ounce for? Shit, 2,800. 2,800? Oh hell yeah, man! Let me get one of those motherfuckers. He don't want to pay 2,800. He don't want to pay 2,800. He don't want to pay 2,800 for that water whip, man. That blow up. And shit, he dropped that bitch on the scale. He's like, man, I'm finna go buy me an ounce. Run me by the tobacco store. I got to get a scale. He done bought him a fucking scale. He done threw a wrench in the game. His plug not knowing he done went bought a scale. Really don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, nigga, you a fiend, bro. If I short you 7, bro, I just shorted you 7, my nigga. I'll get back with you. I'll make it up to you, bro. I didn't know it was short, my nigga. I ain't had my digi with me. I eyeballed that motherfucker. I sell zip after zip every day. Just, you know what I'm saying? Niggas be talking to fiends like that, bro. Now, Hunter's like, Oh, this motherfucker's got me fucked up. Ain't no way I just put. I'm finna record it, man. Now this is where the video starts. I'm gonna play the video.
I just read out the bag. It's 2.06.
2.07 without the bag.
So how long is
2.0.
I just read out the bag. It's 2.06.
2.07.
So is his scale off? Why is they saying 2 point? Because I thought that shit didn't look like a ball, but the scale to me looked like that motherfucker showing 20 grams. Now I done played with a lot of digits in my life, bro. I done used the scale a whole bunch of times. That don't look like 2 grams to me, bro. That look like 20 grams, 0.7.
He dumb.
That look like a 21.
He
Yeah,
dumb.
he got 20. He got 20.7, and with the bag it'd be 21.
Come on, man. Why is they talking about 2 grams?
He dumb.
His digi fucked off. Look, that motherfucker ain't in dead weight or nothing. That's a G beside her, bro. That bitch reading in grams.
Yeah.
Now, if your scale reading in grams, bro, and you confuse 2 grams with 20, either you high as fuck or you blessed in the hood. Nigga, everybody in the hood love you, nigga. You giving out a 21 for 2 grams. I went over there to Buddy and bought a double up, and this bitch gave me a 21. We got a new plug.
And you be like this. Amazing.
How y'all think somebody gonna feel? How y'all think Hunter would feel if he went over there and bought a 2.5 grams or something like that, and he ended up with 20?
That's why he on video. He's so fucked up in the head. He's like, I can't believe this shit.
Let's see what
I won't fuck him up.
let's see what these people say about it, man.
Hunter Biden is smoking a lot of crack, right? And he just weighed out, as Vinny said, 20 grams of crack. Joe Biden wrote the original legislation with mandatory sentencing laws for crack cocaine, saying if you had 5 grams, you got 5 years, mandatory, no probation, no
wonder
nothing.
Hunter's pissed off at him.
Okay. Secondly, Hunter Biden has lied on a federal gun form. Right, he purchased a weapon and lied on the gun form, and then threw the weapon in the dumpster. It's like I do think there is a point to where Joe Biden has to be held accountable for some of this.
I don't disagree with that part. I agree with that part. There needs to be accountability here, but regardless, there needs to be investigative journalism.
No, absolutely. Hunter Biden is smoking a lot of crack, right? And he,
You see how he pops that shit off? Hunter Biden is smoking a lot of crack, right? Golly.
You know how many people are pissed off that did time in prison for what Hunter Biden got caught with and never did any time?
I mean, there's people who doing time for cannabis, let alone
He's got what he called political privilege. Political privilege.
Man, my daddy gonna get me out of there.
That's what I mean. Political privilege, political politics.
But you know what? I'm not even mad at Joe. Maybe the way he did it, because I heard a whole nother plan. Harris gets in the office, she pardons him, allegedly. But because he did work, now he got to get his hands dirty. You know what I'm talking about?
What you mean he got to get his hands dirty?
If Harris had made it in the office, she could have did it. He wouldn't have been a liar. It would have went over. We would just talk shit. But now she can't. He does. Now he looks like you a liar. You all knew he was gonna clear his son in the first place. intelligent, anybody in here would not have pardoned their child if they had that power.
So if it was just the crack and the firearm, okay, I would pardon them. But the rest of the stuff, no.
The threat to the country's safety,
Yep.
see, that's a total different crime.
Bro, he pardoned him for 10 years worth of shit. And people complain about Trump pardoning Kodak Black. He
But
pardoned
I
him for
also
10
heard,
years, bro.
but check it out, because
11.
he got this pardon, if he was ever subpoenaed, he cannot invoke the fifth, so that might backfire on him. His dad. Because I'm covered, but now I can't lie on stand. And now you ask me stuff, now what? And I'm going from hearing Judge Joe Brown talk about
I like Judge Joe Brown.
I heard Judge Joe Brown had some shit going on. Did he just get in a lawsuit?
No, that was Judge Mathis.
Oh yeah, sure was.
it. That was for divorce. He got his girl back.
No, he got some allegations against him.
I didn't hear anything about that.
All
Judge
right,
Joe
man.
Brown?
No, Judge Mathis.
We
Oh,
finna
the
get
guy
to the
from
TikTok
Detroit.
ban. How y'all feel about the TikTok ban?
I ain't heard nothing about it.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Basically January 19th, if TikTok is not sold to an American company, it will no longer be available for Americans. They're gonna take it off the Google App Store, the Play Store. It won't be. You'll log into the app and it'll be like, not supported.
Y'all
January.
call that censorship?
Trump takes office January 20th, and January 19th is set for TikTok to be banned in America.
Well, because there's a bunch of propaganda on TikTok.
No, it's
And
not just
predators.
propaganda.
Yeah,
It's
predators.
more about this. Any company that's Chinese owned, the Chinese, basically the government is privy to all the data. It's privy to. It can just
That
take over
too.
when it wants.
That too.
So that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's not the propaganda. They're saying it's
Allegedly.
national security. They're saying national security purpose.
That too. I agree with that, but I think it's deeper than that too.
No, I'm saying what the ban is for. They can't just
Yeah.
ban it because of propaganda. They can't.
Well,
just
I
say,
don't mean propaganda. I mean there's people out there targeting kids.
All of it.
Explain.
The totality. But is Elon an American?
Elon is not an American. He's a citizen, I believe, but he's not born American. Elon cannot run.
Well, he's born he's South African born, but
Yep.
I'm saying saying that no ties to America. X isn't tied to America, is it?
X, yes,
Yeah.
Twitter is tied to America. Twitter is an American-based company.
Oh, so he just owns.
No, just because you're from somewhere, you can be born anywhere and your company is still based in the United States.
I don't know. I'm saying I'm trying to get the loopholes in my head right. So basically, they're Cold War fighting with China right now, anyway, right?
I couldn't hear you.
Money. They're dealing with like a Cold War with China right now, right? Embargoes, TIF money, tariffs. So they playing hardball with one another. Like you're not gonna. He's kind of doing them like he did Canada. we gonna tax you if you don't do this, that, or the other. Yes.
Straight up.
So what Trump's trying to do is he's trying to bring more factories back to the U.S. by placing certain
Right.
tariffs on China. Okay.
Right.
So he's targeting certain things. He's not targeting China as a whole. He's targeting certain things, like what he did with Japan, with the car manufacturing in Japan. He put tariffs on it. Now Japanese builds their vehicles in the United States. So there's no more tariffs on Japan.
Hey, here go the video, y'all. I believe we'll see what you say.
We want to talk about this even further with some people who report on this each and every day, including Christine Moy at Politico and our friend, tech policy analyst John Swartz. You guys, thanks for being with us today. And I just want to read from Christine's piece here. You say, and you report that in the ruling, the court sided with lawmakers and the DOJ that had said TikTok was a national security threat. In particular, lawmakers had warned that Chinese authorities could force ByteDance to hand over Americans' data or manipulate its algorithm to promote Beijing's interests. That has been the main primary concern all along here. Christine, first to you, though, what if you have TikTok on your phone already? Come January 19th, can you still use it? Will it work? Do you have to delete it, or don't we know?
So come January 19th, TikTok will not disappear off your phone if you have it already. How the law works is that it is enforced against the app stores. So companies like Google and Apple will face, potentially billion-dollar fines if they don't take TikTok off its platform. What that means for you, though, is that if you already have TikTok on your phone, it'll still work, and it's expected to continue to work for the next, couple months probably. But new users won't be able to download the app, and eventually it won't be able to update, which will kind of doom the app to a slow death.
Okay. John, I wanted to ask too, so it seems like this is just for, new downloads, users won't be able to find it on some of these app stores on their phones here. But
so y'all hear that, right? Bigo is where I've been. If y'all wondering where Plug been over these last 2 weeks, I've been banned. I've been on Bigo. So just over the last 2 days, Google and Apple have removed Bigo from the App Store in preparation from this TikTok shit. So it's not just TikTok. It's other platforms that's going to suffer this as well. Bigo is a Singaporean platform.
But there's this caveat. And TikTok is wrestling with this part of the equation here. What if a company here in the United States buys it? Are any bids on the table? Because if that happens, if ByteDance divests TikTok and it is purchased by some U.S. subsidiary, what have you.
That shit sounds like a hostile takeover to me. Either sell that shit to a U.S. company, nigga, or we ain't gonna allow it here. That shit sound like
everybody go.
I want to hear from Ayo. Ayo, what does that sound like to you?
Which part specifically? What are we talking about with the
We're
with the
talking about
TikTok?
TikTok. Buy the company. Either you have to sell the company to a US based company, or we're banning it from our Google Play Store and App Store. And if I'm not mistaken, Apple and Google are the two number one selling, the biggest app stores on the planet as far as the cell phone. They're not saying they're banning it from America, but they're taking it off of the Google Play Store and App Store. I believe that will affect other countries as well, because if Google and Apple can't have it on their Play Store, then shit, if you got a Android or a Google phone, you won't be able to download it no matter
If you got Android phone and they take it out the Play Store, it's other apps that you could download on your phone. You can still have it. It's just not going. What'd you say, bro?
What about Apple?
I'm not sure about Apple. I mean, I'm not 100%, but it's like it's like emulators and stuff like that. It's different app stores that you could download and then you can have access. They just the broadest for us over here. Like how we got Uber in China, I'm pretty sure it's like We or something like that. That's basically it's just popular over here, but there's other ways to get it. It's just like breaking a fire stick.
No, correct. But what does that mean for the creators? What does that mean for the app experience? What does that mean for the everyday citizen? Now you got to go through these hoops and hurdles, get a VPN, be able to do this, do that to access the app.
Yeah, facts. It's definitely gonna put a hamper on as
What
far as
about
like
the
your
people
base.
who make their living, provide for their family off of this app?
I
Like they
mean,
said,
And she said after 2 months, after the updates come, it might be over with.
think about it like this: if they could do that with this app, TikTok included, what happens if somebody from the outside buys YouTube? You know what I mean? They can eventually do it to any platform if they don't like it. And on
They wouldn't. I'm gonna keep it real with you, posers. They wouldn't let that happen.
yeah, they probably wouldn't sell it to them, but at the same time, I look at it like this: it's like it's fun when a rabbit got the gun. They don't got the gun, so you know what I mean. Like at the end of the day, it's in China's hands. They don't want China to have all that information in their hands. But we see it's still ways that we get hacked with having just our standard products in our hands. So either way, it really, in my eyes, it don't matter. You try and take it out their hands, even if they decide to sell it or give it to somebody, that don't stop them from being able to hack it.
YouTube's market cap is 455 billion.
So, did you still want me to weigh in on this? Or?
Go ahead.
All right. So, from my perspective, like you said, it inhibits people in the Americas from having it, and I think that's again a form of them trying to control the situation. Like I said, with the propaganda and the hellacious amount of predators on there. I mean, if we really need to dive into the Mulvaney of it all. I don't know if there's a way I should word that so it's not offensive to anybody so we don't get the video taken down. But you know what I'm saying? Because they're like trying to push certain ideologies on young kids and people. And at this point, I feel like we're living in a time where everybody's just trying to recruit for their cults. And I don't want no part of it. I'm just
Okay. So what I'm gonna say, Pal
1984.
said, if that shit gets banned in the United States, nobody in the US will be able to use it. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. We already see other apps falling victim to it. Like I said, the app that I've been on over the last week, the reason I haven't told anybody to download it is because I wanted to figure out the app. Now that I'm back on YouTube, what I was gonna do is promote exclusive event on that platform because I'm already monetized on a platform and things of those sorts. So I was gonna promote an exclusive event. I was gonna give people like Jazz, Ayo, Puzzle, and I ain't say all things smoke because I think this might be his first or second time here. But I was gonna get the reoccurring guests like Lord of the Drip, the nuclear engineer. I was gonna get y'all to come to me to this other platform for an exclusive debate, and I was gonna give out, $100 prize to the winning team. And we was gonna, do both platforms. Like when I get off of this live, I'm gonna go to this other platform and I'm gonna go live on camera. It's gonna be like a little more personal experience. We are shadow banned on this channel right now. I see we got like 50 people in here. We shadow banned. So to fight the shadow ban, I got a few things going on, but just expect us to be shadow banned for at least a week, 2 weeks. I appreciate everybody rocking with me. I appreciate the people who gonna stay in even when the numbers low. I fuck with y'all. Appreciate the Discord community. I think the peak of this stream so far, I think we got up almost 200, but that's it. It ain't. We just got to get it together, man. Sherry says, I don't like the fact that it's Chinese owned and operated and they have access to our data. But I bought stuff off Shein and Temu and those are Chinese owned as well, but they're not getting banned. So what's the difference? The difference is data sharing. Data. TikTok, you have to when you open the app on your phone, you're giving it certain permissions. You're giving it permissions to your cookies and everything.
Yep.
And this company is Chinese owned, so they have access to all of your data. With these cookies, they're gonna have access to your search data. They might have access to your location. They have access, and think about how many million Americans use TikTok. I can pull it up right here. How many Americans use
Instagram connected.
So we have 121.5 million monthly active users on TikTok from the United States. So China is getting the data, or could potentially get the data, of 121 million United States citizens via this app. That's why the national security concern comes in.
Is TikTok and Instagram connected?
No, TikTok is not connected to Instagram. Instagram is connected to Facebook.
Okay.
Instagram and WhatsApp are both connected to Facebook.
But because I don't have an active Instagram, for the longest, they haven't let me on Facebook change my profile picture. They keep trying to get me
You
to
just
hook
don't
up
know
to
what you're doing.
Yeah, I think it's just like what we was talking about earlier, man. It's two sides of the wing attached to the same eagle, man. Like they know the implications that what the data can, like, as far as us, the safety and all that. They know what the data can hold, and they know what they do with our data. So just look at it like that. If you know what you can possibly do with the data in your hands, why would you let another country have it?
Straight up. I'm gonna get into the rest of this video. Go ahead, Ayo.
I was just saying facts to what he said. That's pretty much right up. It's like you don't want other people you don't know, and sometimes you don't even want people you know having your data. You know what I mean?
Straight up. We finna go
Hey,
live.
Cypher.
Go ahead. We
After
finna
you're
go
done
ahead.
with this video, I got a story to share you.
All right, man.
It survives, right? All right. Looks like, John, we don't have your audio, unfortunately. Christine, do you want to take that question? Maybe, John, you're muted.
Yeah, I can take that question.
Sure.
There are a couple, businessmen who have indicated previously that they're interested in purchasing TikTok. One of them is Trump's own former Treasury Secretary, Stephen Mnuchin. He said as recently as the spring, he would like to put together a bid. Today, we caught up with billionaire Frank McCourt. He confirmed he's been assembling, and now he has assembled a group that wants to move forward with a people's bid to buy TikTok. Specifically, they're interested in TikTok even without its algorithm. So this has been a bit of a sticking point because Chinese law prevents TikTok's algorithm from being exported out of the country. But the big question is, will ByteDance ultimately let them? Because the company has also said previously that divestiture for them would be impossible. Too technically and commercially complicated.
John, do we have you here?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It diverted to mute. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's interesting. We were just talking about the possibility. I mean, this is just like such a valued commodity, right? I mean, it's the popular go-to app for the younger generation. My son, for instance, who's 24 years old, swears by it religiously. So if there is a will, there is a way. The thing that always interests me about this and the connection to China is a total unpredictability of what's going to happen. There's so many other factors in play here involving the Trump administration in China. We've got this January 19th date. We've got the onus of the tariffs hanging over our heads. We've got these recent disclosures in a congressional hearing about something called Salt Typhoon, which is a breach of the telecom's data sources. There's something called Bolt Typhoon, which is an attack or an exploration of attacking U.S. critical infrastructure that emanated through China, evidently. So we've got all these kind of factors in play, which kind of plays into this hostility between the two countries on the tech side. And what to me is even more interesting is where we find the tech companies in the middle, like big tech companies, because they're so dependent on mainland China and that region for their revenue.
You know, obviously, we have an incoming Trump administration on the horizon in just weeks here, and maybe there's some reporting out there to suggest, you know, what may have led to this change of mind for Donald Trump when it comes to TikTok. Because in the first Trump administration, that is when this idea of a ban first gained traction, and this was highly sought after by members of the Trump administration, Trump himself. In an interview today on Fox with Larry Kudlow, Trump's incoming national security advisor, Michael Waltz, he said this about Trump. He wants to save TikTok. We absolutely need to allow the American people to have access to that app, but we have to protect our data as well here. Christine, is there any reporting out there to suggest why the about face by Trump?
I mean, that's the big question, right? Is Trump going to throw TikTok a lifeline? There's been reporting in the past about why he flip-flopped. Like you mentioned, he's the one who first pursued a ban against TikTok in 2020. One of his former top advisors, Kellyanne Conway, now advises for TikTok, and there's reporting about why he specifically flip-flopped when Congress was first debating.
That's that backpedaling shit I'm talking about. That's that backpedaling shit. Didn't they just say one of his advisors works on the board of TikTok? Is that
I'm
what
not sure.
they
I didn't
just
catch
said?
it.
Would that be like him making money off of Mario Lago while he was
How?
president?
How?
I'm saying like, what is that? Double dipping or conflict of interest.
Yeah, hell yeah, he will have, he can help him out or whatever. He will have more incentive to help save the company.
The bill that Jeffrey Yoss, one of his donors, also has a stake in TikTok, a financial stake in TikTok. But Trump hasn't said anything on this topic. The ruling came out today. Yesterday was the day. Today was the requested date by which both sides had requested a ruling. And yesterday, Trump actually posted some of his statistics showing how good his account's performance has been on the platform. Today, he hasn't said anything. We've reached out to his transition team, haven't gotten anything new on his plans. But, it's important to note that Trump isn't the only party here, right? There's also Congress, which fast-tracked this law. They felt very strongly about it. And all week I've been talking to Republican lawmakers who say that, if Trump dislikes the law, he needs to go through them.
John, I wanted to ask you, I mean, do you think ByteDance has been in good faith here with their arguments about why TikTok, should survive, should not be sold off, should not be banned? They kind of chalk this all up to a free speech issue. A TikTok spokesperson there, John and Christine, with this statement saying the Supreme Court has an established historical record of protecting Americans' right to free speech, and we expect they will do just that on this important constitutional issue. Unfortunately, the TikTok ban was conceived and pushed through based upon inaccurate, flawed.
That shit crazy.
Propaganda.
And hypothetical information, resulting in outright censorship of the American people. The TikTok ban, unless stopped, will silence the voices of over 170 million Americans here in the U.S. and around the world on January 19th, 2025. So TikTok says it's about free speech. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill say it's about Chinese national security threats, John.
Yeah, I mean, that was the same argument. I remember the congressional hearing where the executives from ByteDance were making the same argument to no avail, as it seems. You think about, too, this kind of looking at this through a political lens.
What you say, Jason?
I said it's both. Our freedoms of speech, because they push a whole bunch of agendas, hate speech, and funny shit on TikTok. but we also worried about them getting all of our information, right? So it's both. We want the freedom to say and do what the fuck we want, but we don't want people looking on our behind the closet.
And in terms of Trump, I mean, I have no idea what goes on through his mind, but his motivations at times, in a sense, he was against TikTok. Then perhaps he benefited from it during this election cycle. Same thing, and maybe his viewpoints about social media, including X, may have changed over time through talking to Musk. It's very interesting. I mean, this whole social media platform and the approach that the administration is going to take. For instance, I'll just throw out the FCC nominee Brendan Carr has sent mixed messages of what he wants to do. But one of the things he wants to perhaps do is repeal Section 230, which was protecting social media companies through third-party content. It's kind of a carrot and stick situation to me, in a sense, right? Putting people in line or getting them in line through threats and then through cajoling them. So that's why there's so much unpredictability to this. But I can't imagine an app of this size, magnitude, and influence just disappearing. I'm sure there will be a way, or perhaps a third party, to make a play for it.
Okay, just lastly, let's make predictions. What happens from now until January 19th? Christine, you first.
Well, the immediate next thing that TikTok needs to do is actually file an official appeal. You know, like you mentioned, it signaled that it will, but it needs to do that. And then the Supreme Court needs to decide whether it will take it up. And everyone I talked to today expects, it is likely to.
Oh.
And then the big question then is, do the justices pause the law while they consider the case? Because if not, TikTok will be banned while they're still, deciding whether to take it up. And the assumption is also that they will do so. So I don't think before Trump comes in, at least TikTok, will be banned before he has the time to act.
All right, and John, do you think it'll get sold?
I do, actually. Stranger things have happened. I didn't think Musk would buy Twitter. And how wrong was I about that? So anything could happen.
That's the thing about predictions. They can be wrong. Christine, John, thanks so much for your time. Talk soon. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Nice
You
way to
too.
cover your ass.
One of them is in regards to some threats being made by some of the picks from President-elect Trump to lead his administration. Let's put up a tweet here from the New York Post, as we're seeing that Hakeem Jeffries calling for, quote, maximum protection for lawmakers after House Dems received bomb threats as well. So Jeffries condemning several of those threats, mostly focused on lawmakers from Connecticut, targeting members of his caucus just days after numerous threats were made against President-elect Trump's cabinet selections. Jeffries confirmed in a statement on Friday that several Democrats were targeted, with threats ranging from pipe bombs in their mailboxes to swatting, or what also is a filing that false police report on another person's behalf that often results in a SWAT team being dispatched. Now, to help break all of this down, we are going to be joined now by Scott Duffy. He is a former FBI special agent. And Scott, good to see you, and thanks for joining us on this Sunday.
Yeah, good afternoon, Corel.
So, Scott, I want to tackle first the threats that were made earlier this week against some of these picks for President-elect Trump's cabinet. Now, these are just nominations. They haven't been confirmed yet. So explain to our viewers how security for these lawmakers works and how it may compare to already people that are part of a presidential administration, and how the FBI is involved with that.
Yeah, excellent. So you're in this limbo period where these picks, these nominations are not yet confirmed and thereby not yet federal officials. So you have federal violations with regards to swatting, harassment, these bomb hoax threats that are made through a variety of digital media, emails, through the internet, phones, however they're coming through, and then ultimately also through 911 call centers. So you have a variety of federal, state, and local violations there. And then, of course, the potential victims. If you had already federal officials where they're confirmed they're federal officers then you have additional laws that the federal government can pursue with regards to those specific threats.
Now, before I brought you on, I did bring up that tweet from the New York Post. I'm going to put it back up on the screen here because I have a follow-up question to this. The fact that Hakeem Jeffries is calling for that, quote, maximum protection for lawmakers after those bomb threats. Now, what would that entail? This maximum protection, what could that include?
Yeah, generally speaking, Corel, the members of the House do not receive security when they are not when they're not in the Capitol. So, for example, certain federal officials, right, the cabinet, the president of the United States, designees, et cetera, have Secret Service protection. The FBI provides a protective detail to both the FBI director as well as the Attorney General. Secret Service, again, Secret Service providing specifics to their leadership as well. So members of Congress outside your minority speakers, your House Speaker, your leader in those leadership roles, when they're outside of their duties, they're just aware of their own security, and they do not have 24/7 security. And so I imagine what the minority leader here is asking for is, hey, this has risen to that level of threats, and so we are asking for Capitol Police to provide those additional protective resources to members of the House that may feel a need. For example, if somebody just says, I don't feel comfortable, I feel like people could be threatening me for my views, my votes, or whatever, it doesn't rise to the level of, okay, there is a credible threat. Here, when you do have members of the House who are being targeted, there could be where Congress is going to have to provide or make a decision to provide additional security for its members, whether it be all members or those that have specifically been targeted for a set period of time until either there have been arrests or those threats die down and go by the wayside. So I imagine what he is asking for is Capitol Police and resources to be provided to House members when they are away from the Capitol and in their own residences.
Now, Scott, this entire conversation on security surrounding and protecting these lawmakers, it really intensified over the summer after that attempted assassination of now President-elect Donald Trump at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. So as someone that follows a lot of these threats throughout the last several years, how does what we're seeing now compare to what we've seen in the past? And what could that signal for what may come in 2025 when Trump takes office?
Yeah, it's been a while since there has been a true target, a threat against a presidential candidate, a former president or president. And so with the two attacks on President-elect Trump's life, both in July and September, that called for additional security to be provided by the Secret Service to then former President Trump to have the protections of what is a current president. And that's a significant increase, not only in manpower, but of course, all the additional resources that go into a protective detail. And then what we are seeing with regards to these really heightened threats, whether it be these bomb hoaxes, these pipe bomb threats or that have been taking place in the last few weeks against both sides, both with President-elect Trump's cabinet picks and other high-level picks, as well as members of the Democratic caucus. It is amazing to see this heightened threats being made. And so this is really tasking on our protective details throughout, because it ultimately, if when is decided that, hey, these members should be having additional security. It's not just a flip of a switch. It really does take a phenomenal amount of resources to all of a sudden be heading out, taking resources potentially from where they are typically, and then providing them to additional individuals that may not be privy to those security details, especially for the nominee picks. There may be Secret Service and other protective details that are going to be provided by the federal government to these cabinet picks in the interim, which may not be typical. So it is a strain on both federal, state, and local law enforcement and the powers that be to make the decisions to provide these details.
So that really segues me into my next question. Besides the resources that need to be made available to kind of curb these threats, what are some other challenges that protective details and the FBI is facing with all of this?
Yeah, this is a tremendous strain on law enforcement across the board. So starting with the very threats themselves, each and every threat must be responded to by local law enforcement as if it's real. They cannot be going into visiting a residence and say, "Oh, we're just here because we got a swatting call or this or that." They are responding as if it's real, and so thereby the intensity of that response, law enforcement ensuring that they're protected and secure. They don't know what they're walking into. They cannot go under the assumption that's a hoax. They are going as if they're trained and that this is a real deal. That's very taxing, not only physically because of the resources provided, but mentally, not only for those first responders who are doing their job, but then for the families, the children, the spouses, and of course the targets themselves. So this is very taxing as we move forward to, so for example, the FBI probably having, with regards to the federal assets and resources, to investigate, determine where these threats are coming from. Are they state-sponsored international threats from our foreign adversaries, or are they local perpetrators, whether it be coordinated or not? I would assume here that they are coordinated because of how quick they are and then who they're targeting. And so all this put together, you have coordinated efforts, not only in the protective details, but then of course the investigative details and then the prosecution that may be forthcoming. This is an amazing amount of resources to deal with this one threat, these threats that are taking place, not to mention all the other crimes that law enforcement, both on the federal and the local levels, deal with on a day-to-day basis.
Now, Scott, I do not believe that these suspects have been caught yet. So I know that there's a lot of these tactics within the FBI that the wider public is not really privy to, but tell me about some of the measures that have to be taken when trying to catch these perpetrators.
Yeah, so ultimately you have crimes that are being committed. So you have expert resources from the FBI that are being employed here. I would imagine that you have a coordination from headquarters looking at the different venues, for example, Connecticut, and then of course wherever else the President Trump-elect all his candidates, where they're at in each state that they're residing. And so you have all these different federal resources, offices rather, of the FBI that are coordinating with what they need. And so thereby subpoena power, search warrants, and determining first and foremost, where are these calls being generated? And then of course, going through all the, with what you have today with regards to digital expertise, being able to locate those who are spoofing one way or another, to locate who in fact are making these calls, making these threats through an email or a text message or directly by a call to a 911 call center, specifically in an area where one of these victims may be residing, for example, for a bomb threat or a swatting call. So then you have each and every office that is responsible for that location doing their investigations while coordinated on a higher level, that is probably through headquarters and through the Department of Justice, coordinating with each and every one of the United States Attorney's Office that has jurisdiction over each and every threat.
Now, Scott, before I let you go, I would like you to comment on this nomination made by President-elect Donald Trump. I want to put up a tweet here from the Trump War Room, and here it has a screenshot of the Truth Social post in which Trump announces that Kash Patel will serve as the next director of the FBI. Now, Scott, you offer a unique perspective here as a former FBI agent. So, in your mind, what does it take to be an effective leader within the FBI?
I would say, more generally speaking, what does it take to be an effective leader? And that is ultimately great moral foundation, a understanding of the men and women that serve the FBI from every aspect, that not only the special agents, but of course your tremendous amount of thousands of support personnel, and then understanding what is the mission of the FBI. Each and every director, and I've worked starting in '97 with the former director, FBI director Louis Freeh, and then retiring ultimately under the current FBI director, Christopher Wray. And each and every one brought their own perspective. And they have their own strengths and they have their own negatives, right? And they are coming into an agency not understanding perhaps all the ins and the outs of an agency, as opposed to what you might see in a local police department or a state agency, where someone has rose through the ranks and has gotten to know the ins and the outs, the good, the bad, and the ugly of a department, and then to rule, to be a good leader, and then ultimately continue to promote its mission. So I would imagine here, regardless of who President-elect Trump has selected, in this case being Kash, that if selected and so forth, that first and foremost, he will get to know his leadership role, his and the leaders that are already in place, and to be able to trust the FBI leadership as well as the FBI Agents Association that continues to offer its recommendations and whatnot to the FBI director. And so I would hope that this incoming FBI director, if selected, would take a step back, look at the great work that the men and women of the FBI have done to date, look at the positives and the negatives, look at everything that are with regards to its public image, and to see, and first and foremost, that it serves its mission, and that is to serve this country as a law enforcement agency as well as an intelligence agency, and that it serves with its local partners to deter crime, to prevent crime, and ultimately to seek the bad guys that are out there that continue to do harm to our society.
All right, Scott Duffy, their former special agent with the FBI. We always appreciate your time here at Loud Now from Fox to help us break down all of this breaking news from throughout this week. Take care.
Thank you, Corral.
Of course.
Everybody, senior White House correspondent for TBN News, and we're joining you today because of what's happening within the Trump administration. President-elect Trump receiving threats among his cabinet members that he's chosen to nominate. And look, we're close to Thanksgiving, and in fact, Thanksgiving is taking place tomorrow. And the families of these nominees have been threatened along with the nominees themselves. Let me read a statement to you that came out earlier today. Last night and this morning, several of President Trump's cabinet nominees and administration appointees were targeted in violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. These attacks range from bomb threats to swatting. In response, law enforcement and other authorities acted quickly to ensure the safety of those who were targeted. President Trump and the entire transition team are grateful for their swift action. President Trump and the transition team are focused on doing the work of uniting our nation by ensuring a safe and prosperous future. And with President Trump as our example, dangerous acts of intimidation and violence will not deter us. That's from Caroline Levitt, the incoming White House Secretary for President-elect Trump. Joining me right now, I have with me two guests who have followed politics very closely. One is Bunny Towns. She is the author of Jesus and Politics. She is also based in Texas, where she ran for political office. And then I also have Bobby Kipper, a 30-year law enforcement veteran
Felonies.
who has founded, speaking of violence, he founded the National Center for the Prevention of Community Violence, to which he operates from a science of actively caring for people. How about that? A science for kindness. And yet here we are, Bunny and Bobby, pre-Thanksgiving Day, and these new nominees who are only being nominated to serve this country, serve America, and help the nation, are now having to deal with these threats from various people. The FBI is investigating the case. Law enforcement has acted very critically and swiftly. Well, I got to get your take on this in terms of how you see this, and then I'll get to Bobby about the law enforcement aspect.
Well, first of all, Kelly, I think as the body of Christ, we can't stop praying when the election is over. You know, it is critical that we continue to pray for our national leaders, and it's really concerning. Lee Zeldin is one of the ones that was targeted. He's a former client of mine that will, you know, if he gets through nominations, will be the EPA agency head. But his house was threatened with a bomb, a pipe bomb, and he put on Twitter that it had a pro-Palestinian message on it, and he's Jewish. So I think we have a lot of people that are misinformed, that don't understand the value of all humanity, and that are really letting evil forces control them in this moment. And we need to be praying diligently and making sure that we support law enforcement and everything that they need in these moments.
And since you brought up Lee Zeldin, the fact that he's Jewish, and that the threat came from, or allegedly came from, a pro-Palestinian group, at least a group claiming to be that way, we've seen an uptick, as you know, a rise in anti-Semitism across the country and around the world. And you know Lee Zeldin personally. What do you think he's saying to his family right now as he's preparing, like all American families, to celebrate Thanksgiving?
You know, I think we're thinking about history and thinking that we've lived pretty comfortably in the United States, and you just wake up and you think, I'm going to serve, I'm going to be a public servant. But now you have to deal with what? Bomb threats when you're about to take in a cabinet position. It's a horrific day to live in, and we need to, you know, I think they're got to be sober right now. You know, Lee has a Hispanic wife and two beautiful daughters, and he's got a life that he has laid down for the service of our country, as a former veteran, as a former member of Congress, a former gubernatorial candidate. So the man has been diligent to follow and be obedient to what he felt like God was calling him to do. So it is definitely sobering, and I think all of us as Americans, especially Christians, need to be holding up their arms in prayer and sending our support and encouragement to these public servants.
Yeah, without a doubt, we do have to pray for our leaders and pray for these men and women who are willing to serve valiantly and courageously and boldly for this country and this new incoming president. Bobby, I want to get to you. Here's something that the FBI has said in a statement about these threats. The FBI said that it is aware of numerous bomb threats and swatting incidents targeting incoming administration nominees and appointees, and we are working with our law enforcement partners. We take all potential threats seriously and, as always, encourage members of the public immediately report anything they consider suspicious to law enforcement. Bobby, you've served admirably and courageously yourself, and thank you for your service as a public servant in terms of law enforcement. Well, what's happening here? First of all, people are commending law enforcement for their swift actions.
That's right, Kelly. And I think it's interesting to note that whether we agree politically with people or not, everybody in this country has the right to due process under the law. And that includes having your family and you individually protected against the type of things that we're seeing here. I do commend the fast response of law enforcement, and I absolutely commend the involvement of the FBI. When we're talking about bomb threats with, basically with the Palestinian, measure of it, then it falls into the area of a hate crime. And so I would hope that they would step up that investigation, and I'm sure they're viewing that aspect of it as we speak. Again, this is unfortunately a reality we live with in the United States. It's not a reality that we're comfortable with, and I agree with Bunny that we need to pray that does not become the common reality. But regardless of what people decide to do, when they step across that threshold and violate the law and threaten families with ultimate violence of bombs, then there has to be something reckoned with. And it sounds like the FBI and local authorities have jumped right on it.
And Bobby, from that perspective, as a law enforcement a member or retired, you're still advising administrations. You advised the Trump administration in the past on bullying, as well as the Bush administration. What about political hate speech and the incendiary aspects of that? What it can actually incite? Are we seeing some remnants of this going back to what the Biden administration has stated, or what President Biden himself stated about President-elect Trump being Hitler and things of that nature? Is all this coming to bear?
Kelly, I have a saying that violence is a process and not an event. And I certainly think this fits right in the category of that. I mean, you can't propose violent language. You can't propose violent, talk and battering back and forth with anybody, even if you oppose them politically, and expect the average person out here on the street not to grab some of that and run with it. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. I think inciting, language, inciting comments between parties never goes to good. And I think we're seeing that here. I think there's been some insightful things that have been said, and that lights a fire and a candle under some people. And you're going to have more of this, and if it doesn't calm down. My hope and prayer is that now that we're through the election, that some of this would stop. Obviously, at this point today, as we speak, it has not. And I think the only thing we can do is address what's here and now, and address every crime as it's a new crime. But I do agree with you. I think the adversity between the parties into the election has led into a lot of, and let's also understand there were at least 2 attempts of assassination to the now elected president. So this is not something that's been new, that's been dragged out here. It's a continuation. But my concern is now it's involving more people. And that is a concern because that really takes a lot of law enforcement resources and eventually a lot of protection. And it would be great when these people can be sworn in as cabinet members, because that will increase their protection factor as far as the U.S. government is concerned.
You had talked to me earlier, but I didn't mean to get to you, but you spoke to me earlier, Bobby, about the fact that what's happening right now really can exhaust law enforcement resources. I mean, thank God they're there, and we're swift in actually getting to protect the nominee that President-elect Trump has chosen to kill his cabinet. But it does put a drain on law enforcement locally, does it not?
Absolutely. And I have good friends that actually even work at the FBI level. And one of the things that they are busy doing constantly is trying to chase down these specific threats and the threatening language that comes in. And so I really think the federal authorities are really looking at this closely, which I admire the fact that they're not taking a line on whose side it's on. They're basically taking it as it comes in. But they are exhausted. They're down, as you're well aware. You and I have talked about this before, but policing is down in America, and some of these departments are really lacking for resources. But this is a priority because we've got to try to stop it on the front end so it doesn't increase or continue. And so it does. It puts a definite, strain on law enforcement resources, especially now in America at a time when law enforcement is sort of hurting in retention issues.
Not only that, at a time that we should be healing, buddy, as you know, President-elect Donald Trump was invited to the White House by the outgoing president of the United States, Joe Biden, just a couple of weeks ago. I was there at the White House when they had a briefing about that. Karine Jean-Pierre, the current White House press secretary, stated that the two men entered into substantive dialogue that went on for nearly 2 hours. And the one question that wasn't asked, I raised my hand during the briefing to try to get her attention to ask the question, is during that time period, did these two leaders have time to discuss healing America after such a divisive campaign where political hate speech had run amok? And as Bobby just talked about, an assassination attempt, at least 2 assassination attempts on President-elect Donald Trump as he was campaigning. We need healing in America. And that's the question that has to be asked. How do we heal the soul of America, which this president coming in wants to do, and the outgoing president wanted to do it as well, but we didn't get there. What's troubling to you politically right now, bud?
What's troubling to me, Kelly, is the amount of people that are really worried about sitting down with family members on Thanksgiving that voted differently than them. I think all of us have people in our families and our communities and our friendships that didn't vote the same way that we did, might not have the same worldview, struggle with different issues, right? And we need to keep those conversations open. We cannot just kill them with our words. We have to give them the same respect that we want them to give us. The golden rule has to be maintained right now in America. But at the end of the day, having worked for members of Congress for years, I would work for very conservative Republican members of Congress. And former Congressman Jeb Hensarling used to say, as he sat down with Maxine Waters in the Financial Services Committee, she is, sincerely wrong. But she is, sincere in her beliefs. So we have to realize that Americans, they're very sincere. If they are staying within the law and not doing what we're talking about right now, we have the right to disagree. And I believe, hopefully, that's what Trump and President Biden spoke about in that room.
Yeah, I hope so, because we have to learn as Americans to agree to disagree, but still live in harmony. That is the bottom line. Again, for those of you who are just perhaps watching us right now, no doubt you've heard about the fact that President-elect Donald Trump's nominees were threatened with bomb threats and swatting. The FBI is following up on these cases. Local law enforcement in the various areas where these nominees are located and living has swooped in to actually protect them and help them and serve them. We commend the law enforcement that has been there and so actively and proactive. Bobby, before we close, you have a campaign through your National Center for the Prevention of Community Violence called Actively Caring for People. I can't think of a better time right now, Bobby and Bunny, that we should be actively caring for our neighbor so that we can actually take care of each other, regardless of our political stripes and regardless of the fact if we've been chosen by the president-elect to be nominated to serve this country as a member of his cabinet. Talk to us real quickly about actively caring for people and why that matters for such a time as this.
Well, Kelly, as you well know, this all borders on character. Everything we're talking about borders on character. These are decisions of the heart to be insightful or to be in, and we believe we can change that if we get into a person's heart. Being nice is an outward appearance. Being kind is an internal choice. And so we believe that actively caring for people, when we look at the research and the science of kindness that we've developed and we've, become evangelists, and you've been some real supporter of us with this. But I would say that, there's a science to turning the page in this country, and it's called actively caring for people. It's really, getting people to the point where they might be down and out, but they can be better. And they can be better with all of us surrounding them and showing acts of kindness. Show it to your neighbor. I mean, this is a time where people should be thankful for what they have. But we also should be, addressing those people who are down and out in our communities. And that means reaching out to people that have not. And so we are on a campaign to turn the page in America. And we hope that we can do that in 2025 through the science of kindness and called actively caring for people. And I would invite people to join our mission at actively caring in the number 4p.org, actively caring ac4p.org. We're ready to go to town and change these dynamics once and for all.
And Buddy, I got to read in before we close. You've been very active in politics. You've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. This is this is an ugly moment where these families that are at one point were elated that their loved ones had been nominated by President-elect Donald Trump to serve in their cabinet. Now they have to be concerned about the way forward. Yet, nevertheless, we're talking about families now that have to gather around Thanksgiving with a question mark of saying, "Are we okay?" Prayer is very important in America, and this is the Christian Broadcasting Network, CBN. You've written a book called Jesus in Politics. What would Jesus do?
Jesus would be interceding as he is right now, ever before the Father, in prayer for these leaders. And again, Kelly, we can't stop with an election. We sometimes in American culture like to pray when we're in a crisis. We like to pray when there's an emergency. We like to pray around an election, but we sometimes forget that we need to be talking to God constantly. What we do with Christians Engaged, our ministry is to help people pray, vote, and engage ongoing. And lastly, I'll say, one thing we teach ongoing is to take on a position, not a person. Positions are something that we need to be bold about, be courageous about. We need to be fighting for what we believe, biblical values, etc. But remember that people are loved by God. People are created in the image of God. And so we take on a position, not a person. And that really helps us to be able to operate with biblical truth, but also operate within the Sermon on the Mount.
Sure, that means a lot today and every day for America and the way forward. I'm going to read again real quickly as I begin to close. This is a statement from the White House press secretary, incoming White House press secretary for President-elect Donald Trump, Caroline Leavitt, who wrote this last night and this morning. Several of President Trump's cabinet nominees and administration appointees were targeted in violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. These attacks range from bomb threats to swatting. In response, law enforcement and other authorities acted quickly to ensure the safety of those who were targeted. President Trump and the entire transition team are grateful for their swift action. And here's something else that she added that I think is very telling as we lead to a prayer at closing this. President Trump and the transition team are focused on doing the work of uniting our nation by ensuring a safe and prosperous future. With President Trump as our example, dangerous acts of intimidation and violence will not deter us. Right there, Ms. Leavitt, going back to what happened in Butler, of course, that assassination unsuccessful, and you recall that the campaigner at former President Trump raised his fist to say that we must fight, fight, fight. That is something that is indelible on the memories of everyone who watched that. But the key thing that she said there is that the Trump administration, the incoming Trump administration, will pursue unity. And that is what we need at a point like now. So for those families that have been threatened, those nominees that have been threatened, just encourage you to pray for them, keep them in prayer, and keep this nation in prayer as we move forward as a leader in this world, that we understand that we have to work together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And by the way, Erica, from Bobby Kipper, Bunny Pounds, and myself, Kelly Wright, Senior White House Correspondent for CBN News, we wish you all and pray that you all gather around your families and thank God and have a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for watching this report.
How do you wake up the president?
Very carefully.
I mean, what? Do you knock on the door? Do you open the door?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Both?
Yeah, both.
So, I mean,
Both. Knock and go, because time was kind of the essence
Yeah.
here. No, it's no big secret. They give you a goofy car with these antennas on it. And I've been to 74 countries and almost every state in the union, and it was true all across the world. Hey, the FBI are kings of investigation. The Secret Service has a lot more fun. When I went back to work, I put down that my first choice was the president's detail, and my second choice was the president's detail, my third choice was the president's detail. Of all the nights that I worked at the White House, you're always at some level of ready. And here I'm being told, we don't need you. It's like, our country's in crisis. What do you mean you don't need me? I don't see her in the interim. So I just left a note on the table that said, I'm headed to California. I'll call you when I get there. And that's the life of a Secret Service agent.
ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. He spent 24 years on, would you call it active duty? Is that
Active duty, sure.
Over the course of 3 different presidencies, which was Clinton, Bush, and Obama, with the United States Secret Service. Obviously, we're going to be talking a lot about that, but he also was on the board of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which we definitely want to spend some time digging into. And he's also the author of Cheating Death, which outlines all of his Secret Service experiences, which we're going to talk about. He's the guy behind the guy that you can't even see even when you're looking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Ken Valentine.
Mike, it's so good to be here. It's
Thanks.
an honor to meet you, an even bigger honor to be invited on your show. So thank you.
Well, it's the pleasure is all mine. Thank you much. I really appreciate you taking the time to come here and share your story, which is a pretty amazing one. I mean, you know, to be able to ask the guy that, was behind the scenes for those 3 presidencies, especially given where we're at as a nation now, there's a million questions. And I know a lot of our Patreon members have contributed questions, which I'm excited to ask you about on their behalf. But just, such a historical career that you've had, spanning such a significant time in our nation's history that I can't even imagine the things you've seen and the insight that you've gained from it. What's the last full book that you've read?
Oh, wow. I tell you, I've been on a tear lately. So I've been reading a lot. I think after I finished the second book that I wrote, I said, you know what, I need to do a little more intake. The last full book that I read was called Seeking Allah, Finding Jesus.
Really?
By Nabil Qureshi. Yeah. And right before that, Atomic Habits.
Oh, okay.
And I'm having trouble remembering his name for some reason, but that was one of the finest books I've ever read.
That's awesome. I've heard of both of them. Was there a significant takeaway from either that stand out?
Well, Atomic Habits for sure, because it really fed into what I believe, which is that it's these little things in life, these atomic habit things that we pursue and change and become disciplined for, that end up making the biggest difference. And so, I'm not looking for big change, looking for little change that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I think the Nabil Qureshi book was very interesting to me, just because, here's a committed Muslim that kind of like the C.S. Lewis story. He sought to disprove Christianity, to prove his Muslim faith, his upbringing, his background, and his heritage, and he ended up switching teams. So it was that was very interesting to me to see, how that could take place.
Yeah. What country was he from originally?
Pakistan.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's fascinating. What's something that you wish that you were better at?
Golly. I've got a long list of things I was better at. Patience is one of them. Seeing the good in things, even when you don't get your way.
Yeah.
That would be.
It's hard to do.
That's hard to do. Yeah.
If time travel were possible, where and when would you go? And more importantly, why?
Ooh. Well, I love history. So as long as I'm going backwards, I think that would be great. I have no interest in going forward. I'm afraid of what I might see, but going backwards, it would all be fun to me. I would love to go back to the 1800s, 1700s. I'd love to see what this place looked like before it got settled and inhabited and taken over. I'd love to go back further than that, ancient history and Rome and all of that. As long as I'm going backwards, I think that would be great. Just love all the history. Would love to see what it actually looked like instead of what we've been told.
For sure. Are you a man of faith?
I am. Sure am.
Do you have a desire in that same vein to go meet Jesus or see him?
Well, that would be fun. I think it'd be great to see where he walked, when he walked it.
Yeah. Would you try to talk to him?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What's the first thing you'd say? How about some wine, bro?
Yeah. I got some water. Could you change this for me? I think the question I would want to ask is, do you really love me that much? You're going to be, what's coming, and how, you love me that much. I mean, that's, of course, that's what I believe is that's why he did what he did. And so knowing that ahead of time, I think that would make that extra hard. So I think I'd ask that.
Absolutely. Great answer. Do you have a favorite quote?
By a person? Well, I've got so many favorite quotes, and I dumped them all in this book. So I've got to done the dump there. But Jonathan Edwards said, he said, point number one, I'm going to believe in God. And point number two, even when no one else does, I will.
Oh, wow.
And I've always kind of hung on to that. I put it in the book. It's the one I can come up with.
Yeah. Awesome. Do you have an EDC in Alabama? Everyday carry. Do you, are you rocking a pistol?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you mind sharing what it is?
Yeah. I've got three that I transitioned to. I'm going to embarrass myself because I'm going to tell you the truth. I've got a 5-shot 22 that I carry when I'm not carrying something else. I just lied. I've got 4.
Yeah.
I've got a Glock 9mm that I carry when I think about it too much.
Yeah.
And then I've got a little 380 that I don't like because it doesn't fit my hand very well. The 22 actually fits my hand pretty well. It folds out, and I can, I'm pretty quick with that, considering that you got to fold it and cock it.
Yeah. Is it like it's a wheel gun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not the Ruger LCR thing, right? Is it, if it flips? Like, what do you mean?
It's no, it's a North American Arms.
Oh, okay.
Just the handle, it folds into itself.
Oh, okay.
And you unfold it, cock it, and then pray, because it's not, even from a short distance. I took my boys to a range over Christmas, and you were lucky to hit anything with it, but it sure would make a lot of noise.
Yeah. Well, I will say a 22, that round statistically, like FBI statistics, gun shooting fatalities wise, actually kills more people than any other round. Usually it's from a rifle, but still, it's plenty capable. I had and carried a little Ruger LCR 22. I don't remember if it was a 5 or 6 shot, but you can get some pretty gnarly 22 rounds. But I mean, to me, I've always been, I think most people that have shot a lot tend to kind of come full circle on the ballistics and caliber preference, et cetera, for a carry gun. Because to me, like, it's one of those, tell me you shoot a lot, or, tell me you don't shoot much without telling me you don't shoot much. It's like, well, I want a 45. It's a stopping power. It's like, if the fucking round is going where it needs to go, it doesn't matter. On the transverse, if it doesn't go where it needs to go, it also doesn't matter, you know.
Yeah.
So a 22 will absolutely fucking drop. I mean, if you pin somebody between the eyes with a 122 round, it's game over, you know.
Game over.
And it's way fucking easier to hit somebody between the eyes with a 22 than it is with a fucking dirty, hairy hand cannon that, you know, is separating your fucking shoulder like you got kicked by a mule. So,
Well, for me too, it's a matter of being able to conceal it and carry it. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want the imprint. I don't
Yeah.
want people to know. So being able to conceal it well
yeah,
has been an issue for me. A skinny guy with, you know, that, you know,
Yeah.
and so that's been an issue and something that I have leaned into to, you know, a little bit of the emphasis on carryability versus, you know, what caliber it is. I just, it was more important to me to be able to shove this thing where nobody can see it and then
What do you
get it
mean?
quickly.
What do you mean, Ken? Where's this podcast going already?
Yeah.
I am curious, did the 24 years as a Secret Service agent shape or influence that mentality of it's about how it carries and how insignificant it is from a weight and print standpoint? Is that a big part of why you carry what you carry and your preferences now?
Yeah, I've never thought about that, but I think you're probably onto something because in the Secret Service, you know, once you put on the pen and the sunglasses and the earpiece, everybody knows who you are anyway, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You could literally have a cannon on you. I mean, we could strap an Uzi under your under your suit coat, and who cares?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, of course, it's a Secret Service. You got weapons. I mean, half the time guys are carrying rifles, you know, and it's kind of on display.
Yeah.
So, you know, to separate myself from that, I think was important.
Yeah.
And I don't, and so now, you know, Joe Private Citizen, I don't, you know, if something's going to go down, I want to be the surprise. I don't want it known ahead of time that, you know, this guy's a potential threat. I'd like to surprise people with that. So,
Amen. Guys, real quick, I've recently launched Patreon for the all-inclusive mic drop experience. This goes above and beyond just ad-free. Yes, you are getting ad-free episodes, but you're getting before and after bonus footage of myself and the guest in studio, in many instances outside of the studio, doing jiu-jitsu, dog stuff, car, motorcycle, recovery, fitness, lifestyle, all kinds of different things. All the different things that I have going on are included in that Patreon page. We're releasing content multiple times a day, every single day. And I want to offer that to you guys. Just go to my Patreon page. The link is in every description or any platform that I'm on, and come enjoy that experience with me. That content is for you guys. It's what you want to see. It's about you. It's about what world you want to peek into in terms of all the different things that I have my hands in. And we're bringing that to you guys just for you. And I want to take one quick second to just say thank you to everybody who already has signed up. Without your support, we couldn't do what we do for you. So thank you to you guys, and I look forward to seeing you in there. What are the two key components for canine success? It's effective training and proper nutrition. Fueled by Team Dog brings those two components to your family and best friend. The perfect nutritional balance that results in a higher mental acuity, energy, overall vitality, and even an improved appearance. Every product you will find in my company's store was born from the battlefield and not from the boardroom. Let my life's work help you become your dog's hero. AM routine, when you're, normal day at, a work week, et cetera, what time do you get up and what do the first 3 hours look like?
Oh, great question. For me, I get up at 5. That's my typical go-to time to get up. Even if I don't set an alarm, I'm probably going to wake up about 5 o'clock. If I have my druthers and I'm not getting on an airplane or doing something else that's got to be done, I spend the first hour reading the Bible and praying. And that is my go-to. That's what I've come to love. First thing in the morning is just me and the Lord in the Word. And then again, if I have my choice, then I go to the gym.
Yeah.
And so it's me, God, the Bible, and a cup of coffee, and then I'm off to the gym.
Yeah.
And I spend the next hour at the gym, and then depending on what else I've got going on, I'm home, family, getting ready for work.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite book of the Bible?
I do, and it's like a wheel that I spin and throw a dart at. But right now it's the Psalms.
Yeah.
Old Testament. Just digging into those. There's a whole bunch of them, 150 of them. So
Yeah.
you can kind of pick and choose, and some are a little drier than the others. But I think right now digging in, that's my new favorite.
Yeah.
For the moment. It'll
Yeah.
change again.
Yeah. I love it. Childhood wise, where are you from? And talk about what it was like growing up.
Yeah. I grew up in Indiana. I mean, nobody believes that, but
Why?
well, just the way I sound. But my family was from Tennessee, and we got moved first to Oklahoma, and my parents got moved to Indiana. So my sister and I grew up in Indiana, but it was rural Indiana. So we moved a few different places, but probably the closest thing to a city we lived on was just a cul-de-sac street in the middle of a farm, and there were maybe 30 houses on this single strip street. And we were there until I was about 10 years old, and that was just a fantastic place to grow up. And there are a lot of kids, a lot of freedom, farmland, woods, creeks and ponds and lakes and whatnot. And then we moved, and we just moved across the farmland to a house out truly in the middle of the country, gravel road, gravel driveway, and surrounded by woods. And that was just heaven for a 10-year-old. I mean, that is just, I was turned loose and given a ton of freedom just to do, what you want to do. But a lot of sports, a lot of outdoor, hunting and exploring and enjoying it.
Yeah, that's awesome. You got along with your sister well, I assume.
Sure did. Yeah.
Were there any significant, impactful moments as a child, whether they were either super traumatic or on the other side of the token, just like incredibly positive in an impactful way?
Growing up, wow. I don't think of any.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I had a very stable growing up.
Yeah.
I mean, my parents were together. My extended family were all together. We were in Tennessee all the time.
Yeah.
With my parents, siblings, and grandparents, and so yeah, it's pretty unremarkable actually. In a remarkable way, because there just wasn't a lot of, there wasn't trauma, there wasn't, nothing terribly remarkable about it. But these days, I think that is kind of remarkable.
Agreed. Absolutely, it is, and I think one, it's rare, but two, I think there's no better recipe for a child's success than for that to be the case. Now granted, there's something to be said for, and I've met a lot of amazing people that had book-worthy childhoods in terms of how traumatic and just all over the place fucking crazy they were, and their resilience that was learned in going through that stuff has kind of built them into this powerhouse human being that is just uber successful. But I think those are anomalies. They're exceptions, and most of the time it's pretty counterproductive when kids have really rough childhoods. But
yeah, I think my dad's story would have been more like that.
Yeah.
He had a alcoholic dad, abusive. Think he loved him, but he never said it.
Yeah.
Didn't know it.
Yeah.
And so I think it drove my dad to do great things, and so of course he's my hero. So he, I look at him and see what he had, what he then sought to provide as a result of all that, and
that's awesome. I share a very similar childhood to you that way. I had two older brothers, a younger sister, and our family was like fucking leave it to Beaver growing up. I mean, I didn't realize how special that was until, like junior high, when I started going to other people's houses and spending the night and seeing, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, but anyway, what did your parents do for a living?
Early on, Mom was stay at home.
Yeah.
Mom was very ambitious though. And she attended college early, ended up getting married, having me. And then she went back to school to be a designer, interior design, architecture. When I was probably later grade school, opened a business, still going to school through junior high for me. in high school, and then we were actually in college together.
Oh, wow.
And so well, in fact, I would run into her on campus. It was the craziest thing. And she looks incredibly young for her age. So I was always interested in who her friends were on campus. And so she would introduce me to her friends. I took one of them out. And then dad was an FBI agent. So, you know, I couldn't get away with anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every cop in town knew him. It seemed like everybody knew him.
Yeah. I can only assume or imagine that had or played a role in your career path.
It did. Yeah. I sought to emulate my dad. I wanted to be like him. My uncle, also an FBI agent, was the one who got my dad in, you know.
Nice.
And so, yeah, I had great role models. I wanted to be just like them.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, when I put my chips in, that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Dad had the wisdom, and the Bureau guys are going to hate this, but Dad had the wisdom to say, hey, I think you're a little different. Why don't you put in for Secret Service? Because he got to work with the Secret Service, which honestly, it just doesn't happen that often. And he loved them. He loved the culture. He loved the guys that he was working with. And he said, you know, you may want to pursue this. And of course I didn't listen right away. I did eventually.
Yeah. Did you ever ask him, or did he ever communicate to you what he saw in you that made him think Secret Service would be better than FBI?
He did articulate that a little bit. He and my uncle both pushed me to go to law school. I didn't want to go to law school. I think there was some sense in me that said, I know this is a good idea, but I didn't want to do it. But they were pushing. I got in, so I went. Dad said at that point, hey, if you go FBI, they're going to put you in a white collar crime squad and you're going to be miserable. And I think he saw in me, a bit of jack of all trades, you know, a little attention deficit disorder maybe.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're going to want to do a variety of stuff and you're going to get to do one thing.
Yeah.
And hey, the FBI are kings of investigation. They've got the resources, the manpower, the wherewithal. They're it. The Secret Service has a lot more fun.
Yeah.
And
go ahead.
Well, and I think Dad saw that. You know, he saw these guys that dropped everything to do a Ronald Reagan protection advance.
Well, if you wake up
And
and see
then
this, I'm out.
when it was over,
Sorry,
they
I'm
went
trying
back
to
to
get your
doing
attention.
investigations, which he loved.
Have a good
and
night, y'all. Keep
he's
cooler.
still very good at it. But I think he saw in me, you know, I think he knew I needed to play multiple games. And
is that what he did for the FBI, is investigations of a specific thing, or what?
Well, you know, that's funny that you asked that, because what he actually said to me was, you're looking at my career thinking that's what you're going to get, and you're not.
Oh, okay.
He really had a great career, and he got to investigate everything from bank robberies. They used to go out on bank robberies and chase these guys literally.
Yeah.
And that was fun. He got shot at. He's been in lots of high speed car chases, all this stuff. And he had a great career and absolutely loved it to the day that he retired, 30 years. But I think what he saw coming was that I wasn't going to have the same experience.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously the I in FBI is investigations, but they do a lot of things. And there's some guys that in the FBI do none of investigatory work. So I'm always curious. And there's a surprisingly wide swath of variety within the FBI. I mean, really a lot of federal agencies, things that you wouldn't think, Secret Service being as good of an example, I think, as any of the different types of things that they do. Most people just think it's just protecting the president, and there's a ton of other shit, which we'll get into. But was there kind of a light switch moment for you in high school or as a child where you really said, that's what I want to go do? Or was it kind of a culmination of watching your dad growing up and what have you?
I don't think it was me and light switches weren't together in high school. I was interested in very little in high school, and you know what I'm talking about. And so no, nothing good really emanated from me, including thoughts in high school. But I think I knew what I wanted to do well before that. And I think looking at Dad and watching him give speeches and do what he did, and kind of the respect that he enjoyed, I wanted the same thing. And so I think I knew very, very early, and rarely did I even entertain doing anything different.
Yeah. So you graduated high school. Did you go to law school like they wanted you to?
I did. I went to college. Mom and I, hanging out together at Purdue, and then I immediately went to law school.
At Purdue also, or
no? They wouldn't have let me in even if they had a law school. No, I went to, I applied all over, didn't hear back from a lot of them. And I was accepted at 4, chose Mississippi College.
Oh, okay.
Clinton, Mississippi.
Yeah. And did you finish?
I did.
You did?
Yep.
What was that like? I mean, did you struggle getting through it with the subject matter and just kind of the person that you were and how you were wired, or did it come fairly easy?
No, it did not come easy.
Yeah.
That was, law school was a struggle for me. College, frankly, was a struggle for me. I give a lot of credit to my college roommate starting my second, third, and fourth year in college. Tom Grayson was the role model, the example. I hitched my wagon to him, and he, after almost failing out, I changed my tune a little bit. I made the dean's dishonor list at Purdue, and then had to turn it all around. And I followed Tom to the library every night. And he, I didn't learn. I just started putting in the time, and it wasn't very efficient or effective immediately, but things started to turn around. And by the time I finished, I was stroking all A's at Purdue.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, I get to law school and had to relearn my lesson all over again. I talk about that in the book because it was a powerful lesson to call Tom up, and he's in medical school and I'm in law school, and he's asking me, how's it going? And I told him about all the fun I was having. And he says, man, you didn't learn anything at Purdue, did you? So law school was a struggle for me. I really had to fight it. I was the one who didn't take it quite as seriously as others. I mean, others had all these big plans. I wanted to be in federal law enforcement. So I didn't take it as seriously as I should have. And try to dig another ditch and then had to come out of it again.
One thing I wanted to ask, childhood, college, even law school, did you play sports? Were you athletic growing up?
I was. Yeah. My dad played college basketball. And so I thought, well, it's just a family gene thing. It turns out it's not. My sons are better than I was. But I played baseball, football, basketball, and then I played tennis too. When football stopped being an option, when I started getting crushed. I went with a buddy to play tennis one day, and in terms of, I think we had a golf team and we had a tennis team, but they were the ones that everyone slaughtered, So,
like a practice
I
squad.
got to play on that.
Yeah. As you guys know, sleep is a huge component to recovery and really all aspects in life. And it's something that a lot of us have struggled with, for a lot of our lives, frankly. As you know, I've been a big proponent of Beam, which is a hot cocoa that, you drink before you go to sleep. And it's helped tremendously in terms of hours of sleep maintained, as well as the quality of sleep. Today, my listeners get a special discount on Beam's Dream Powder, which is their science-backed hot cocoa for sleep, and it's got no added sugar. Better sleep has never tasted better. As you know, other sleep aids can cause next-day grogginess and just make you feel crappy, but Dream contains a powerful all-natural blend of reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, and apigenin, also melatonin, to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up feeling refreshed. If you want to try Beam's best-selling Dream Powder, get up to 40% off for a limited time when you go to shopbeam.com/micdrop, all caps, all one word, and use code MicDrop, all one word, all caps, at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/micdrop and use code MicDrop for up to 40% off. How often do you guys find that you can't find a t-shirt that fits well at all? It's either droopy around the neck, it's too long, loose in the sleeves, or too tight in the sleeves. For me, especially with what I would consider an athletic build, it's difficult to find shirts that actually fit. True Classic Tees does not have that problem. Their activewear becomes essential for workouts and vacations alike. The crew necks offer moisture wicking, odor control, quick dry, antimicrobial finishes for ultimate comfort. Compare them with their super soft, stretchy joggers for all day comfort. If you're looking to dress up, you can do the short sleeve button ups for the relaxed yet polished summer look. You can pair them with True Classics authentic jeans for a laid back vibe that never goes out of style. Coastal Charm, you got the classic polo t-shirt. If you're in the active category, True Classic keeps you cool and stylish with the 2-in-1 short and 7-inch training shorts. Seriously, you know, whatever you choose, you can't go wrong with True Classic. They have a little bit of everything for everybody. All their clothing can be mixed and matched and designed to work with your lifestyle so you can look and feel your best each and every day. In fact, True Classic is so committed to their products, they even have a 100% perfect fit guarantee and easy returns. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/micdrop, all caps, all one word. Discover the perfect blend of summer vibes and timeless elegance with True Classic. Shop now and elevate your summer wardrobe with ease. That's trueclassic.com/micdrop. Nothing in college?
No.
Were you, did you stay in shape? Like, did you work out and lift and that kind of stuff? Or?
You know, I did. I mean, I tried to run. I absolutely hate running.
Yeah.
I wrote in the book that the only thing I hate worse than running is not running.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, I hate it that much. It's right down there with not running. And so, I tried to stay in shape. But I got hit with Crohn's disease when I was in college and had to have surgery. They removed part of my colon, just what you wanted to hear about, I'm sure.
I've heard some pretty gnarly shit on this show over the years. So, I would ask, or even I would challenge you to try to surprise me or gross me out. If you can, I'll think of something cool.
That set me back. I mean, that was a little hard to take. That wasn't part of my life plan. Tom, again, being the surgeon wannabe, his dad was a surgeon. He knew a lot about that and kind of coached me through in a way that nobody else was probably capable of at that time, because I wasn't going to listen to him. Yeah. And thankfully, I kept my wits about me and maintain the desire to keep moving forward toward my goals. Because if you read up about Crohn's and, have that kind of surgery, you think your options are limited.
Yeah.
And, I just thank God for wise counsel and good advice at the time that I got it. And had I listened to that, had I allowed that label to kind of stick to me, I probably wouldn't have pursued the Secret Service. I probably wouldn't have been allowed to in some respect. And the odd thing is that there is no cure for Crohn's disease. And 500,000 people in this country have it. There's no cure. It's a horrible disease, and the doctors now can't find a trace of it in me. So
wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, and call it what you want. I've got words for it. Yeah. But yeah, I don't. No meds, nothing.
Yeah, that's incredible. Did you eat a certain way to help mitigate some of those symptoms, or
I tried?
Yeah,
I didn't.
I don't know much about it, admittedly, but
I couldn't find a path to green with that. When that was going on, and I didn't find anything that helped.
Yeah,
really.
Wow. All right, so you finished law school. What was the path from graduating law school until ultimately becoming a Secret Service agent?
Well, it was a little bumpy.
Yeah.
I finished law school working nights at United Parcel Service, and the FBI. So I graduated on a Friday, maybe a Saturday, May of 92. Got married a week later.
Oh wow!
And so all of that was planned, and so 2 months prior to that, the FBI called and said, "Hey, we've got a hiring freeze on, and so best of luck to you." Wow. I'm like, "Hey, I had all my eggs in one basket."
Yeah.
And so I turned to my dad, still with the FBI, and he said, "Well, I've been telling you all along, you need to apply to Secret Service." And so the bumpy part was that that the Secret Service took forever. I mean, they've got it going on now where they can get an applicant through the process in under a year. But back then, it took me from 92 to 96 to get hired.
Wow.
And part of that was on me. I kept moving, and I couldn't take leave to go do all the testing and all the stuff. So some of that was on me, but it was just a long, difficult process with a ton of steps, and you move, you start over. And so I continued working at UPS at nights. I got a job at Sears part-time for a little while. I got a job as a parole officer with the Department of Corrections for a little while. And then I took a job with State Farm Insurance back in Tennessee where family was, and did that until the Secret Service finally wised up and
and brought you on board. Having a law degree, doing something where that was a prerequisite or of a benefit, not register, or just something you didn't want to get into, or?
I had no interest.
Yeah.
I work, and honestly, I did work part-time for a law firm. I just did not like being stuck behind a desk.
Yeah.
So my brother-in-law got me a job at his firm where I got to work one summer. I interned at a firm in Knoxville, and it just wasn't my cup of tea. And I could see my dad's wisdom in, hey, we need to get you something where you can mix it up a little bit and go out, come back, go out, come back. And so, no, in fact, I applied for a job with the police department and would have loved working for this police department. I won't mention them because it's not pretty, but they didn't realize I could hear them talking over the wall.
Oh, wow.
And the law degree hurt me. They
Really?
didn't want to hire somebody who they assumed was leaving. And maybe that was a fair assumption.
Yeah.
But as soon as they found out that I had a law degree and my dad was FBI, they were like, we're not.
Yeah.
And they were in there making fun of me, and I could hear them. And then I had to go in and submit to the interview. And it's like you guys can play all you want, but I know you're dogging me.
Yeah. It would have been impossible for me not to go in there and fuck with them in a way where I would make sure that I knew, or that they knew that I had heard them, some little smart ass comment, something.
I think if current Ken Valentine had gone in there,
sure
that's exactly what would happen. But then I was
time.
still thinking, well, there's a chance. Maybe if I'm really good, they'll pick me up.
All right. So 92 to 96, you're kind of bouncing around doing different stuff. You finally get picked up by the Secret Service. Walk us through that initial entrance and such.
Yeah, they had a great offer for me. The Secret Service agent called me, and I think it was 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, and
I'm still at work, and I worked my tail off at State Farm working claims. I just was slow or didn't get it or something, but I was working a lot of nights and weekends there. For nothing, but they called me and said, hey, we want to offer you a job. And I was like, I'll take it. Very excited, ready to go. Well, wait, hold on.
You don't know what it is yet. I'll take it.
It's going to be, the offer is in Louisville, Kentucky. I said, I'll take it. Yeah. And he's like, hold on. He said, we're going to start you at a GS9. And I remember being told that the law degree will get you a better starting point. But I didn't know if the 9 was better than the 7 and the 5, or if that was worse. But it didn't matter. I just said, I'll take it. Turns out that was the better, but I was going to take it no matter what. And so I finally got the opportunity to say, I'll take it. And so we had to move ourselves to Louisville, Kentucky. We packed up everything that we had in our little apartment. We didn't have any kids at that point. And we moved from Morristown, Tennessee to Louisville, Kentucky, and dropped my sweet wife off there. And I headed to Beltsville, Maryland first. They did a week or two there of orientation and, all the government stuff. And then you go to FLETC, to the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Training Center, Glencoe, Georgia. And that's I think 3 or 4 month ordeal. It's kind of like its own academy. You have to graduate from that. It's very generalized stuff. You get a little bit of everything. You get some handcuffing, you get some legal training, you get a little bit of driving, and all the stuff that you would want a federal law enforcement officer to have. And then you go to Secret Service Academy, and we don't even call it an academy. It's just the training center at Beltsville, Maryland. And that's when it got real. The other was kind of child's play in comparison. It was, there were certainly days where it was rigorous, but our instructors were the best. We had these 2 guys. One was a former Marine, and they loved to mess with us. And so they would fly down and say, we know you pansies aren't running down here, so let's go for a run. And it'd be like, we ran this morning.
Yeah.
We're going to run this afternoon. Let's go. And so they, Dan Emmett was the lead instructor. Scott Marble was number 2. And they put a whooping on all of us. And, it's probably a good thing because I needed a challenge. I needed it to be hard, or I would have probably, if it hadn't been hard, I think I would have graduated and said, well, this isn't what I thought it was.
Yeah.
But as hard as it was, thanks to Mr. Emmett, I still call him Mr. Emmett.
Yeah.
I was grateful. I felt like I had accomplished something. I'd gotten through something that was tough for me. And so I was, this is it. I'm here. This is what I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. How long is the academy? We had Evie on not long ago.
Yeah.
But I was, just because everybody's experience can be a little bit different, I'll ask you some of the same things. What was the total time for the actual academy for Secret Service?
After FLETC and you go to the Secret Service portion, it's 3, maybe 4 months long.
Yeah. And you said it was tough. I mean, was there anything that stuck out as being the most challenging there?
Mr. Emmett.
Yeah, just the pounding or, the running, the physical messing with, basically.
The classroom stuff, honestly, was not a huge challenge.
Yeah.
The deal there was more about perfection. You didn't want to get anything wrong. You wanted to get it all right. The physical training, however, was pretty substantial.
Yeah.
And not every class had it the same. In fact, we looked down on every other class that ever went through there because they didn't have Mr. Emmett.
Yeah.
And, former Marine, he ran it like boot camp, and he pounded it out of us. And we would, the loop around Beltsville is maybe 3.5 miles. And, Mr. Emmett was famous for leading us on a run, and we'd get back around to the flagpole and he'd say, does anybody want to quit?
Yeah.
And nobody said yes. He said, well, then let's go again.
Yeah.
And man, I remember one day we did that 4 times.
Wow.
And, it was hot as all get out. And in between, he would have you stop and do push-ups until the stragglers caught up. And we had a tower out there, a 9-story tower that he'd make us run up. And so he enjoyed putting it on us. And hey, I was better for it. Honestly, I needed something hard, and he provided.
Yeah. Safe to say that was the most physically challenging thing you'd done in your life.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So once you graduated there, do they have like a system where either right before, during, or right after, do they kind of give you guys assignments the way they do in most federal places or even a lot of military units?
I think so. Secret Service does it a little different. So they tell you ahead of time where you're going to start. So, when the guy called me that night, said, I want to offer you a job, Special Agent GS9. We're going to start you in Louisville, Kentucky. Other federal agencies, and I think the Bureau still does it this way, they don't tell you where you're starting.
Okay.
And the only difference really is that we had to move ourselves, the first one. The FBI didn't tell you where you're going, but they move you when you find out. And then from there, at least back in my day, you had to pick a full-time protection assignment after 4 to 7 years.
Yeah.
And so there's a backlog of people waiting to go, and then those slots rotate open, and then they're trying to fill those slots with, who's currently up. And so you could certainly voice your preferences. You could try to pull strings and work the net, all this kind of stuff. But a lot of times you had to go where the needs were.
Yeah. How many different assignments are there within the Secret Service?
They're not that many. I mean, you can be
list them?
you can be assigned to the field, and we have field offices in every decent sized city in the country.
Yeah.
Then on the protection side, there are very few. You've got the president's detail, the vice president's detail. We've got an intel section. We've got a dignitary protective detail
and a
section. And then formers. Yeah. You've got a number of former details, and then we have headquarters. So all kinds of aspects within headquarters there.
Yeah. And so within a field office, like what is taking place there?
Yeah. It's all investigations unless and until you get a protective visit. So Dallas, for example, a huge field office, a great, well-run field office. They've got multiple teams there because they have former presidents that, or at least one that lives here, at least part-time. And so they have a full-time detail that lives here, works here, and utilizes the office. And then you have the field office side of it that's doing the criminal investigations. So it's a financial crimes. It's all financial type investigations with the addition of protective intelligence.
Yeah.
So if there's a threat against the president that they can identify took place here, you're going to go out and interview.
Yeah. So the guys that are in field offices, or I guess really any Secret Service agent, while they're doing that job, let's say they're married, there's a neighborhood barbecue, you know, Johnny dipshit neighbor's like, "Hey, Bob, what do you do for a living?" Are you going to say, "I'm a Secret Service agent"? Sure. So you're not going to keep that a secret.
No, it's no big secret. I mean, they give you a goofy car with these antennas on it, and you know, I mean, it's really not a secret. And you know, the great thing though about being in a field office is that, and this is where, you know, if you've got attention deficit disorder, it's perfect because you go in on a Monday morning. If you didn't get called out on the weekend, you're going in Monday morning, and it'd be a whole new world.
Yeah.
You know, you may be leaving that afternoon to go somewhere because the needs of the service. You know, the president's going to, you know, Taiwan, so we need a number of people to go to Taiwan. Well, they're certainly the president's detail is going to lead that effort, but they also need additional people, so they'll randomly choose them from various field offices. So, you know, even when I started in Louisville, my first day on the job, they gave me a rattle trap of a car, and I drove that home that night. The next day I drive in, and by sundown, I'm on a plane to California for President Clinton visit in California. I get rolled from that into the RNC, the Republican National Convention, in '96. And, you know, this is before cell phones. I think we had a cell phone, but it wasn't actually turned on because we couldn't afford to pay for that part of it. But I couldn't get a hold of my wife. So, I mean, I wish I had the note that I left her on the table. She was out buying groceries. We didn't have any groceries. And she's out buying groceries. I tried to call the house, didn't get an answer. I drove home to pack very quickly and then beat feet over to the airport that I've never been to. And I don't see her in the interim. So I just left a note on the table that said, "I'm headed to California. I'll call you when I get there." And that's the life of a Secret Service agent.
Yeah.
We've got another, we call it our Secret Service family portrait when we lived in Mississippi. It's my wife and 4 kids, and I'm not there because I got called out. We had this kind of expensive, you know, photo op set up in the Grove at Ole Miss, and you know, you know, the lighting and all the stuff's got to be just right. And so it was all set up, and I get called out. Well, they couldn't cancel that appointment. So, and she was pregnant anyway, so she didn't know it. So we you know, kind of a joke in our family.
Yeah. Wow. All right. So one of the things you mentioned, the goofy antennas on the vehicles, the vehicles that Secret Service agents have at field offices and, you know, company vehicles outside of what they're driving protective details around in, are they anything special, or they're just run of the mill?
Well, they're special because you get a gas card with it. You know, I mean, but no, there's nothing special about those cars.
The antennas, I mean, is there like specific comms that are in them that are, I mean, what is it?
Yeah, that wasn't fair. I mean, yeah, they've got radios and sirens, you know, they're programmable radios that you can encode and encrypt and all that. So yeah, there is some equipment in there, but there's, you know, it's not like in the old days when they bought the cars with the big engines and all that stuff.
Supercharge them, run flats.
No, the government's much too smart for that now. And so, yeah, you're getting low bidder on whatever company was selling to the government that week. And in fact, I think now they may even be in rental cars that they're allowed to put radios in.
Yeah. All right. So you go to Louisville first. How long were you there for?
4 years.
4 years. And doing all the kind of standard beginner new guy stuff of.
You bet. Yeah. Criminal investigations, all financial crimes.
Like what kind of crimes are you investigating as a new Secret Service agent?
Yeah. Back then we did treasury checks. I hope they're not still doing those things because they're next to worthless. I don't know who's still getting a treasury check in the mail, but it's a big mistake because thieves are looking for those things and they're just too easy to rip off the government. but we would investigate those. The biggest thing that we were doing was counterfeiting.
Yeah.
And counterfeiting was a nuisance, but not a huge financial crime in terms of impact on the economy. And so the upcoming thing back then was more cyber. I just wasn't smart enough to be a cyber guy, so I didn't have any skills in that area and really wasn't interested in learning. So, I missed the boat on that. And so what I did focus on was bank fraud.
Okay.
And you know, a number of the banks would have thefts, internal or external, that they wanted investigated, and the Secret Service and the FBI shared jurisdiction over that, so we would have to kind of work out a little turf.
Yeah.
But I loved it, and that's what I kind of, you know, I don't want to overshoot, but that's what I became known for there, is the guy who would do it even if nobody else would.
Yeah.
And so I started taking a lot of ground ball financial crime investigations, even if it was teller embezzlement type stuff.
Oh, wow.
And had a lot of success getting eliciting confessions over that. So, you know, no good deed goes unpunished. So I kept getting them.
Yeah. You said there was, I mean, I'll throw the words in your mouth, kind of a pissing contest with FBI sometimes.
Sure.
Was there ever a time where it was a scene like a Tommy Lee Jones movie scene where there's a, you're out of your fucking jurisdiction? Was there ever any of those kind of slapping the dick on the counter moments? Never.
I'd love to say yes, but no. I mean,
just lie.
I should lie. I should just tell you, yeah, and I knocked him out.
Yeah.
But no, there wasn't.
Never.
No, you know, I think I did have one case where I think that conversation may have taken place, but it was over my pay grade.
Oh, I got you.
And so I'd initiated a case, and I did all the right things, you know, in terms of notification to them, and I grabbed this thing and ran with it. And when it made the front page of the Louisville newspaper, you can bet they were burning down our door saying, you know, who, what, when, where, why, and how. And it's like, oh, we did notify you real quietly, but we did.
Yeah.
And so I ran with that case, but it was bank fraud, you know, it was, and so concurrent jurisdiction.
So, I mean, with bank fraud, I mean, that's such a vague charge. Can you kind of Reader's Digest version give us what all constitutes bank fraud?
Yeah. Well, there is so many different types of bank fraud, and it's really evolved. But it started with like check kiting. You know, if you were bouncing checks and or counterfeiting checks, that was pretty popular back in the day.
Like the Catch Me If You Can.
Absolutely.
Kind of
Yeah. That is a great example, big bureau kind of thing, and international flair. So, but the stuff that I was dealing with was a whole lot smaller scale, and much more localized. So what I had was that front page story actually was an oncologist in Louisville that was beating the banks at their own game, and so he was borrowing money fraudulently and just not paying them back.
How do you even start to try to do that?
Yeah, you and I wouldn't be allowed to do that, but back then, at least, and I hope it's not still true, a doctor could walk in and sign a note that says, "Yeah, I'm good for it," and they'd give him $500,000 or $1 million, and that's what these banks were doing. Wow. The thing was, he was going to every bank in town, and then he was gambling that money and lost it all. Jesus. That night was $7 or $9 million.
Jesus, $7 to $9 million.
Back then, that was big. These days, that's not that big.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a lot of money. I mean, but
yeah,
man, that's crazy. I mean, I guess so. There's no like, if you or I go in, it's like, well, what collateral do you have? You know, let me see your house. Let's see an appraisal on it. Like, so there's none of that. It's just, I'm a doctor. Trust me. And they're like, yeah, okay. And here's the money. It's that easy.
Back in the day, there was a lot of, Wild Wild West, I think. And yeah, you and I we'd have the screws put to us. And we want to see it.
Well, I mean, to me nowadays, it's like you have to check so many boxes that it's like, if I had all of those things, fuck, I wouldn't need to borrow the money.
Well, that's what I was thinking too. It's like, the rich get richer. It's like, you can't make this up, but really?
It's like, I want to borrow $200,000. Well, do you have at least double that in the bank now? No, if I did, I wouldn't be fucking asking to borrow it.
Right.
Like, shit boggles my mind. All right. So for the 4 years there, did you go from there straight to protection details?
I did, sure did.
And was that something that they just told you to do? Did you volunteer for it?
Yes.
Both.
You all along, you're getting touches. So the first trip that I did, 2 days on the job, was to California with President Clinton, sitting president, and you're given a nothing position way out, and you're biding your time, but you're also checking things off experience wise in terms of your abilities and all your experience. And so everyone is doing that. Everyone is working the president. Everyone's working the vice president. Everyone's working everything. And it just kind of falls the way it does. But at some point, based on what you're seeing, you had to list your preferences kind of in order. And my silly notion, I guess I call it silly. I write about this in the decision points chapter in my book, because my thinking at the time, we just had our first child, little girl, and now we've got one on the way. And my common sense notion of what I ought to do was that I should go to the Carter detail. I should put in for the Carter detail. You can just tell them what you want. You don't get to pick necessarily. Yeah. And my wife listened to me tell about that, and she said, "So you're telling me we're not going to go to DC?" And I said, "Well, not if I get accepted for Carter detail."
He was in Atlanta?
He was, Plains, Georgia.
Okay.
And so she listened to me all about how I'm doing the right thing by the family, and I'm gonna take one for the team and all this stuff. And she said, "Well, that's kind of disappointing." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Well, I was kind of looking forward to going to DC. I just want to try it." She grew up on a dirt road in Mississippi. She's ready to see the world. Yeah. And so I was like, "Well, golly, I mean, maybe I need to recalibrate the way I'm thinking about this, because I've been thinking, I need to do what's family friendly. I need to, take care of you. And I got almost 2 kids now." And she said, "We're going to be fine. Yeah. You need to go do what the Lord wants you to do." And so it's like, well, maybe I need to rethink this. So literally when I went back to work, I put down that my first choice was the president's detail, and my second choice was the president's detail. My third choice was the president's detail. Yeah. And I just liked what I saw. I liked what I saw in the people who were doing that job. They treated me well when I, came to play. And I just thought, well, if I'm going to go to DC, I'll put in for that. And back then you could do that, but they made a little issue of it when my number came up, and now you can't do that. So I think I ruined it for anyone else who wants to do that. But so I was selected for the president's detail. Funny story that I do tell, but the traditional notion was that you had to have someone pushing and someone pulling to get where you wanted to go. And I really didn't have that. I might've had a little push coming out of my office, but we were in Seattle for the World Bank thing. I think that was in '99, where they had all the riots and all this bad stuff. And President Clinton was there, and he stayed at a hotel, and I was the midnight shift. And I was actually the senior agent there on the midnight shift, which is pretty amazing considering I only had 3.5 years on the job. Yeah. But it just goes to show you how much hiring we were doing right after I got on, because I was special. The ones after me were not. Yeah. and in walks Don Flynn, who was the special agent in charge of the detail. And for us, maybe like y'all, this would be like, the 4-star general walking in, and everyone's, straightening up, and there's only one seat left in the room, and it's right next to me. I'm working the radios, and I'm like, this is not where I want to be. I know who that is, and I don't want to talk to him. And he literally pulled his chair up to me and sat perpendicular, looking right in my ear, and said, "Who are you? And tell me all about you." It's like being on a podcast, And so Don Flynn raked me over the coals. It turned out that it was like being interviewed. Yeah. And it wasn't 2 weeks later, he was calling saying, I want I want him on the president's detail.
Wow.
When can you let go of him?
Yeah. I mean, did you think that the interaction went well and that you were knocking it out of the park as far as your interaction with him? Or what do you think made him decide that's the fucking guy I want?
You know, I did not set out to impress him, which
Maybe
is
that's
probably why it went well. He ended up telling me that he was from this little town in Indiana. I remember the name of the high school was Frontier High School. And I said, "Oh, you went to Frontier. I went to Harrison."
Oh, that's probably a big part of it. Maybe.
And so there was a connection there, but see, I still wasn't thinking, well, I need to impress this guy. So I said, yeah, I remember Frontier because I threw 2 no-hitters against them. And he kind of liked that. But the other crazy thing was that he started telling me about I told him Dad was FBI, and he, you know, I think that kind of enamored him a little bit. And he started telling me about I think he's his godfather, who was FBI. And I'm like, well, I know that name. I've heard that name my entire growing up. So now we've got this in common. And I was like, yeah, I know that name. I don't know that I ever met him, but I know my dad knows him because he would come home talking about him.
Yeah.
I get home, call my dad. I said, hey, Dad, you remember, you know, Frank, I think was his name or something. And he said, yeah. And I was like, well, I just met Mr. Flynn. He's the head of the president's detail, and he knows him. It's like his godson. And I can tell something's not right.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, when Dad told me the history there and about how they about came to blows, and my dad told him, hey, one of us is leaving town and it's not me, so you're gone. And Dad was like that. You know, he didn't put up with anything, and this guy tried to get him fired, so he was done with him and ran him off. And he actually retired over it. The other guy did. And when I told him, he's like, well, he said, you're cooked, because if he talks to him and my name comes up, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Wow. You obviously never talked to him, Bradley.
Oh, we didn't. I've never brought it up again with Mr. Flynn. No way.
Man. All right. So he says, I want you on the team. And next thing you know, you're there.
And next thing I know, I was there.
Yeah.
They used to do what was called a look-see. You know, they would fly you to DC.
Pretty technical term.
Very technical. Yeah, we're all into technical stuff. And they would fly you to DC, and you would do a 1 to 2 week temporary assignment with the president's detail. And so, you know, if they didn't, you know, people know you, and they'd almost like get to vote, you know, and try to blackball you or something.
Or say, yeah, that guy's good.
Yeah. And what, you know, hey, not everyone's got the same temperament, personality, et cetera. And, you know, if you bring a big ego into that environment, it just doesn't go well.
Yeah.
So, you know, but they had quit doing that. And so I've always said that was my look-see, you know, with Mr. Flynn and, you know, Village Idiot probably knocked it out of the park unintentionally, just because
because you weren't the tool bag trying to over impress.
I didn't even realize I needed to. So.
Yeah. But to me, I mean, I as I'm kind of coming up with this question in my head, I feel like I already know the answer, but you know, from your perspective, is the band security mentality kind of what makes a good presidential protective detail agent good at their job in that, you know, or even make like the Roadhouse, like be nice, like you're not here to fuck people up and be a tough guy and slap your dick on the counter or whatever and be an asshole. Like it's your job to protect the guy, and that's it, and to be as, you know, civil and nice and friendly and accommodating as possible in the process. Is that accurate?
It is. And this is what I've been saying more recently in speeches and some writing, is that what I consider the culture and I assume it's true on the vice president's detail as well, is the humility is a tactical asset. And the truth is, if you don't have it, you're not going to fit in. I mean, nobody needs the hero, you know, coming in and, you know, it just doesn't play well. You really stick out if you come in and you're all about you.
Yeah.
So one of the greatest assets that the Secret Service has, I think, is their small size. I mean, it's just a tiny little agency, very, very old, but still little bitty. And so every endeavor we undertake, whether it's a protective endeavor or an investigative endeavor, the first thing we do is ask for help, because we know ahead of time that we can't do it on our own. So, I mean, I've been to 74 countries and almost every state in the union, and it was true all across the world that the first thing we would do is go ask for help. So we arrive in, Djibouti, Africa, and we're meeting with the locals to find out, what assets do you have? What can you bring to the table? And how do you think this would go best? Because it's your country, it's your city, it's your state. And, without that, I think Secret Service is just like so many other agencies. But with that, I think that makes us approachable. It makes us a lot more collaborative. And frankly, I think that's baked into the success of the Secret Service, is when we collaboratively, lean into that weakness, our size and our capabilities to say, what do you got?
Yeah.
What do you bring to the table that we could use? Because we can't do it on our own. We know that ahead of time. So I've always considered that kind of a tactical strength, that we could go in, nothing worse than thinking you got it and then you don't.
Yeah.
And it's hard to back that truck up. A whole lot easier to go in and say, thanks for those 10 bodies. Do you have 20 more?
Yeah.
Because we need it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds like it's almost kind of like a Sun Tzu kind of approach of, you're not facing it head on. It's more, smile and nod and be accommodating and ask for help and be polite and, hope that plays better in your favor, which it generally is, as opposed to, I can only imagine, especially if you're dealing with another country's version of yourselves or their security forces of whatever variety, they're not going to take too kindly to you coming in and be like, this is how shit's going to run, they're going to be like, well, fuck you then.
Yeah, that just doesn't play.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't play anywhere, not in any realm that I've seen. And I know there are other agencies that have a reputation for that, and maybe they're big enough to pull that off, but we're just not.
Yeah.
I mean, for an example, you go overseas on a presidential advance, you'd be unimpressed with how many people we send to accomplish that.
Yeah.
it's not many people.
Yeah.
And the ranks are all journeymen.
Yeah.
It's not like we're sending supervisors over there to get it done. We send rank and file agents to go get her done.
Yeah.
And then we send the supervisors to make sure they got it done, but they always do. I mean, it's just, that's part of the culture.
Yeah. So your first detail was Clinton, right?
Yeah.
And so when you showed up, from the time that you feet on the ground there, assigned to that unit until you're actually like within earshot distance of Bill Clinton, how long was that?
About an hour.
No shit. So right away. And I mean, about how many guys are going to be dedicated to a active president?
Well,
like
they
full-time.
probably don't want me saying that. It's continually growing.
Yeah.
It's always growing. I think back when, Clinton Presidential Protective Detail Division, I want to think maybe there was 400.
Oh, wow.
People, but you think about the iceberg, you're seeing the tip of the iceberg, and that includes the First Lady, that includes back then that included the counter assault group, that included every other type of asset that we're utilizing to accomplish this one mission. And I do remember my first day. You have about a week of kind of acclimation and sort of training, but my first day actually working the shift, when you get thrown in, you step into this briefing room underneath the West Wing, and it was classic. I mean, it was nasty, dirty. You're in the West Wing, and this office, and it was already decided that they were going to redo it. So I just think they had kind of let it go. But it was almost like Soup Nazi from Seinfeld. I took one step in, I took one step over, and I sat down on this awful couch, and I kept my head down, waiting for someone to speak to me. And someone did. This guy Mark came over and said, "Hey, what are you, new guy?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Hey, I'm no sir." He said, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "Well,
shouldn't you know?
I'm protecting the president." He said, "Yeah, I got you." He said, "Do you know your way around?" I'm like, "Well, sort of."
Yeah.
Come with me. And so we walked around, and President Clinton was there. It was his last year in office, so he wasn't doing a lot of travel at that point. And the Monica Lewinsky thing had already happened, and the dust was settling, and so it was a pretty calm time to come in, and then 1 year into it, the Bush administration came in, and so I was there for that transition.
Yeah. So I mean, with that Monica Lewinsky thing, I mean, how much dialogue goes on between agents behind the scene or even on the job, but just of shit like that, of either scandal stuff or, oh, did you hear? Like, is there at least some of that? Because I can tell you, like, team guys would be the fucking worst at that. Like, I mean, it would be a full blown sewing circle, you know, sophomore in high school gossip girl kind of fucking just, I mean, like, guys would be talking all kinds of shit about what's going on. And I mean, there's got to be some of that, right?
I'm sure that there was. Interesting for me at that time, because I was in Louisville for all of that with my eye toward that. And I got to see, and then, you know, there were touches, you know, there was interactions. The president would come to Louisville, or he would go to Lexington, and you know, you'd be a part of that, part of the larger group working on that. And so you would see and you would hear, and I would see, you know, my boss talking to the head of the detail, and, you know, he's asking questions. He used to be on the detail. So they're, you know, I'm trying to pick up what I can.
Yeah.
And I would love to get in on that conversation. I'd love to know what was going on behind the scenes, but I think, honestly, I think for the Secret Service, that was such a pickle.
Yeah.
Because here we are, we need to be close. We need to be there. We don't need to be pushed away, but we were being forced to testify.
Yeah.
You know, they were subpoenaing us and being, you know, what conversation took place in the limo. And it's like, you know, we don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
We'd rather be left out. Can't we get some immunity over this? And I think we fought it. I think in the end we lost some of those battles. But I think there was a sense, you know, kind of a very grown up sense, even among the pre-detail guys, that this is not good.
Yeah.
You know, we're being put in a position that we don't need to be in. We don't want to be in.
Yeah. 'Cause, I mean, I can only imagine the leading up to that, right? When Clinton was denying that anything happened. And I'm curious, like, I mean, could you as a president pull something like that off with no agents knowing, or would they have been like, yeah, you know, something was fucking going on? I mean, are there times where the president is in the Oval Office with guests and there's no Secret Service in there at all?
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
I mean,
but you're
most
right
of the
outside
time.
the door.
You're
though,
right outside the door.
And
Yeah.
I mean, can you hear muffled conversation?
A little bit.
Yeah.
And it kind of depends on the traffic outside the door. I remember during the Clinton days, I'd be standing outside the Oval Office, and it was just it was like I-35. I mean, it was jacked up. I mean, there's people coming and going, and it's loud, and you couldn't possibly hear anything from behind the door. And then when the Bush administration came in, and of course they had just a fraction of the staff initially, it was so quiet you could hear
what's going on.
You could not that I could hear every word, but it's like, well, that's the president talking.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, again, trying to think of it from a practical standpoint, with it being that busy, it's the president of the United States, like just the fact that some young female intern is in the Oval Office with the president alone for a significant amount of time, like, that by itself is going to make everybody be like, the fuck, like, okay, I know what's going on in there. Right. I mean, that's not a surprise to most guys, I would imagine.
I suspect that it raised a lot of suspicion.
Yeah. Cause that wouldn't be a normal thing, I would imagine. Right.
Likely not, especially not, you know, after hours, kind of later in the evening. And typically the presidents usually aren't in the Oval Office unless there's something going on late at night. And so I don't know what time all that took place. Maybe it was a nooner. I don't know, but you know, there are others there besides the agents. There's White House staff. There's the military mess folks are always there on standby if he wants food or needs something. And then our uniform officers, the Secret Service uniform officers, are there 24/7, 365. But you know, the people who were attempting to prosecute Clinton, like they didn't even bother to look who's actually there, you know, and because those would have been, in my opinion, those would have been a better someone to subpoena, and maybe they did, but I don't think they did.
Yeah, but I guess just, you know, if I put myself in the shoes of one of those guys, or, you know, somebody that's in that world at that time, like I can only imagine when that's going to trial and everybody's like, did it happen? Didn't it happen? That the guys who were there and around would be talking amongst each other like, dude, she was in there for fucking an hour by herself. Come on.
Yeah.
Like there had to have been some kind of dialogue like that, you would imagine.
I would have to think so, of course. And again, you know, coming in after that, I was not part of the team, and so new guy didn't get any of that stuff.
But there's somebody that you know that you could ask that and they would know the answer to that.
Probably could.
Yeah,
probably could.
Well,
and
maybe get back to us on that because they're retired by now, right?
Yeah, they got to be.
Yeah, that's funny shit. All right, so I guess one dumb question I had as you were talking about the Oval Office. Can the president lock that door from in there, and or is it key carded where there's a lot of people that can just come in?
Mike, I don't know.
Oh shit.
I don't know if he can lock that from the inside or not.
I mean, to me, that's a big deal, right? You'd think.
You know, I'm going to say I think he can.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine.
I think you can. However, we've got a way to unlock it.
Yeah, yeah. Man, that's a dicey thing. If I'm Bill Clinton trying to pull that off in the Oval Office with all of those things being considered, like, why would you fucking do that?
I know some of my buddies are just like, what are you talking about? But I actually think the door locks automatically when it closes.
Yeah.
And you have to intentionally unlock it. But I don't think there's a deadbolt on the other side.
Okay. Is it like a key card kind of thing for all the rooms there, or?
No,
really?
It's old school. I mean, that is super old.
So like even the on the resident side, I've never been in there, so I'm kind of talking out my ass, but like, so all the different rooms, there's not, you know, agents have key card access or fobs or whatever to get in and out of.
There are a number of rooms, especially in the Eisenhower Executive Office building next door, where we do have access code cards, but they're also photo ID cards, and of course they're encrypted to grant access to different rooms. But in the White House itself, every place where you need to grant access, it's either you're punching in a number that gets you access, or there's a uniform officer there that says, "Who are you?" and show me your ID, and then they give you access based on what they see, and it's color coded and it's letter coded.
Yeah. Okay. So you were with Clinton for about a year,
right?
And was it mostly there local? What's the synopsis of what all you did in that year or with him?
Yeah, I got to do what they allowed me to do, which was not a lot. And again, every time you move with the Secret Service, you start over. So you are a complete idiot. You don't know anything, even though you've been on the job for a while. You know nothing. So you're starting over. So advance wise, that is where you acquire your real knowledge and skill, is doing the advance. Working the president at the White House or in a local movement, stuff like that. It's not rocket science. It's anybody can be taught to do that, frankly. Yeah. The advance is where it's at. And so what you're doing is giving opportunities to grow your advanced knowledge. And they start you out with something simple like a landing zone or an airport or a very small site. And it's kind of like, well, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, proving your worth kind of thing.
You got to prove it. You got to do a number of those to kind of build yourself up. And, one of the hardest things that we will do is a overnight outside the White House. So if you're given the opportunity to do a ROM outside the White House, then you've kind of arrived at that level where they're kind of looking at you, because those are very, very difficult. They're very labor intensive in terms of what you need to know, the work that goes into that. And if that works, then you're progressively given even tougher assignments. And so doing logistics in a foreign country, that's that's a very difficult task. When I was sent to do it both times, I guess I didn't get it right the first time, so I got to do another one. It was one
Take
person.
two.
Now they always send two, which
Yeah.
is probably wise.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, you're looking to be a lead advance agent where you're
Yeah.
in charge of the team.
Yeah.
You're still a journeyman level, agent on the detail, but when you go to a lead school, about a week or two long school where you're given some extra information to think about and process, and then go do it. And you get a lead advisor on your first one in country.
Yeah. Bill Clinton seems like that kind of, bordering on sociopathic, charming, silver-tongued, like Southern gentleman. Like, is he that way towards agents? Like a nice guy, like treats you guys well?
Absolutely.
He was.
Yeah.
Like, did
Yeah.
you ever see him be a dick to any of the agents?
No.
Never. Is
No.
Hillary as big of a bitch as she seems like she is? Because she seems like a total bitch. I mean, if we're being honest, like she does. Like, did any shitty treatment from her? Of course, that was way back.
I never saw it.
Yeah.
Now, I was never assigned to her detail or to an advance just for her, where
Yeah.
I got to see her, in the kind of action that we've all heard about it, but I never got to witness any of that. In
Yeah.
fact, I remember when I got to the president's detail, we were doing an in-town movement somewhere, and actually no, it'd been out of town because we were getting on an elevator, and when the president and first lady saw Don Flynn with his tuxedo on, she was complimenting him on his attire and,
Yeah.
well, my, don't you look nice tonight? And so I just, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I just didn't witness it. So I certainly heard the rumors, the stories, and the jokes, but I did not witness any of that.
I guess so. Your entire 24-year career, not all of it, but most of it was spent in protection details. Was there ever a time where you saw a president like lose their temper or be a kind of a rude dick to an agent?
I don't think so.
Wow.
I did see a national security advisor.
That was being a dick.
Pretty big. Yeah. And I got to see that up close and personal because he was looking me in the eye when he was doing it.
I won't ask who it was because I'm sure you wouldn't say it, but can you say what the exchange was?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to regret this, I'm sure. We were in London, and there were, I like to say it's about direction, not perfection.
Yeah.
And so this would be a great example where it was far from perfect. And I was in charge of the national security advisor, and they received protection. In London, however, they did not consider him a protectee.
Oh, really?
So we were kind of on our own. We had an armored car, we had a follow-up vehicle, and I had an embassy employee who was British as our motorcade lead. No police support, no help from Scotland Yard. And so we had our drivers with a right side or a left side drive car driving on the left side of the road. I mean, it was an accident waiting to happen. And it was a great lesson for me because, here I am kind of new to the detail, I get to do my first advance, and it's the national security advisor in London, which wasn't a huge, big choice assignment, but it ended up being one of the hardest things I ever did.
Yeah.
And because you got no support, no help whatsoever. And so I'm in charge of everything from the RON to the motorcade routes to all the sites he's going to visit and all the people he's got to visit. I mean, it ended up being a mouthful.
Yeah.
And so he gets there, and the next day we're supposed to wake up separate hotel from the president for whatever reason. And all we have to do is depart the hotel from the back, make a left turn, another left turn, go across the street into Hyde Park, which is where the landing zone was. And I mean, it's like 6 left turns. It couldn't have been simpler. And I remember telling the national security advisor the night before, we have to leave at this time because the helicopter is going to land with the president in it at this time. And then you're going to get in the motorcade and y'all are riding to Buckingham Palace together. So this is coordinated, right? I mean, we've got to match this up. So we can't be late because might have had a habit of being late. So the next morning, the appointed time comes and goes, and I'm getting a little antsy. And the biggest lesson for me was that I had asked the agent in charge of Hyde Park, hey, could you walk me through and show this village idiot exactly where I'm to come in, exactly, just treat me like an idiot because I am, and show me what it is I need to do. And he said, oh, come on, dude, you're a big boy now. And I let it go. And I should never have accepted that. I should have said, no, if I have to fight you, I will, but you're going to show me. And so we made a couple of left turns, and all I got to do is go across to Hyde Park, and there's a huge chain across that entrance, and there's no cop there. And so now we're making a right turn, and I've got this British guy in a little white car in front of the limo who he's not sure where he's going either. And so we're running around Hyde Park looking for Marine One. And meanwhile, we can hear choppers, we can see them at different times, and they landed in the wrong order. I mean, everything that could go wrong did go wrong here. And so Marine One landed first. It's supposed to be last. All the assets are supposed to land, and then Marine One lands with all the assets deployed. Well, it landed first. So you really only got 2 agents on Marine One with the president.
Wow.
And so now he's walking over, shaking hands, being Bill Clinton with a crowd in London, England. We don't have magnetometers. We didn't have anything. And so it could have been anyone, anything. The national security advisor's being told, hey, the helicopter's landed. So he's going berserk in the back seat, and he's sticking it to his detail leader and, MFing him and just treating him horrible. We get out of the car, and he's got to walk now up and over the hill. We can't see it, but we know it's up over the hill. And he back gets into a fight with this cop who says, you can't go up there. Who are you? All this kind of stuff. And of course he thinks he is somebody even in London, and he's not.
Yeah.
And so he had dropped his luggage as if he was going to punch it out with this cop who, this cop looked like you at 6'8". I mean, he was just this huge guy, and we're trying to show respect and yet kind of win the battle here. And he picked his luggage back up, and he said, who did this advance? Mickey Mouse? And I've had it.
Yeah.
I've had it. You were late. That's a big part of the problem. I told you what, and I'm just like, you know what? My career's over anyway. I've got nothing to lose. And I said, I got right up behind him, and I said, no, sir, I did this advance. It's like, bring it.
Yeah.
Al, I've had enough of you already.
Yeah.
And he dropped his luggage back down, turned around, and he squared up on me, and he said, well, then you did a shitty job. I was like, well, I have 2 choices here.
Yeah.
I can either keep going down the path we're going, or I can just walk away. And I said, yes, sir. The motorcade is that way. And I just walked behind him up and over the hill. And the only thing I ever heard about that afterwards was that he told the detail leader who was my boss at the time. He said, hey, I may have been a little rough on your agent back there.
Yeah. So at least he kind of came clean once he calmed down, huh?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But I never saw the president get after anyone.
Yeah.
Now, George Bush, he wanted to get mad at me one day, and we were walking from the Oval Office back over to the White House, and there was a motorcade lined up there, and he's looking at me like, are we going somewhere? And thankfully I had listened during the briefing, and I said, no, sir, we're not planning on going anywhere. Well, whose motorcade? He's a little irritated. And he said, well, whose cars are these? And I said, well, those are the First Lady's cars. And he, you could tell he was kind of irritated about it. All this commotion going on out there, but he didn't double down or anything.
Yeah. It's interesting. All right. So you do a year with Clinton. It's kind of you're getting your feet wet as a protective detail guy. Then Bush becomes the next president. I can only imagine that the role that the Secret Service plays in the transition of power is beyond significant. How big of a fucking nightmare is the inaugural procedure?
The inauguration itself and all that kind of encircles that is a big event. And ever since they started deeming them national special security events, the inauguration is always guaranteed to be one. So it's a big event. We once they deem it a national special security event, then that brings a whole lot of additional government assets to play. FEMA, FBI, a lot of players. DC has a huge role in that, obviously, and so there's coordination going on 4 years in advance. Frankly, I mean, you're rolling from one inauguration into another in terms of, hot washing what went right, what went wrong. Here's the way we want to do this next time. This was stupid. This was good. This was, all that stuff. And and that's just for an inauguration of a sitting president. When you have the transition from one president to the next, it's even bigger. And you have the formation of a new detail, the former president, Obama or Clinton or Bush detail, and then, the kind of this handoff.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting because some of the agents who worked this candidate into being the president are going to come with. And so there's a little bit of a wedge there where it's mostly the PPD, the president's detail, stays. But then there's an influx of fresh meat that comes with a new president. And then some of the people also go with the outgoing president. So it's pretty smooth, honestly. We've done it enough and seen that enough that we've got most of the kinks worked out. And I was there for really two of them because although I was a little late to the party because we were moving from Mississippi back to DC, I came back in with Obama.
Yeah. So with that, obviously, even presidential candidates have Secret Service protection at a certain point. Do those crews stay with that agent all the way through, or with that candidate all the way through until, once they get elected and then they actually get in office? Is that usually the same crew of people just moves along with them?
You got a good government answer for that. It
Depends.
It depends. I mean, what they're doing is we'd love to build in as much consistency as possible. And I was put on Senator Obama's detail, living in Mississippi, but every 3 weeks I would rotate in for a 3-week stint and then rotate back out. So you've already got two completely separate details, and he goes to bed with one detail and wakes up with a different detail. The detail leader, the assistant detail leader, all the agents are new, and for them it's got to be a nightmare because they're well, where's Billy? Billy's gone. Yeah. And then when they move into and it's growing all the time too. So as a candidate, I think as it ramps up to being the nominee or being the president elect, you get a lot more assets, resources, and action going into that effort. So that at the point at which you're now headed to the inauguration of yourself to be the president, it's pretty much game on. You've got a presidential size detail with you, and it's just the players are going to change.
Yeah. That all makes good sense. And to me, it just sounds like a logistical nightmare, which I know that's a big part of the gig. All right. So you're with Bush. He wasn't in office long when 9/11 happened.
Right.
To me, like probably one of the biggest questions I have wanted to ask you since we even lined this interview up was having you walk us through 9/11, the morning of, as a Secret Service presidential detail.
My story is going to be a lot different than some of the guys, but I remember it so well because I had the day off.
Really?
I had the day off, and the reason I remember that more so than the fact that it was 9/11 is because it was the first time in my experience on the detail that I had 2 days off in a row. And depending on who did your schedule, who your immediate supervisor was, some put more effort into that than others.
Yeah.
And so, to have a weekend off was just unheard of, at least where I was. But to get 2 days off in a row was pretty cool. And it was a Tuesday and a Wednesday. And so I think I got babysitting duty maybe while my wife took one or two of them to the dentist, and so she was out at the dentist office with most of them, maybe all of them, and I was at home.
Wow.
And I had the day off, and so that's hard to say because what I really wanted to do was to get in a fight.
Yeah.
I remember at some point we had pagers back then, and my pager went off, and I'm like, oh, this is it. I'm being called in, and I make the phone call, and they're like, hey, pack a bag and stand by. And I was like, hey, I don't need any time. I can be there immediately. Where do you need me? Well, we're not sure. Pack a bag and stand by. And yes, sir. So I packed a bag and I stood by, and then I get another page, and they said, hey, we're just making sure you packed a bag and you're standing by. And I'm like,
motherfucker, I told
doggone,
you,
man. I told you I'm ready to go. I'm ready to kill somebody. I'm ready to do some damage. I'm ready to do whatever it is that needs to be done. I don't care what it is. And so instead of, releasing that energy, I'm sitting there watching this thing over and over and over and just getting madder and madder and madder.
Yeah.
And the third call comes in, and it's not the call I wanted. It was hey, we've got a plan. We're going to bring him back to the White House, and we don't need you. And I'm arguing. I'm like, oh, come on. You got to need somebody somewhere. What can I do? I'm just, that is not what I wanted to hear. I was fit to be tied and ready to go. And they told me to stand down. And it was just one of the worst things. It crushed me because I wanted to be in a fight. I wanted to be in a game. And here I'm being told we don't need you. And it's like, everybody wants to be needed.
Yeah.
And I felt
especially
like,
with shit like that going on.
Our country's in crisis. What do you mean you don't need me? And so that was a little hard to hear.
Yeah.
And so I remember we only had one TV at the time, and it was in our bedroom, a little 19-inch, one of those box TVs. And so I'm back to watching this thing happen over and over. And then I get another page. And in classic fashion, hey, how fast can you be down here? And I was like, pretty fast.
Yeah.
And so it was the wildest drive. I-66, we live west of town on right off I-66. And, it could take anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour and a half to get in, depending on traffic. And eastbound that night, there were 0 cars, just me.
Wow.
And so I was making straight lines out all these curves in I-66, and I'm apexing every single one of them.
That's awesome.
And I'm just flying. I had a Mazda, or no, I had a Nissan Maxima, and it was cruising.
Yeah.
And I passed 2 cars, I believe, going westbound, that whole entire stretch of I-66.
Wow.
And I go through the East Street Tunnel, and I come up in DC proper. And man, I hit the brakes as hard as I could because now it's dark. And it was nothing but blue and red flashing lights and a spotlight on me. And I realized that I think it was a tank and a big military checkpoint. And DC has been militarized, DC police and all that, and a lot of big guns pointing at me.
It's like martial law lockdown.
It really was. And they just weren't expecting cars.
Yeah.
And I was definitely getting all their attention. And I was like, hey, whoa, good guy here. I don't. And so 4 checkpoints before I get to the normal checkpoints at the White House. And it was a welcome, to get to that checkpoint and to get in there. And so the decision had been made to, without my assistance. I don't know how they even did that, but they did it without my assistance, decided to bring the president back to the White House for the night. And that was a hard fought decision. That was a difficult decision because there was so much unknown.
Mm-hmm.
There were all kinds of rumors about other planes out there, about a ground attack, about all this stuff, and so we just didn't know. You didn't know what you didn't know. And we'd just seen that they were capable of hijacking jets and flying them into our buildings. And so we just, it really made you uncertain about a lot of things. And so I get in and we get the briefing and here we are for the midnight shift. Now I'd been up all day, so I didn't have, the opportunity to sleep or anything like that. And I don't feel like I needed it. Honestly, I was pretty much ready to go. And of all the nights that I worked at the White House, you're always at some level of ready for someone to jump the fence, for shots to be fired, for, something to go down. And we had had plans, we had protocols, we had practiced this stuff. When the president's not in the White House, it's Secret Service in there practicing evacuations, practicing, what we're going to do in the event of X. And so, and I feel like I can tell this story now, but is sometime around midnight, we get this crackle over the radio, and it's our Joint Operation Command Center saying, and I can't remember the word that we had for it, but basically, if you hear this word, it's like stop what you're doing and listen. And crash. They would say crash. I don't think they do that anymore. It's a crash, 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 and then game on. And what we got, we got a fence jumper, we got some crazy in Lafayette Park shooting off, bottle rocket. What do we got? And they said inbound aircraft. It's like inbound aircraft. Everything's supposed to be down. And so inbound aircraft was like, do what? How's that even possible? Well, shoot it down, for heaven's sakes. What why are you telling us? It ought to be smoke already.
Yeah.
Should be done. And so then they give you the speed, the altitude, and the direction. And all of those were very bad.
Like significant?
Significant.
Like fast and low.
Very fast, not very high, and on an absolute beeline for the White House. Well, what we found out in the aftermath was that a lot of navigation equipment for airplanes, Washington, D.C. is queued on the 0 milestone, which sits on the south grounds of the White House. So if you point yourself to D.C., you're actually pointing at the White House. So they're tracking the trajectory of this thing. They're trying to reach out to it. They're not getting a response. It's not giving off the right beacon call. It's just not doing anything right. So jets are scrambling, and we're presented with, here's how much time you got to live if you don't do something. Yeah. And so we get this information, and our boss that night, his name was Jeff, just a classy, straight up great agent, one of the finest people I've ever met, much less an agent. I mean, he just aces. It was his decision. And he made the easy, really, decision to evacuate the White House, which then meant going to wake up the president and first lady who just got to sleep.
Yeah.
It's been a day.
Yeah.
And so now we're going to go wake them up, and you better be right in your assessment.
Yeah. How do you wake up the president?
Very carefully.
I mean, do you knock on the door? Do you open the door?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Both?
Yeah, both.
So, I mean,
both knock and go, because time was kind of the essence here. So it was, kind of a knock, announce, and grab you by the shoulders because you don't know what planet you're on. Yeah. And let's go.
Wow.
And let's move. And yep. Okay. Grab the house coat, but let's go.
No
and so
shit.
it's boxers and nightgowns and house coats.
Really?
And let's go.
And I know that, you've got to be careful about some of the protocols of what all that entails and where they go and how they do it. I mean, of what you can talk about, can you talk about any of that? Like, is it down and out through the bottom? Is it, can you say
it's
anything?
tough? Yeah. No.
I can't really say anything.
But you know what? And that doesn't even tell the best part of the story for me, because the decision was made to evacuate, and all I'll say is we evacuated.
Yeah.
But not all of us. And this is what I remember so well, is that the decisions made to evacuate. Now there's still a little thought process that goes on here, because our protocols at that point were built around a ground attack. You're under attack, whatever it is. And so we do a hostile evacuation. Get them, grab them by the scruff of the neck if you have to, and let's go. Yeah. Chicken walk them out if you have to.
Yeah.
And so that's what we were doing. But based on where you were in the lineup that night, you had to think, because you have a different response and a different role based on where you are. And we're continually rotating.
Yeah.
So every 15 to 30 minutes, you're rotating. And so where am I and what am I doing? And you get to where, that's the first thing you think of when you rotate. All right, I'm now in this position. If it goes down, here's my responsibility in this effort. And I said recently on another show, I said, it's like duck, duck, goose. You're duck, 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 duck. Valentine, you're the goose.
Yeah.
And I was the goose that night. And so I was to cover the evacuation and then stay behind and fight.
Really?
And so here I am with a very low caliber weapon, a pistol and a shoulder weapon. I think at the time we had MP5s on that post. And so full auto for all it's worth, shooting at airplanes, not a lot.
Yeah.
But that was the protocol. And there wasn't time to argue about that. You did what you're supposed to do. I covered the evacuation, and then you stand your ground and fight the good fight. And the uniformed division officers also stay and fight. And so you're not alone. But for me, what that caused was a major reflection. And so I'm thinking, I've got a gas mask. I've got a shoulder weapon, and I've got a pistol and a radio
and a bad attitude.
And so I literally looked at the structure of the White House, and I looked for what I thought was the strongest point, which was the very end of the house where there's a fairly thick doorway and it's rounded. And I thought, well, this will either make for a great place to survive, or it'll be a really cool grave, because I've seen what happens when airplanes hit buildings now. And it's not pretty.
Yeah.
And so I had a moment there to reflect and to think, well, this is it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go tonight, and you know what? I had perfect peace. I was good with it. It didn't even bother me. I was just like, well, all right, this is how it ends. They're going to put a plaque for me up at headquarters, and I'll be remembered for 10, 15 minutes at least. And I remember thinking about my wife and thinking, I've got 2 little kids. Didn't think about my son much. I was thinking about my daughter, and I was thinking, well,
Don't tell him that.
Yeah, no kid. Well, he knows, he's heard it before, but I don't know why I didn't think about him. But I was thinking about my wife and daughter, and thinking, well, she can do a lot better than me anyway. So I hope she gets a good one in round 2, and I hope he's a good daddy for my daughter. I wish that upon them, but I'll see you later.
That's a sobering thought, huh?
Yeah. Well, it didn't last long, because we had this thought, and then luckily it turned out to be, I think what it was, and this would be the first time I ever give my hypothesis, but I believe it was like a National Guard fighter jet that was coming probably from Shaw Air Force Base. So he puts the beacon sound in. He's headed for DC, but he's on the wrong frequency, and he's not transponding correctly. And so
fucking National Guard guys.
That's my guess. And so, but what I understand is that the Andrews F-16 circled around him and locked on, and I think his in cockpit
spidey senses.
Well, I think he got an alarm that said you're about to be shot down, and he came on the right frequency pretty quick after that, and diverted. And the president and first lady were very gracious. I mean, more gracious than I would have been in that situation. Wow. But man, that was it was one of those pucker moments that you had to unpucker pretty quick and then work the rest of the night. We still didn't know. There might be a ground attack coming for all we know. You just didn't know.
Man, I got a million fucking questions. I feel like I could do an entire episode on this day, but I'll try to highlight the ones that stick out. Did you have an opportunity, or did you take an opportunity to communicate anything to your wife in that window of time of like you couldn't?
No. No, in fact, it didn't even cross my mind to try. I mean, here it was midnight. I hoping she was asleep. And so, really before smartphones and all that stuff. So no, I didn't even.
From the time, what time did you get to the White House?
Must have been 8 o'clock.
Okay. So you had a few hours before that happened.
Yeah.
Like I can only imagine the vibe that was taking place inside the White House in that window before you evacuated. It had to have felt different, right?
It did feel different.
Can you try to describe it?
I can try. It was very sober. I mean, there were typically, there was always some fun going on at the White House. I mean, very seldom was it just totally sober, but on this night in particular, there was no smoking and no joking, not among the agents, not with the president, not with the staff. I mean, in the military, it was all business.
Yeah.
And nobody's just in a mood to joke, it just wasn't a funny moment.
Yeah.
I think everybody was really taken aback. I mean, I don't think the younger generation can appreciate the fact that we thought we were invincible.
Yeah.
And we didn't think that we could get attacked. I mean, we saw Pearl Harbor. That'll never happen again. Well, it did.
Yeah.
You know, we got our ass kicked. So I think there was just kind of shock.
Yeah. I mean, so kind of similarly, I was at SEAL Team 3 in a platoon at that time, and you know, it was West Coast. So like I was driving to work on Interstate 5 South, you know, from North County down into Coronado when it came over the radio that the second plane had hit. So, you know, I'm on my way, you know, even by the time I got there, you know, there's a mile long line, you know, now they're like dragging people out of the car, checking every fucking thing. And it took like several hours to get on base, but the vibe and the energy at SEAL Team 3 that day was just so fucking different, you know, and similarly, like it's hard to even, you really can't put it into words. There's just this weird tension and energy, and like, man, not that we weren't ready to go to war before, not that we weren't training for it, but like now it's happening, you know, and it's just in a whole different way, you know. And
I think everybody who had that sheepdog mentality at that point was ready to go.
Yeah, had that same like, let's grab our shit.
Yeah.
One of the things that I heard, or I'm curious if you could shed any light, maybe you don't know since you were off for most of that day, but he was down in Florida, right? Reading.
That's right.
When whoever, do you know the agent that whispered? Was it an agent that whispered, or was it an advisor?
It was chief of staff.
Okay. I guess, can you walk through his itinerary from the time he was told? Because there was a period where they were talking about flying him to Colorado, and then they were like, well, let's just keep him in the air. Like, can you describe all that shit?
The only pieces that I remember was that, and then there was a short delay when they were deciding what they were going to do, and he's on camera live, you know, with these kids and all of this, and then I believe there was a motorcade straight to the airport, to Air Force One, and if I remember correctly, the whole goal was to get him as high in the sky as possible.
Yeah,
Air Force One is very well equipped to be the flying command post for a very long time. Yeah. And so when all else fails, that is the go-to. And I think that was a pretty quick go-to that day, especially as big an event as it was, with all of the, you know, the video and the stories and everything. I think that was the plan. And, you know, that's when the Secret Service gets pretty small and the military gets pretty big, because this is the commander in chief. And yeah, he's who America elected as president, and that's what we feel like we're protecting. But at the end of the day, that's the commander in chief, and that's the function that he needed to be in at that time. And so it's almost like, okay, guys, what do you want? You know, and we're turning to the military to say, well, what do you think? Yeah. And I think at that point there were just a few cooks in the kitchen saying, let's get him to Air Force One, and then let's get up high enough that we can make some good decisions. And I think that's what they did.
Yeah. Do you know what the on station time of race tracking Air Force One has? Is that something you can talk about? Even if it's a ballpark? I mean, is it 15 hours?
And I don't know the term race tracking. So
well, just like just doing fucking circles in the air, basically.
Oh, how long can it last up in the air?
Yeah.
I used to know. I don't know anymore. I can't remember. I think it's a significant amount of time.
Yeah. You've been on it quite a bit, right?
Quite a bit. Yeah.
Is it as cool as it seems like it would be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, it is. Is there anything that would surprise you about it? Like that? I mean, I know there's fucking Discovery show specials on it and whatever, and they only say so much, but from somebody who's spent, you know, significant amount of time, like, is there a coolest thing or something that isn't widely known that would surprise people that they'd be like, holy shit, like the insider?
I think a lot of what people would be surprised about is what's not on there. You know, escape pods and all this kind of stuff that Hollywood would like to put on the plane. But to me, the one of the most fascinating things about it is how few people are actually on it.
Really?
You know, you once you load it to capacity for a standard trip, it's relatively few people, considering how big the president's entourage typically is. Yeah. And so in the very back, you have a lot of press people who are going to be part of the press pool that day. And then, you know, it's kind of like bottom feeders or the press. And then the next bottom feeders are Secret Service. So we've got our cabin, and then you've got low level staff, high level staff, and then the president. And you're really not supposed to go forward of your cabin.
I gotcha.
And
So it's like the Titanic.
a little bit, yeah.
No, you get the fuck down back there and
Yeah.
stay there.
Yeah, but you know, the other fascinating thing that people just, it's like they don't believe me, is that domestically speaking, now overseas trips are totally different, but domestically speaking, if he flies to California and back in a day, and you eat 3 meals on the plane, about a week later, you're going to get a bill for those 3 meals.
So yeah, Evie actually mentioned
Oh,
that
really?
you guys all pay for your own food, and I was like, that's a bunch of shit. That's
Well,
bullshit.
you know what they do, so supposedly, is they add up all the food and alcohol that they use for the flight, and then they divide it by the number of people on the flight.
Really?
And of course, we only got the food. You know, we didn't get
Well, yeah,
any
you're
of
not
those
drinking.
stuff. So
I mean, so there is booze on there. That.
oh yeah.
So I mean, also there's stewardesses of some sort, right, or staff of
It's
servers.
all
or-
military, and so they were great.
Yeah. I
They were
mean, so is it kind of similarly where it's broken up where these servers or staff accommodate the Secret Service guys? These do this, these do the president. Is it broken up that way, or do they do everybody?
I think there probably is a protocol. I mean, we would see the same people over and over, different crews, but some are, you know, the president's got his valet. It's a military group of people, and so yeah, they're going to attend to his stuff up there, and then you have the regular crew that's back with us, and I got to give them a shout, because the Air Force One crews were really outstanding.
Yeah.
And they made you feel special, but even if you weren't, you know, I mean, I'm just a knuckle dragging idiot that gets to ride on this plane. And
Well, I mean, to me, a Secret Service agent that's protecting the president on Air Force One isn't a fucking nobody. You know, I mean, the grand scheme of things, that's a pretty special and significant job, and one that, you know, I mean, there's fewer people that can say they did that than played in the NFL, you know? So,
well, that's kind. It's funny though, when you're there and you're in it, of course you're being compared to
you
the
feel
people
like a
you're
number.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely. And that's that, you know what, we embrace that. I mean, that's all good.
Is the food like pretty normal airline food, or is it's totally different?
No, it's good.
Yeah.
They do a great job with that. You know, the only disappointment I ever experienced was the day, inexplicably, we were coming back from Texas from the ranch. And so, you know, I don't know if it's going to be steak or chicken or, you know, what it's going to be. And it was hot dogs and potato chips. And I'm like, really? This is the best you got? I'm paying for this. This is not what I would order. And
Fucking
it's like,
$12 hot dog. What are we at the ballpark?
But they had some reason for that. I mean, it was it's what the president asked for, maybe, or something like that. And so, but I do tell in the book a great story, and I'll let it stay in the book for now. But they really took good care of us and treated us really well.
That's awesome. Anything else from 9/11, or I guess even more importantly, or specifically the couple of days after, because that feeling, you know, was like a week long, really, or I mean, it was for a while. It kind of felt that, like, to your point, you didn't know what you didn't know, and I think that was the biggest thing, was the fear of the unknown. It's like, well, fuck, is it going to happen 2 days in a row? Is there going to be a ground attack? Like, is Russia or China going to jump in with an EMP, or, you know, what was it like in those following days, weeks, etc.?
I think for us, our whole life was dependent on the schedule that came out on Friday night. And you learned, hey, this is what we think is going to happen. And then there's the reality, but it wouldn't usually be just crazy far off. I mean, unless there was a tornado hits St. Louis and we're going to change everything and drop this and we're going to go to St. Louis, then, or some world leader dies. I mean, it just, you could kind of count on this, but not totally.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be flexible. And I think in those days following, it was almost hour to hour. What are we doing? And where do you need me?
Yeah.
And I remember being a little disappointed that not everybody had that attitude. And there were a few people that disappointed you with, hey, I've got plans and I've got this. And I'm like, and I remember thinking, what do you mean you got plans?
Yeah.
You got plans. I got
Yeah.
plans too.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to involve hurting you. Our country just got, knocked upside the head. Drop your stupid plans and let's go. And whatever it is. And I remember there, the movement to New York City was probably 2 or 3 days after 9/11. And I was then in the transportation section. So I was driving the limo or doing the motorcade advance. And we were told, hey, we're going to need a limo in New Jersey where Air Force One lands in case the helicopter doesn't fly. And that just happened a lot. I mean, their tolerance for weather and all this stuff was a lot lower than a car. So, we always had a motorcade on standby anywhere that there was going to be a lift. So had he landed in New Jersey and needed to drive into New York City versus fly, well, then I would have been the limo driver. But to get to that point, you had to step up and volunteer. And I was just surprised at how, there were a few that just wouldn't step up and volunteer. And I'm like,
wow.
What, this landed to you first. If you're not taking it, I am. I'm going to do this thing. And
yeah. Wow. All right. So you were there for the entire Bush administration, both terms.
Actually, no, I was there for the first Bush term, and then his second inauguration is the cover of the book.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's me walking beside the limo. And that was my last week, maybe my last day on the detail.
Really?
And I rotated out. So it's a 5-year assignment the first time. And then you don't rotate back unless you're promoted back. And I got promoted back a few years later.
And then did Obama's.
Correct.
Yeah. Are there differences? Well, I'll ask this now and maybe simmer on it, and then we'll come back to it, just so that I make sure that I ask it. I am curious if there's a difference in protocols, president to president, or is it pretty Secret Service directed as to how things go and not nuanced by who's in office?
I would say it's very driven by protocol.
Okay. During the entire first term that Bush was in office, obviously you can't walk through, a 4-year period, but can you talk about any things or any situations, scenarios, stories that stand out during that time that are truly memorable, remarkable for whatever reason?
Sure. There are several. And, President Bush really became a hero to us, politics aside. Who cares? I didn't care when I was with Clinton. I didn't care when I was with Bush, what their politics were. My thought was that when you get out of your car down on the ellipse, you leave it in the car, and get in there and do your job. But some made it more fun than others.
Yeah.
And President Bush, there were a couple of things I do remember well. The night that we declared war, and that he initiated the shock and awe, because he did that from the Oval Office, and I was standing outside the Oval Office, but there were so many media cables going into the Oval Office that they couldn't shut the door.
Wow.
And so the door was cracked open, and at the same time, the Roosevelt room is right across from the Oval Office, and usually the door is closed, but that night the door was open and the TV was on. And I'm looking at President Bush sitting in the Oval Office behind me. It's live, but there's actually a couple second delay.
Yeah.
And I'm having a hard time telling what he's saying, because I'm trying to listen to both at the same time. But it's when he declared war, and I'm standing right in front of him with my back to him, but the door was mostly closed. And so that was, not a great moment by any standards, but it was a special moment to me to know that, here we go. And he's going to make good on the promise that we're going to, payback's coming.
Yeah.
And here we go. So it was, that was very unique, special to me. And, there were a couple of moments with Bush that really stand out. I remember we were on a foreign trip, and the president was in, I think it's Peru, and I was in Cartagena, Colombia, which became famous later, not on the trip I was in.
I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, me too.
Agents having a good
I was
time.
actually there, but two different times in Cartagena. This was the first time, and I was responsible for logistics in Cartagena, which was quite a task. But we're watching the president in Peru. Here's all our buddies working the president, and a fight breaks out. And what had happened is that we had all these agreements in place, and then on the day of the event, all these big dogs come in that weren't a part of the agreements, and so they've got their own ideas about how this should go. And your agreement isn't worth anything to me, and so they were blocking the Secret Service from making the walk for the big entry where the two presidents are walking down the red carpet. And President Bush, he just kind of a guy's guy.
Yeah.
And I give him that because at some point he realizes nobody's with him.
Yeah.
And he turns and he looks, and sure enough, he's all alone. And he doesn't just let it go at that. He's like, well, what happened to him? And he stops, turns around, and walks back, and the fight's breaking out right at the threshold of the door. And there's a great picture of one of my best friends, Mike White, cocked, and he's about to level this guy, and someone hooks his arm and stops him from punching this guy, and so the melee is going on, and people with their back to the president, and he reaches over all of these guys and grabs Nick Trotta and pulls him in with him.
Wow.
And when they turn around and they're ready to punch our president and realize who it is, and of course they stop, and he pulls Mr. Trotta in, and it's like, you can't help but love the guy for sticking up for us like that.
Yeah.
And to me, that was part of 9/11. That was part of this whole thing where, hey, we are exceptional. We are very different than a lot of the world, and love us or hate us, this is something that we do, and this is something we're going to do.
Yeah.
And if you're not on board with that, tough.
Yeah.
But my guy's coming with me.
Yeah. There's another moment that he displayed, at least from what it seemed like, because it was on camera, I wasn't there, kind of a similar significant set of nuts on him. It was when he went to Iraq and was being interviewed, and in Iraq, he threw a fucking sandal at him. You remember that? Were you there for that?
No, I was not there.
But if you watch him, and if you're, just kind of remotely cognizant of body language, he ducks it, but then he like stands back up and looks at him like, you motherfucker, like he wasn't scared, wasn't looking for help. It was more like the dude almost hit him, and it was like he wanted to fucking fight him, and you could see it in his eyes. Like it was a very distinct, and that's a reaction. That's not, I mean, it's a decision, but that's not something that you can fake,
Right.
in a moment like that, when you're in a foreign country and a dude throws his fucking shoe at you. Like, to me, there was a level of respect that went a notch up when I saw him respond that way.
I agree 100%. I mean, you watch his body language, and he ducks, but then in the recovery, it's like,
Yeah, it comes
there's an
up like,
aggression.
motherfucker. Yeah, it was like you could just feel it almost,
Yeah.
which was awesome. Were you with him when he visited the World Trade Center collapse or the Ground Zero stuff?
No, that's when I was in New Jersey with the car, and kind of disappointed that the helicopters flew, because that meant I didn't get to go. But another close but no cigar kind of moment for me.
What about the first pitch at Yankee Stadium not long after?
I was there on that trip, and again, I was driving one of the vehicles. My friend Mark was driving the limo that night, and I was driving the follow-up. So not everyone's glamour spot that night, but I loved it. I love driving the follow-up, because you get to be a little aggressive and put the players in action. So that was cool for me. But boy, do I remember that well.
Yeah.
I mean, what a night.
Well, and to me, if I put myself in any of your guys' shoes, I can't imagine the fucking nightmare of trying to protect a president in Yankee Stadium is. Like, how do you even begin to tackle that?
Yeah, one bite at a time.
I mean, like, there's I mean, you can't cover everything. Like, I mean, how do you do it? Like, can you speak at least a little bit to? I mean,
Yeah, I would say we do it.
Yeah.
You know, the protocols are expansive. So, you know, what you do for a small event, you just do more for a big event. So yeah,
So it's just by
everyone
order of
coming into,
magnitude.
yeah, it's priority of magnitude. And so you know, if they're going to fill Yankee Stadium and it's a known event that the president's going to, which that was, then we mag everybody, and we secure it, and we get as many dogs. And this is where that teamwork and collaboration comes in, because we can't do that ourselves.
Yeah.
There's no chance that we can secure that and sweep it and make it secure, keep it secure by ourselves. We don't. There aren't enough agents in the whole Secret Service to do that job. So we collaborate, and we use you know, dogs. We use anybody's dog that wants to loan us a dog. You know, we got to have, you know, 200 dogs on this event, and we.
Oh shit, it's 200.
Well,
dogs.
no, I was just making that up, but I mean, we don't have 200 dogs, and so however many we needed to borrow, beg, steal, whatever, we would
Dozens.
do that. Yes.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. Any other moments within the Bush first term that you were on his detail that stand out as memorable?
Yeah, there was one, and I tell this story because it's so it was a training moment for me, for you know, kind of a small deal, but the president wanted to go over to the cabana, and that was the little building by the pool, and it was middle of winter, I think. So he wasn't going swimming. There's an outdoor pool at the White House, but he wasn't going swimming. So he was going in the cabana, and I don't know what they got in there. They got a sauna and a, you know, I don't know what all, but maybe it's make a phone call. For all I know, he just wanted to be alone. And he's wearing cowboy boots and a robe and a cowboy hat, and he's got a cigar going. It's like, this is
Shutter's
classic.
full.
Yeah, where's you know, we didn't have smartphones, and you weren't supposed to have them out even if you did. But what a picture, you know. And so he goes into the cabana, and I took up. We have a protocol for where you go, and so I went over adjacent to the pool, and you sit and you wait, and you call it out when he's coming back. And we didn't know how long he's going to be in there. Turns out he was in there training the whole winter to ride bikes. And he had a stationary bike in there. The doctor had told him no more running, because he was some kind of fantastic runner. I mean, it really challenged us with that part of protecting him. And doctor had said no more running, but you can bike. And so he's in there killing it on the bicycle.
Yeah.
And we just don't know it, because you can't actually see into the cabana. We know there's nobody in the cabana because we've cleared it, but you know, you can't see what he's doing while he's in there. Well, he comes out of the cabana, and I can tell he looks a little irritated, and he's looking back in there, and he's looking at me, and he doesn't know my name. He says, "Hey," and I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Could you see me coming out of the shower?" And I'm like, what? You know, I wanted to be like, "Do what?" And I said, "No, sir." He said, and he kind of looked back, and he said, "Okay, let's go." And I'm like, what was that all about? You know, and I'm thinking through it, and the cabana had just been redone. And what I believe was he was checking to see, what can you see? Because the first lady uses that too.
Oh, okay.
And the lesson for me was, if you're going to ask someone their opinion, you don't second guess them.
Yeah.
You know, I think at that point I would have said, well, you go in there and you come out and let me see if I can see you. But he didn't do that. He asked my opinion. He said, okay,
yeah,
moving on. And he accepted the answer. And I tell you what, that just tells me a lot about his personal constitution, that you trust people.
Yeah.
Because when you don't trust people, that shows too.
Yeah, for sure it does. Yeah, you second guess it, and man, that's awesome. Yeah, I agree. Like, politics aside, I mean, you can think whatever you want about, you know, Iraq, how things were handled, whatever, and that, you know, that can be debated till the end of time. But having met him, you know, within the last year, you know, I have a lot of respect for the guy. You know, I don't agree with every decision he made. You know, that there's things that I'd love to ask him, even question him on. But as a man and from a character standpoint, I liked him as a president in many regards that way. All right, so it's a 5-year gig. Where did you go after that?
I had a ball after that. I really thought that I had peaked with the president's detail. I'm doing lead advances. I'm having a good time. I'm the number one whip on our shift, which is why I'm, where I am for the inauguration and the gift that keeps on giving, that photo that was taken that year. But
that's a cool picture.
Yeah, it keeps paying dividends, as it were. But
that's
I
awesome.
had been interested. There was an agent that was way ahead of me. Her name's Marianne Kenny. I'm gonna give her a shout out. But she was talking about these congressional fellowships that we have and opportunities for agents to, stop being an agent for a minute and go do this thing and be an advisor on Capitol Hill. And to my way of thinking at the time, I've already peaked. I don't know what there is left to do. I've put handcuffs on bad guys. I've protected presidents. I've just done it all. I don't know what's left. So let's go do something different. And so I put in for one of these congressional fellowships, and the guy on the other side of the car did at the same time. I remember showing up and it's like, oh, you're interviewing, I'm not going to get this. And well, we both ended up getting it. And so we actually both ended up on Senate Judiciary Committee. He went to Senator Grassley from Iowa, and I went to Senator Hatch from Utah. And you didn't get to pick who you got. You didn't get to pick what committee you got, but that's what I ended up on. And Senator Hatch was in a unique position because he was the outgoing chairman of the Judiciary Committee. So there's a loud sucking sound at his office as all of his staff is leaving to go with the new chairman, Arlen Specter. So Hatch has a big void on his staff. And so I'm sitting pretty because I come in as the only advisor for him on crime and criminal justice matters. And for me, it was like being dropped in the middle of Afghanistan. I didn't know what I was up against. I didn't know how to do anything. I didn't know what I was doing. And within a couple of days, I'm writing speeches for him and trying to give him the best advice I can. 9/11's happened. We're trying to sort out Patriot Act stuff and all of that. And so it ended up being a true watershed moment for me because I got to unfurl, my wings a little bit politically to do what I thought needed to be done. And it wasn't like I went in with an agenda, but I was able to react to things and Hatch gave me great cover just to do what makes sense, honestly.
Wow.
And that is actually where my connection with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children came from, because I wasn't smart enough to realize that when the Senate goes into recess, you're supposed to take your leave. So I'm showing up for work and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
And in walked Orrin Hatch. In walked Ed Smart, who was a constituent of Senator Hatch, and his daughter Elizabeth had been abducted out in Utah, and there's nobody there. There's a receptionist at the front desk, and they called me because there literally was nobody else there.
Wow.
And so I came down and met Ed Smart, and we pulled into an office there, and he just, I'm like, how can I help you? And he told me what he was there for. He said, I want to fix the sex offender laws in this country.
Yeah.
He said, this is crap and we need to fix it. And I was like, he's speaking my language, it's like, hey, I want to fix it too. Tell me what's wrong with it. How can I help? What can I do? And I think we were in there for a couple hours before I said, now let me set the table for you here. You're talking to a Secret Service agent who's pretending to be a Capitol Hill staffer. There's a whole lot of really smart people up here, and I'm not one of them. So I tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to do something. I don't know what. I don't know how to do what you're talking about doing, but I will figure it out.
Yeah.
And so he kind of got the right guy in that respect, because I was not about to let this go. And he was making a lot of sense. We had sex offender laws that it was like a patchwork quilt of nonsense across the country with no teeth whatsoever. And we fixed it. And I think in the process of fixing it, and my engagement with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and John Walsh, that ended up being this, what I consider to be a lifelong pursuit and relationship with the National Center and John.
Wow. So how would you kind of synopsize or put a mission statement on what a Secret Service agent does as a congressional fellowship? Like, what's just kind of the core position behind that?
Yeah.
Like, what does it mean?
The great thing about that position is the Secret Service sends you up there with no strings attached. We do not they do not keep tabs on you. They're not asking you to do anything. There's no agenda. There's nothing there. It's almost like they're sending you to college. They're expecting you to come back well educated on how the Hill works, so that we can make better decisions internally. I mean, it's almost too good to be true. But I went up there expecting that they were going to, be pushing my buttons and telling me, oh, insert this here and this there, and hey, could you talk to so and so? And none of that.
So you basically become a staffer for whoever
Absolutely.
you're attached
Yeah.
to. Do you have any idea how they decide where you go?
Yeah, a total accident.
Oh, really?
It was a total accident. They, they certainly like to ingratiate certain parties and both the House and the Senate side. They try to keep it balanced between the two, and we're small, so they can't afford to send a bunch of people up there at one time. I think there were 3 of us, maybe 4 of us up there at one time, and they were actually up there. The director was up there meeting with Senator Hatch to thank him for his tenure as the chairman. And they were giving him a plaque, or a clock. Actually, they gave him a clock because he made fun of it after that. This, kind of cheap clock's got Secret Service seal on it. It's like, hey, thanks for that. And Senator Hatch, he never wasted an opportunity. And so I wasn't there. I was waiting in the wings, but he said, hey, when can I get one of your agents as a detailee? And he's looking at a major void in his staff. And he was smart enough to say, I think we can put one of your guys to work. Yeah. And the director knew that I was just sitting over at headquarters doing nothing.
Yeah.
And he said, would Monday be appropriate? Wow. And send him over. I want to talk to him. And so I went over the next week and met with him and a couple of the staff, and like, let's go.
Yeah. Wow. That's a 5-year gig too, or how long?
No, it was actually supposed to be a 1-year gig. And I met with Senator Hatch as we approached that 1-year mark. And I said, hey, I am very engaged in the sex offender registration bill. I will be happy to stay if it's your pleasure. It's up to you. And he said, absolutely. Let's keep going with that. And so I stayed for a 2nd year.
Oh, wow. So 2 years there. And then where did you go after that?
I went to the natural conclusion to, this peak at the president's detail, and then getting a bill signed into law on Capitol Hill was to take a lateral to Oxford, Mississippi.
Wow.
Yeah.
As a field agent there at that office.
Yeah.
Was that something that you asked for, or was it something they just like, hey, why don't you go here for a while?
Again, it's just funny how things work out. But the resident agent in charge of Mississippi was a friend of mine, and we were down there over Easter visiting my in-laws, and I took a trip over to Jackson to sit with him. He had been my shift leader on the president's detail. So, uber respect and admiration, and just a great guy. And so I went over there and I'm sitting with him, and he starts telling me about how he can't keep an agent in Oxford, Mississippi. So, and it's a 1 agent, kind of like an outpost in northern Mississippi to handle everything for the Northern Judicial District, Secret Service wise. And so I said, really, you're having trouble filling that? I said, And he said, yeah, don't act like you're interested in that. Because the assumption was that, with some of the boxes that I checked is that you want to get promoted and go up the ladder. And I was like, my wife's from Mississippi. We've been in DC for 6 pretty tough years. And so I was like, hey, I might be interested in that. Let me talk to my wife. And long story short, we're there.
Yeah.
We got there.
How long were you there for?
2.5 years.
Yeah. Was that kind of just a nice breather?
Well, that's what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. And then it wasn't.
Yeah. The very first thing I did the first day that I got there was attend an officer funeral. And then the second thing was that we had a meeting for the 2008 presidential debate, which at that point it hadn't been, Ole Miss had not won that yet, but they were in the running. And I remember calling back to headquarters, hey, we just had this first meeting. If you want me to make sure this doesn't happen, I think I can accomplish that. And they're like, no, don't do that. And I'm like, I'm kidding. Surely there's no chance that Ole Miss is going to win this. Yeah. And they did.
Yeah.
So that became my thing. I'm trying to lock up bad guys when I can, but I'm coordinating the presidential debate of 2008 between McCain and Obama.
Wow. So that was the bulk of your time there. Or?
Well, and then of course they assigned me to Obama. I'm fat, dumb, and happy in Oxford, Mississippi. And I get a call saying, what would you like your campaign assignment to be? And I said, well, I just got out of DC. I would like for my campaign assignment to be Oxford, Mississippi. And they said, no.
Yeah.
And so, and they had just started thinking about ramping up a detail for Senator Obama. And lo and behold, I get assigned to Obama, and he picked up protection, I think a year out from when we kind of normally pick it up. And so here I go. You know, I think I've escaped DC, but DC came and got me. And the only thing that got me out of this 3-week rotation where I'm out 3 and home 3, out 3, home 3 was the debate.
Yeah.
And with the debate, Ole Miss now won the debate. To have the debate, they said, hey, we got to put you on this full time. So,
yeah.
So they, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah. Wow. What was your first impression of Obama when you met him? Because I mean, obviously you'd heard about him. You know, there's a lot of buzz at that time, especially. And like, what did you think?
Yeah, I can't say that I knew him before I met him, protecting him. I was with Senator Hatch for those 2 years, and so Senator Obama was around. I just didn't get to know him per se, and I don't remember much about that first meeting. Although there was a handshake and a hey, you know, thank you, very very friendly. But Senator Hatch called me after I'd been with him for a while, and a couple of people asked me the very same question, which was, "What do you think of him?"
Yeah.
So I remember this impression, and I told Senator Hatch, I said, "Well, Senator, I don't know when, but he's going to be the president of the United States." He said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "There's something about him. There's this presence about him. There's this demeanor. There's this locked and cocked mentality that he's got that I haven't seen. And I don't know if it's going to be this election, the next one, or the one after that, but the man is going to be the president of the United States. So
yeah, like
it or not, you know, Senator, he is going to be that." And one of the things that I saw in him that was and I saw something similar in Condoleezza Rice, was just this unflappable personality. And so we were flying from DC to Iowa one night, and we're on a little bitty plane, just a tiny little detail. There were just a handful of us, and we're all crammed on a little, you know, like a Gulfstream or a Cessna, or not a Cessna, but one of those little planes, you know.
Yeah.
And so there's a staffer named Reggie Love, and there's Senator Obama, maybe one other staffer, and then there's 2 or 3 of us in the back, and then a flight attendant. And it's late. We're flying from DC to Iowa, and we land in Iowa, and I don't remember what city. It was on the western side. And the protocol that we'd kind of built into that scenario is that I would get up first. The senator had learned just to wait. And I would go forward, and me and the pilot would let the stairs down, and then I would start coordinating our assets on the ground. And the pilot opened the stairs, and I'm looking out, and all the while I'm calling on the radio, and I'm getting nothing, which that happens, you know, wrong frequency, or it's just not coded right or whatever, but we don't have comms. So I'm not getting any feedback. Nobody's answering the call. And when he opens the stairs, it's totally dark. You know, normally we would have pulled up to a place that was well lit, and almost instantly there would be cars there, and a team. You know, the local office would pony up a team and bring in others if they needed it. And I'm not seeing any of that. And it's totally dark, and the only light that I can see is from a maintenance hangar. And then out from the maintenance hangar walks this guy rubbing grease off his hands, and he walks over and he says, "Hey, I wish I'd have known you were coming."
Wow.
And I looked at him, and I looked back at the pilot, and I said, "What city are we in?" And I honestly, I can't remember what city he said, but I was like, "That's not the right city." Yeah. And I looked back at the pilot, and he looked like he was going to die.
Yeah.
And he realizes he blew it.
Holy shit.
So I'm like, well, I got to watch this. You know, we're not getting off the plane. So now the party's on the plane, and I turn around. I'm like, I'm going to watch every second of this. So he goes back to to Senator Obama. Senator Obama never took his feet off the chair in front of him. I mean, he's sitting there reading the newspaper, got the big captain's chairs, and the pilot, you know, it's not two steps. He probably heard the whole conversation.
Yeah.
And he says, Senator, I need to tell you something. We've landed in the wrong city. And Senator Obama is just reading his paper, and he says, come again? And he said, we landed in the wrong city. It's my fault. We'll get back to the right city. And all he asked was, well, how long is that going to take? And about 30 minutes. Okay. He goes back to reading the paper, and it's like, ooh, there's something about this guy. He's not letting this stuff rattle his cage.
Yeah.
You know, I think other people would have.
Yeah.
I think, you know, there are people with fewer skills in hand that would have let that rattle them, but Senator Obama did not. And I was like, oh, this guy's cool.
Something to him. Yeah. That's wild. That's cool. And so from then on, basically you were attached to him for another 5 years.
I was with him for 5 years, and you know, you start over again. They started me in the Joint Operation Command Center. You're a nobody and a nothing. You got to learn it all again. And I did that for, I think, 6 months, maybe a year.
Yeah.
And then they put me in charge of access control, which was just a horrible job. It was one of the hardest things I ever did.
Yeah.
All the events at the White House and all the comings and goings, you know, kind of under your purview. And then they made me the shift leader, and that's what you came there to do. The hard thing for me was I'd already been there for 2 years, and usually 2 years you're in and you're out.
Yeah.
And the head of the detail, Joe Clancy, came to me and he said, "Hey, you're my pick to be the next shift leader," that's the job you want, because it's like the operational quarterback.
Yeah.
And not everybody wants to do that, but that's what I wanted to do, and at least try it. And he said, "You're my pick to be the next shift leader, but you got to guarantee me a year." And I said, "You got it." I said, let me double check with my wife, but you got it from me.
Yeah.
And I went home and talked to her, and she said, "Well, this is what you came for." And so it's like, well, yeah, but it delays us. Cause I said, "Hey, we'll go to DC and we'll check out somewhere cool."
Yeah.
And I stayed for 2 years and 7 months as a shift leader, which, you know, 1 year was typically the burnout rate. I mean, it just, the tempo and all the admin stuff that you got to do alongside the operational business. But
you did almost 3.
I did almost 3, and I just loved it. And I remember the head of the detail at some point became Rob Buster, and Rob just a fantastic guy. And he called me to the front of the Air Force One, and I thought he was calling me up to, you know, give me an assessment of me and my team on this particular visit that we just went on. And he was pretty good about telling me the truth. You know, if we didn't, you know, measure up to his standards, then I got to hear about it, and he was fair. But Rob had called me up to say, "Hey, headquarters called and they really want you to put in for congressional affairs, you know, go back as a supervisor." And I said, "Well, that's great. But I'm pretty happy where I'm at." And he said, "Oh yeah, well, I'm sure you are." But, and I ended up telling him, "Look, Rob, I will stay until I'm eligible to retire if you'll let me."
Yeah.
And I said, if anybody wants to know what I want to do, which they didn't, it would be to stay here. And he said, "Yeah, that's neat. You're going to love congressional affairs." And it is already a done deal. I was just the only one who didn't know that. Yeah. And I absolutely loved what I was doing and would have chosen to stay. The one thing that he said to me that kind of stung, though, was that he said, "Yeah, you need to let somebody else try this out." Yeah. You know, there's only 4 of you on the detail. And I was like, that hurts, because you know, I don't want to be selfish, and kind of have been. So I need to let it go.
Yeah. I'm curious if I can ask a few questions about some of the logistics of travel and just your time with Obama, because, you know, to me, that's one of the more fascinating things, you know, just when you think Secret Service, that's kind of the natural inclination, is you think the guys that are walking around with the president doing all the things that they do.